Sheriff Bruce Babcock with News 6. We want to know, are you able to elaborate any bit at all about what specifically happened in this situation? I know you mentioned that FDAX is the one that's going to be investigating the safety of the ride, but you know this had to have some kind of catalyst here. Are you able to share?
Just that it does appear to be just a tragic situation. So all that's being looked at. Again, our role in this situation is to determine whether or not this is an accident or intentional act, and this does appear just to be a terrible tragedy.
Sheriff, have you seen the video that's been online? At the beginning of that video, it looks like someone who works for the ride had some confusion with the people on the ride whether or not they were wearing their seatbelts.
Yeah, so we have looked at that video and actually have had that video flagged because something that awful shouldn't be out there in the public. But you know, it's something that the Department of Agriculture will certainly look at, and obviously we'll look at that as we make a determination if this was accidental or not.
Have your investigators talked to the employees? Did they say that everything was normal before that ride went up? I'm video here and say the light was on, like everything seemed to be okay.
Correct. Everything seemed to be okay and normal, and obviously we've talked to all the witnesses available and all the employees there, and again, that's part of the open investigation.
What goes into the Orange County Sheriff's Office part of the investigation that makes you believe that this was an accident?
Well, just based on the preliminary information, the investigation, videos, witness statements from everyone involved.
And just to be clear, this child wasn't in town with his family, he was with a friend's family, it sounds like?
That's correct. Tyree was here with a friend's family from the state of Missouri. So, again, we can't imagine what they're going through as a father with boys who go on rides and who frequent amusement parks a lot. It's just a tragic situation.
Does the ride have seatbelts?
So unfortunately, Tyree Sampson being identified as the teenager who fell to his death on this ride. This is a horrible situation that is catching the nation's eye. And we want to bring you back out to Stephanie Bufamonte with Fox 35 in Orlando. Stephanie, you're standing outside of park right there, but things are closed.
That is right. That ride is closed tonight, and I want to show you. You could see that it is dark. It's not lit up. The slingshot next to it is also closed tonight. Behind it, you can kind of see the pink pencil-looking thing there. That is the swings. That ride is open, so is the Ferris wheel. But like I said, the ride that teen lost his life on is closed tonight. Now, I did speak with a witness yesterday who was watching the ride and then witnessed that fatal fall. She says she saw 14-year-old Tyree Sampson fall out of his seat and to his death on the brand new Orlando Free Fall Tower. She saw an adult with him crying and devastated last night, and says she just feels so terrible for the teen's family and friends who lost their loved one after he was just trying to have a good time here at Icon Park in Orlando. Now, she was thinking of getting on that ride right before this happened and is now terrified that it could have been her.
I've been really messed up ever since that night, just getting that vision out of my head and that sound. It was awful. I get chills just even talking about it because, I think to myself, that could have been me. That could have been my little cousin. That could have been my mom. That could have been anybody I know. It's terrifying. You don't think of those things when you're getting on rides. You trust it to be safe.
Now, we are still waiting on state inspectors to tell us exactly what went wrong here. They are investigating. We'll send it back to you for now.
So, Stephanie, is there a timeline on when the park is going to open back up?
Right now, we don't have that timeline. We just know that it's closed right now and for the foreseeable future.
And this is a very popular amusement park, yes?
Yeah, this is a really popular amusement park. It's called Icon Park, and for those of you who aren't in the Orlando area, there are restaurants, there's the Ferris wheel over there, there are lots of rides over here, and inside of Icon Park, there are restaurant shops and people kind of just walk around. So today we're seeing a lot of people in front of the ride kind of just walking around to kind of see what it looks like, and seeing where this tragic accident took place, or the tragic fall took place. And a lot of people telling us, they're not going on rides or maybe not going to different theme parks because of what they heard had happened.
Yeah, I can only imagine people probably shaken up in the community and that family. Our thoughts are for sure with them. Fox's Stephanie Bufamonte in Orlando for us tonight. Thank you so much. As she said, they are looking a little bit closer at the inspection of this ride, of the belt that was keeping him down and the lack thereof of a belt keeping him down around his waist. And so we want to go into that portion of this story, as this investigation is not going away anytime soon.
My son is 6'5", 340 pounds.
Yarnell Sampson wants to know if his son's size played a role in this tragic accident. He says the 14-year-old who had aspirations to make it to the NFL had been turned away from other rides.
This one particular ride decided, yeah, we can take you, come on, get on. When nobody else allowed him to get on the rides. So I wonder what happened between now and then what made him say, come on, you can get on this ride.
Amusement ride safety consultant Ken Martin says that could be part of the investigation.
And just remember, when you come down, that's a negative G-force versus a positive G-force when you're held into the seat. And that shoulder harness is there to keep you from coming out of the ride.
Martin says a lot of rides have weight limits, but no one with free fall has answered our questions about what the rules were to get on. Riders are held in place with that shoulder harness and no additional belt. That's one of the things that I'm curious in this particular ride. We have a large individual, or a reported large individual, and how far did he click his harness down? In a clip from seconds after Sampson fell, you can hear the ride employees discussing that. You guys are sure you checked it? Yeah. State inspectors taking a close look at the seat Sampson was in. They appeared to be taking measurements and even pulling on the harness.
It should never happen to nobody else's child ever again.
Again, that was Fox 35 in Orlando. With the latest there, we'll be tracking that through the rest of the evening. It does look like we're also getting an update from Seattle police, possibly here about a shooting investigation. Let's listen.
Multiple vehicles were involved in that collision. No injuries occurred. The suspect was taken into custody without incident, and he was transported to the hospital with minor injuries. The suspect has been identified as a 50-year-old male, and he is currently at the hospital, but is expected to be released and booked into the Snohomish County Jail.
Where is he from? What city?
I don't have his hometown at this time.
Do you know whether he used his own gun or did he use the officer's gun?
Under investigation, I do not have that information at this time.
Do you know why the officer contacted him?
The officer contacted the adult male due to suspicious activity.
Suspicious activity in the parking lot at Starbucks?
Yes.
And what can you tell us? You know the man is 50. Do you know anything about the suspect that would, other than that he was acting suspiciously? Is he known to police, to the sheriff's office, or to anyone else?
I don't have that information at this time.
All right. Well, tell us about the officer.
The officer has been identified as 41-year-old Dan Roca with the Everett Police Department. He has been with Everett Police Department since 2017. I don't know Dan Roca. I'm with the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, but all information related to him will come from Everett PD.
Well, you are not in Everett. You're not with the Everett Police Department, but you are with a police agency. How are people feeling? Just today you were covering the funeral for Don Collada up in Pierce County, down in Pierce County, and now here we are with an officer killed again.
It's absolutely tragic. It's devastating. And our thoughts and prayers are with his family and the police department.
Was there anything that provoked, that caused this man to bring out a gun?
I don't know the circumstances surrounding that. I just know an altercation occurred involving the officer and the suspect. No other information at this time.
We're being told that the officer frequented this Starbucks. Do you know whether he was there just for a break?
That I don't know at this time. I do know that he served North Everett was his jurisdiction.
And he was on duty at the time?
He was, yes.
How did the police even find out about the shooting? How is it that they actually ended up catching this suspect?
I believe an officer call went out over the radio.
From the officer?
That I don't know.
But a help the officer came.
Yes.
And you said it was a crash on Rucker? That's where it occurred?
A multi-vehicle collision occurred at 35th and Rucker, and that is where the suspect was taken into custody.
What led to the collision? Was he speeding or in the wrong side, wrong lane? What led to that?
That I don't know. I know that Everett officers located the suspect vehicle, which was a dark blue Mini Cooper, and they initiated a pursuit. And I believe it ended in a intersection.
Were other agencies involved in that pursuit?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Only Everett PD?
Just Everett Police Department, yes.
This suspicious activity in the parking lot, how did that get reported?
That is unknown at this time. I don't know.
Courtney, we were hearing some reports from witnesses that the officer may have also been struck by the vehicle as well. Are you looking at that?
Yes, we do believe that as the suspect was fleeing from the scene, he also ran over the officer.
Do you think he deliberately ran over the officer? Is there any indication that it was a deliberate act?
I don't have that information at this
But
time.
you do know that he rolled over?
Yes.
Courtney, it might be too early to ask, but you said the officer died from the gunshot wounds. Do we know if Officer Roca was already dead when he was run over?
That information I don't have at this time.
Did you say that he died from the gunshot wounds? Or I ask only because usually the medical examiner tells us that.
Correct. That information will come from the medical examiner, but we do believe he was fatally struck by gunfire.
And that's what killed him? Okay.
I will leave that for the medical examiner to confirm.
Are you able to put the spelling of his name? I don't know if you can do that.
Rocha. First name Dan.
Well, you didn't know him, but I'm assuming there are people up there who knew him. Have they told you anything about him and how they're?
Right now, Everett police officers who were here at the scene, we're back at Everett Police Department's precinct, so they're not here at this time.
Only the SMART team now is investigating?
Correct.
Oh, I wanted to ask one other question, and maybe you said this. Did the officer shoot the suspect?
This suspect does not have any injuries, no.
He does not have any injuries?
No.
At all. And, we saw a lot of indications of casings. Do you know how many gunshots the shooter shot?
I don't know, but I do know it was multiple.
And you don't know how many hit the officer?
I don't.
Courtney, we're seeing some motorcycles. Do you know of any escorts that will be happening later on this evening with motorcade events?
Yes, that will, when the officer is transported away from the scene, yes, there will be an escort.
Do you have a rough idea of when that might be?
When?
Yes, do you know when it might be?
We don't. Could be several hours.
It might not be before night.
Correct.
Is there any information on the suspect as far as history goes or anything like that?
I don't have any information at this time.
So the roads will remain closed for some time?
Yes, the roads are expected to remain closed. Probably, I'm guessing at least several hours, possibly into the early morning.
Is it known if Officer Roca fired his gun in the parking lot?
I do not have that information.
But you know that he did not strike the suspect?
Correct.
You said that he was taken to the hospital. If he wasn't injured, why was he taken?
I believe they initially thought he might have minor injuries, but he has been evaluated and he's going to be released here shortly, or is expected to be released here shortly.
And he will be booked into the jail?
Yes.
And what would he be booked on?
I don't have the charges at this time. I believe detectives are going to interview him when he's released.
So he may not be booked for some time?
Correct.
Well, is there anything else that we haven't asked that you...
So that's the update from down on the ground, as we're also hearing from Everett Police at this time, as they have lost one of their own. They say it's with great sorrow to inform our community that Officer Dan Roca was killed today in the line of duty. They say please keep his family in your thoughts during this extremely difficult time. And it is a difficult time, as we were learning. He's 41 years old. He had lived in Everett for over a decade and served with the Everett Police Department since 2017. He He first worked in parking enforcement and in 2018 became a fully commissioned police officer. This was a multi-vehicle collision that he was responding to, and the suspect is said to be okay, was taken to the hospital. They originally thought he had minor injuries, but will now be released and will be questioned by police. That's as Officer Roca has now been confirmed dead, possibly from gunshot wounds, although the investigation is still underway. They say there will be a procession for Officer Roca. The timeline of that uncertain right now, but we'll be keeping our eyes down on the ground at Everett, Washington, as this is just devastating news, a multi-vehicle collision ending in a shootout and the loss of an Everett police officer. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to bring to you this breaking news out of Everett, Washington, as we're hearing from Everett Police that one of their own, Officer Dan Roca, was killed today in the line of duty. A public information officer on the scene saying that it was a multi-vehicle collision which ended in a shootout, and then Officer Roca being killed by gunshots. And the suspect now hospitalized right now, but is said to be released from the hospital and questioned by police. The charges against that suspect unknown. The identity of the suspect also unknown. So we'll be giving you any details as we have it here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to move into some of the other stories of the day, including an update from Mayor Lori Lightfoot as she is addressing the people of Chicago. Let's listen in.
Architect Gunny Harbaugh, and I hope he's going to talk a little bit about what his team did painstakingly to do the hard but necessary work of restoring this room. And of course, I want to thank the members of the restoration team themselves. It had to be a labor of love, given the intensity of the work, and also, of course, our generous donors, without whom this moment would not be possible. Let me also echo the words of Commissioner Harkey in saying that we are thrilled to invite the public back into this magnificent space. And as she said, we're going to do it not just by opening it up, but also inviting programming and education opportunities so people understand and learn the history of the Grand Army of the Republic and Chicago's critical role in winning the freedom of slaves, but also freedom of our country as a result of the Civil War. So after a meticulous year-long restoration of the art, glass dome, and decorative finishes, these rooms are ready to host a variety of performances and exhibitions. This once-in-a-lifetime project was made possible by a generous grant of services valued at $15 million, and it sounds like it was like any kind of home improvement project. You start with one thing, and then you see another thing, and then you go on. And the donors were really magnificent in hanging with us and understanding the importance of restoring this entire room for the public. This reopening is also the result of partnerships we forged with public and private sector leaders. I want to thank them for their ongoing support of our city and art cultural scene. These revitalized spaces reflect their historic, beautiful appearance, but bring the cultural center into the 21st century. This restoration could not have come at a better time. Many of you know we are celebrating the 125th anniversary of this magnificent building that we now know as the Chicago Cultural Center. What was once Chicago's first library, this building was designed to impress and prove that Chicago was on the map as a sophisticated global city. People are drawn here from all over to see its beauty, and they stay for the events. Year after year, the Cultural Center presents hundreds of free events with international, national, regional, and local artists and musicians and performers, providing a showcase for residents and tourists alike to learn about the arts and experience its beauty. And of course, these events had been put on pause for quite some time because of the pandemic. But my friends, we are back. Thankfully, because of the hard decisions and sacrifices made by our residents, we are in a vastly different place and better place because of the work that has been done over these last 2 years to really follow the science and the data and make sure that we were saving lives through our pandemic mitigation and recovery efforts. By launching new and improved spaces such as these, we are bringing back our creative communities and bringing them back together and making a huge leap forward. The revitalization of our city's arts and cultural scene is absolutely essential to this recovery, and we have been very intentional about making it a part of this and central to what we're doing throughout the city and particularly in our neighborhoods. The arts must be the center of bringing back tourists to our downtown and our neighborhoods. That's why my administration has been a huge supporter of the arts community, increasing investments into the tens of millions of dollars, making sure that we've got a dedicated stream to support the arts in our corporate budget and not just relying upon the hotel tax. This is vital to who we are as a city. Through the city's recovery and opening initiatives, we have invested over $60 million to support local artists and organizations. And again, I've got to give credit where credit is due. Under Mark Kelly's leadership and Aaron Harkey's tenure in the mayor's office, we understood that we must have arts at the center of our recovery. And thanks to these revitalization efforts and our pandemic progress, our vital arts and culture scene is making a tremendous comeback. And let me just share with you, just last night, we were many of us, at the Lyric Opera. And I encourage any of you who have not seen the current performance to go. It's difficult, it's heartbreaking, but it is so essential and really moving in the way in which the performance is done, directed, and the cast and the crew were just simply magnificent. So whether it's going to theater, taking in a musical performance, or coming to the dance performance that's being held here this weekend, this is what we mean by Chicago is an arts and cultural mecca. Once again, I'd like to express my deep appreciation for the generosity and care that went into this project. I want to thank Commissioner Harkey and the DCASE team for not only leading our arts culture initiatives, but keeping our beloved cultural center restored to its full glory and opening it up for our residents and visitors alike to really enjoy and cherish. And with that, it's my great pleasure to welcome up our historian, Tim Samuelson, who can tell us about the rich history of the Chicago Cultural Center. And after that, Gunny Harbaugh and Tim spare no detail talking about the incredible contributions of Chicago residents and veterans to our Civil War effort and why this room is so important. Well, maybe a few details. Come on up.
So once again, we just wanted to show you a portion of this press conference with Mayor Lori Lightfoot as the restoration of the Grand Army of the Republic Hall and Rotunda is obviously very exciting for residents out there, as this has been a long time coming, and the full ribbon cutting will be this weekend. Well, staying on kind of the entertainment route here, obviously the Oscars coming up this weekend. We have a full preview with our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
Oscars expert Tariq Khan. Tariq, thanks so much for being with us. You follow the Oscars so closely. We know last year was very, very different because of the pandemic. But let's get into some of the major categories. I'm going to put up on our screen for our viewers the tweets from the Academy's Twitter account announcing the nominations in February. We're starting off with Best Actor in a Supporting Role, and here are the nominees there. We have Kieran Hines for Belfast, Troy Kotsur for Coda, Jesse Plemons for The Power of the Dog, J.K. Simmons for Bean, The Ricardos, and Cody Smith-McPhee for The Power of the Dog. What say you about this particular category?
Okay, Andrew, great to see you. Happy Oscar weekend. And in this category, it's a slam dunk. The Oscar will go to Troy Kotsur in Coda. He's a real-life actor who happens to be deaf. He plays the father in a family of mostly deaf members in Coda, and is just fantastic. It's a classic scene-stealing performance like Brad Pitt in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and Sam Rockwell in 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. Performances that have won this category in recent years. He won the Screen Actors Guild Award, then the Critics' Choice Award, and most recently the British Academy Award. This is one of the best places to honor Coda in a major category. So despite some good competition, I think Kotsur has the Oscar in the bag. Again, he'll be the second deaf actor to win an acting Oscar. The first was his co-star Marlee Matlin, who won for Children of Lesser God. So when Troy Kotsur wins, it'll be a great moment. Be sure to tune in.
And we definitely will be. That would be quite historic. Of course, Marlee Matlin is in the film as well, in Coda. Isn't that right?
That's right. No, she was not nominated for supporting actress. So that was a bit of a surprise because she was terrific. But of course, she has the Oscar already. Right. She won a 1986 film. So she'll be very happy to see her co-star Troy Kotsur win. And again, Andrew, I can assure you that he will win. You can bet the house on that one.
All right. Let's head out to the next category, Best Actress in a Supporting Role. Here are the nominees for that. We have Jessie Buckley in The Lost Daughter, Ariana DeBose in West Side Story, Judi Dench in Belfast, Kirsten Dunst, The Power of the Dog, and Janu Ellis in King Richard. Who are you thinking for this one? Some really new names that might not be well known to some people who watch this.
No, that's right, Andrew. This is fascinating. 60 years ago on Oscar night, Rita Moreno won this category for Best Supporting Actress, playing the classic role of Anita in West Side Story. And history is going to repeat itself when Ariana DeBose wins this award for playing the same character in the same film. This, of course, is Steven Spielberg's presentation of West Side Story. She's received wonderful reviews, a great performance, a great role, a lot of energy, a lot of electricity to the performance. She, too, has swept all the precursors. Golden Globe, Critics' Choice, Screen Actors Guild Award, British Academy Award. West Side Story is a strong Best Picture nominee with 7 nominations, and it's likely to lose in the top categories. No Best Picture, no Best Director. This is its best chance to win in a major category, so Ariana DeBose gets it. It'll be a great night for her, and I think a real star-making moment, so something to watch out for.
Now, some would say that this is Kirsten Dunst's moment. You don't think that's going to happen?
You know, I'm afraid not. This is her first nomination. She's had a great career. Remember her breakout performance in 1994's Interview with a Vampire. She got a kiss Brad Pitt on screen, and she's been working steadily ever since. Her first nomination, good performance, but not quite strong enough. And again, all the precursors have gone to Ariana DeBose, so it's highly unlikely that we'll see any kind of surprise in this category.
All right, Tariq, let's get into some of the other male acting categories we have, the best acting categories. Actor in a leading role here, Javier Bardem in Being the Ricardos, Benedict Cumberbatch in The Power of the Dog, Andrew Garfield, Tick, Tick, Boom, Will Smith, King Richard, and Denzel Washington, The Tragedy of Macbeth. That is a powerhouse of a list of nominees there in the Best Actor category. It's really hard to pick. Who do you think?
Okay, well, I tell you what, before I say the name, he's one of the biggest stars in the world. He's battled aliens, cowboys, robots. He's a legend, if you know what I mean. The question here is, can Will Smith finally become an Oscar winner? This is his third nomination. He's never won. His first bid came 20 years ago for playing the title role in Ali. He was nominated again 5 years later for The Pursuit of Happiness. And I dare say that finally his pursuit of Oscar will be successful when he accepts the statuette for his performance in King Richard. Rapturous reviews. He's just fantastic. He plays the father of tennis legends Venus and Serena Williams in the picture, and best reviews of his career. He's swept all the precursors, the Golden Globe, Critics' Choice, Screen Actors Guild. He even beat out hometown favorite Benedict Cumberbatch at the recent British Academy Awards. That's a pretty good sign. King Richard, it's a strong Best Picture contender, 6 nominations, including categories like Original Screenplay, Film Editing, Song, Supporting Actress. This is its best chance to win a major category. So Will Smith, I think I'm pretty confident here that he will walk away with the Academy Award. It's a moment, a long time in the making, a wonderful career he's had, and Will Smith, a legend, will become an Oscar-winning legend. So congratulations to Mr. Smith.
And there are some actors in the category there who have already won the Golden Statuette. Isn't that right?
That's right. Of course, Denzel Washington, who actually beat out Will Smith 20 years ago when he went for Training Day over Will Smith and Ali. He has 2 Oscars for both Glory and Training Day. This is actually his 9th nomination. He's been in pursuit of that 3rd Oscar, but looks like this will not be his year. And he'll be happy, though, to see his friend Will Smith accept the statuette. Just a great performance.
All right, let's get into the Best Actress category here. In a leading role, some really powerhouse performances there. Jessica Chastain, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. Olivia Colman, again, The Lost Daughter. Penelope Cruz in The Parallel Mothers. Nicole Kidman being The Ricardos. And Kristen Stewart in Spencer. What powerhouse performances there, and especially Olivia Colman. It seems like she's always in this category every year, at least for the last several years.
That's right. This is Coleman's 3rd nomination in just 4 years. She pulled off a major shocker 4 years ago when she won for The Favorite, beating out The Favorite Glenn Close in The Wife. That was, again, one of the biggest upsets in recent memory. I dare say, though, at this point now, she looks like she can probably sit this one out. But again, like you said, Andrew, there are some big names playing some big roles. We have Nicole Kidman as Lucille Ball in Being the Ricardos, Kristen Stewart as Lady Diana in Spencer, and, of course, Jessica Chastain playing the title role in The Eyes of Tammy Faye as the late Tammy Faye Baker Mesner. Andrew, I'm going to give you a bit of scoop. If our viewers here read my annual Oscar predictions article on FoxNews.com, I read that this was likely a Chastain's award to lose. Terrific performance. It's a classic Oscar role. She's playing the role of person. She's physically performed on screen. She won the Screen Actors Guild Award. She's a great actress. Her 3rd nomination, never won. But something's happened in recent days. We've been polling Oscar voters, myself and other Oscar pundits, and we're hearing a lot of support for Penelope Cruz in Parallel Mothers. It's, of course, a foreign language film from acclaimed director Pedro Almodovar. He's, of course, beloved in the film industry. And it seems like there's always one big surprise to the Oscars in an acting category. And with the other categories, I think, sewn up here, I think Best Actress could be the place. Again, Chastain is the odds-on favorite, but I think we're going to see a big shocker when Penelope Cruz, when her name is called out and she accepts the Oscar for Best Actress in Parallel Mothers. It'll be a really wild moment, but I think one which might happen. So stick around for the end of the show because that's something to watch out for.
Now, Tarek, let's talk about the show itself before we get into the Best Picture category, because we know that they will not be reading out on the live telecast some of the other categories that might not be as, highly anticipated or well known. What do you think of, what's your opinion on that? Do you think that's a mistake, especially for movie lovers everywhere? Why did they do that this year?
Andrew, I'm so glad that you asked that because every movie fan in the world has been asking that question. This is the Oscars. There's 23 categories. It's a tradition to present all of them on the show, and there are 8 categories that won't be on. Now, that includes the shorts, live-action short film, animated short film, documentary short subject. I know not much interest there, but they're also presenting categories before the show in important fields like production design, sound, score, film editing. I mean, what movie can be done without a film editor, right? But they won't have their proper moment in the sun. And many people in the industry have criticized this decision. Steven Spielberg himself said this was the wrong move to make. They did it in an effort in order to, I think, shorten the show, make it more appealing to viewers. But unfortunately, they've actually alienated a lot of Oscar's biggest fans. Some say they're going to boycott the show, not watch it at all. And the show, meanwhile, they're putting in other things that aren't really necessary. Like there was a presentation, performance of the song from Encanto, We Need to Talk About Bruno. I mean, a great song, but it's not even nominated. So why put in something that's not even a contender and take out the awards when the show is the Academy Awards? So I feel like it's a mistake. Most people in the industry feel like it's a mistake, and I hope that they learn their lesson this year when it backfires, and next year we get the full show and all 23 awards like we're used to.
Yeah, and Tarek, speaking of something they kind of go back and forth on as well, and that is the number of movies that are up for Best Picture. Some years it's 5, some years it's 8. For the past several years, it's been 10 movies in the Best Picture category. And we can get into kind of the rhyme or reason why they do that, but let's talk about them. Right now, we're going to put them up on the screen. 10 of them. So we have Belfast, Coda, Don't Look Up, Drive My Car, Dune, West Side Story, The Power of the Dog, Nightmare Alley, Licorice Pizza, and King Richard as well. So that's a lot to choose from, but of course, there is one that has been sweeping up award season.
That's right. And let me ask you this. What film are you referring to? I just want to be certain we're on the same page here. So what film are you talking about?
Oh, sure. I'm talking about The Power of the Dog.
That's right. Okay, very good. The Power of the Dog has been doing very well this award season. It won the Golden Globe Award, won the Critics' Choice Award, won the British Academy Award, and until about 2 weeks ago, it was widely seen as the Oscar favorite, probably unbeatable for Best Picture of the Year. But something has happened very quickly. The film Coda, which just has 3 nominations. The Power of the Dog has 12. Coda won the Screen Actors Guild Award for Best Cast in a Motion Picture. It then won the Writers Guild Award for Best Original Screenplay. And then in a major upset last weekend, it won the Producers Guild of America Award for Best Picture of the Year. That's often seen as a very good bellwether for the Oscar for Best Picture. And in the past week, the odds have dramatically shifted from The Power of the Dog to Coda. On the website Gold Jury, which tracks the awards, they have numerous experts, including myself, and now the overwhelming majority of the experts are predicting Coda to win the Best Picture Oscar. It's really crazy. But Andrew, I should caution you that people should actually not expect that to happen. Again, Coda has just 3 nominations, and importantly, no directing nomination and no film editing nomination. And in Oscar history, since the editing category has been introduced, no film has ever won Best Picture without nominations in both directing and editing. So that's a big hurdle to overcome. And also, you know, The Power of the Dog has 12 nominations. Coda has 3. They use a preferential ballot. So it's the film that has the most high-ranking votes across the board. We have to assume with 12 nominations in all the key categories, I mean, directing, writing, acting, screenwriting, all the various technical categories as well, The Power of the Dog will outpower Coda on the preferential ballot and do better. And in Oscar history, no film with a 9 nomination deficit, which Coda has ever won the Best Picture Oscar. So again, the odds in favor made here right now is Coda, but again, I think Power of the Dog has gone from underdog and will become top dog when it accepts the Oscar for Best Picture of 2021. Again, it's a cliffhanger. Most people will say Coda, but I do think it's Power of the Dog.
You have such deep institutional knowledge and history of the Oscars. We know last year, Tarek, was so different because of the pandemic. There was no host. The nominees were in masks. And frankly, and this is my opinion, I thought the performance and the telecast was really disjointed. What are we going to expect on Sunday night? We know that it will be a full house, I presume. We won't see masks, I don't think. And there will be 3 hosts. And who are they?
That's right. 3 hosts. For the past 2 years, the show has been without a host. This year, they have a combination of actors Regina Hall, Wanda Sykes, and Amy Schumer. I mean, 2 of those are really best known for their work as comedians, but have done films as well. And I think it was an effort to sort of shake things up, do something different, attract, a younger audience. And, we'll see how it goes. They're all very talented women, all very, very funny. If the writing is good, I think the chemistry could be there. And, it could be a, really, really fun show. So I'm looking forward to them. Wish them the best of luck. Although I must say that I'm kind of a fan of like the classic Oscar hosts, Bob Hope and Billy Crystal, even Steve Martin. I think they all did, great jobs as sort of having fun with the audience. But I want to give them a chance. And, there's a lot of concern that the Oscar ratings keep going down. I dare say that given the contenders this year, there's so many indie films. There's no big films like, a Titanic or films like, The Godfather, Schindler's List, big, massive hits that have done well in the years past. So with films like Power of the Dog and Belfast and Coda, not much reason for people to really tune in who haven't seen the movies. But again, I think it should be an okay show. Definitely improvement from last year. I know that's not saying much. And again, hopefully these three young women will do well, and they'll make the most of the show and the best it can possibly be. So fingers crossed for them and all of us watching.
All right, Tara Khan, we always appreciate it. I've only made my way, I think now I was counting through 4 of the 10 Best Picture nominees. So I have my work cut out for me this weekend. But as always, we'll talk to you again. Thanks, Tara.
Andrew, thanks so much, sir.
A great preview right there with our very own Andrew Kraft. Hopefully you'll be watching the Oscars this weekend. I know we will be. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on this Friday evening. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. A live look from the White House. President Biden in Poland and set to meet with Ukrainian refugees prior to his address tomorrow. This comes as a civilian death toll in Ukraine rises by the day and refugees continue to pour into NATO and European Union countries. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams in Brussels with details.
President Biden on the ground in Poland assessing the growing refugee crisis. The number of refugees who have entered Poland from Ukraine surpassing 2 million this week. President Biden now vowing to provide assistance.
We do not call them refugees. They are our guests, our brothers, our neighbors from Ukraine who today are in a very difficult situation where 12 million people have fled their houses.
On Friday, President Biden visited with service members from the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division, stationed in Poland. The troops are there to bolster security along NATO's eastern flank. Thousands of additional troops have been deployed to the region in response to continued Russian aggression in Ukraine.
We've got 100,000 American forces here in Europe. We haven't had that in a long, long time.
And the White House announcing a task force aimed at reducing Europe's dependence on Russian energy. In Brussels, several EU members met with Biden to discuss the heightened energy crunch fueled by this war.
So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable.
Today, we've agreed on a joint game plan toward that goal while accelerating our progress toward a secure, clean energy future.
President Biden will meet with Ukrainian refugees on the ground before delivering a major address in Warsaw on Saturday. In Brussels, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And we'll be taking that address live tomorrow here on Live Now from Fox as our Orlando team kind of takes you through all of the events of the day coming up through the weekend. We want to go back into that full press conference, though, with the president of the European Commission there, and then also President Biden talking about this joint agreement on energy policies amid the war.
A new groundbreaking initiative between the European Union and the United States. First, we're coming together to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy. Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used it. He's used the profits to drive his war machine. And that's why earlier this month I announced the United States would ban all imports of Russian energy to make it clear that the American people would not be part of subsidizing Putin's brutal, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine. At the time, I noted that we were able to take these steps when others could not because the United States is a net exporter of energy with a strong domestic industry. And the United States welcomed the European Union's powerful statement earlier this month, committing to rapidly reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Today, we've agreed on a joint game plan toward that goal while accelerating our progress toward a secure, clean energy future. This initiative focuses on two core issues. One, helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas as quickly as possible. And secondly, reducing Europe's demand for gas overall. To address the first point, the United States, together with our international partners, we're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue it buying Russian gas well before 2030, it will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030. To accomplish this, the European Commission is going to work with the member states to store gas across the continent, to build more infrastructure to receive LNG, and to take steps to increase the efficiency of gas. This build-out will occur in a way that is consistent with, not in conflict with, the net zero climate goal that we're shooting for. It's going to take some time to adjust gas supply chains and infrastructure that is built the last decade, for the last decade. So we're going to have to make sure that families in Europe can get through this winter and the next while we're building an infrastructure for a diversified, resilient, and clean energy future. At the same time, this crisis also presents an opportunity. It's a catalyst that will drive the investments we need to double down on our clean energy goals and accelerate progress toward our net zero emissions future. That's what the second part of this initiative is all about. The United States and the European Union are going to work together to take concrete measures to reduce dependence on natural gas, period, and to maximize the availability and use of renewable energy. We're going to accelerate widespread adoption of energy-efficient technologies and equipment like smart thermostats, work to electrify heating systems all across Europe. We're going to invest in innovative solutions and technologies to make the switch from fossil fuels. And together, we'll advance the use of clean and renewable hydrogen to reduce our carbon emissions. These steps will increase energy security, economic security, and national security. And we're going to stand up a joint task force to implement these changes and drive progress that will be co-chaired by representatives from the White House and the President of the European Union's team, the Commission's team. Madam President, I know that eliminating Russian gas will have costs for Europe, but it's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, it's going to put us on a much stronger strategic footing. And I'm proud to announce that we've also reached another major breakthrough in transatlantic data flows. Privacy and security are key elements of my digital agenda. And today, we've agreed to unprecedented protections for data privacy and security for our citizens. This new arrangement will enhance the Privacy Shield framework, promote growth and innovation in Europe and the United States, and help companies, both small and large, compete in the digital economy. Just as we did when we resolved the Boeing-Airbus dispute and lifted the steel and aluminum tariffs, the United States and the EU are finding creative new approaches to knit our economies and our people closer together, grounded on shared values. This framework underscores our shared commitment to privacy, to data protection, and to the rule of law. And it's going to allow the European Commission to once again authorize transatlantic data flows that help facilitate $7.1 trillion in economic relationships with the EU. So thank you again, Madam President, for your personal friendship, for your partnership, and above all, your leadership. All of this is bringing the European Union and the United States even closer together, and that's a win for all of us. So I thank you all, and I'm now going to yield the podium to the President. Let me pull this out. I earn my salary here. Is it out enough? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, dear Joe, your presence here in Brussels this week at the NATO summit, at the G7 and at our European Council sends a very powerful message to the world. The transatlantic partnership stands stronger and more united than ever. And we are determined to stand up against Russia's brutal war. This war will be a strategic failure for Putin. Our cooperation on the 4 successive waves of sanctions against Russia has been extraordinary and exceptional. The sanctions are now working their way deep into the Russian system, draining Putin's resources to finance this atrocious war. Our work on sanctions also shows that when we act together, we're stronger and we really can make a difference. And we are continuing to reinforce our cooperation in many strategic ways, on humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine, on energy, on fighting the threats against our democracies, on solving outstanding issues in the EU-US cooperation, including in data protection and privacy. In a world faced with disorder, our transatlantic unity upholds fundamental values and rules that our citizens believe in. Let me focus first on refugees. Until now, around 3.5 million people have left Ukraine, half of them children. Every second refugee is a child. And the numbers will keep rising. So together, we are mobilizing massive resources to support those displaced by the conflict, be it in Ukraine or in the neighboring countries. Just this week, for example, I announced that the European Union will allocate an extra 3.4 billion euros for this purpose, and more will come. This demonstrates our deep support for Ukraine and its citizens. And I want to tell the American people how grateful Europe is for their unwavering support. This support also extends to strengthening Europe's energy security and independence from Russian fossil fuels. As you know, we aim to reduce this dependency on Russian fossil fuels and to get rid of it. And this can only be achieved through, of course, first of all, investment in renewables, but also through additional gas supplies, including LNG deliveries. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable. And therefore, the US commitment to provide the European Union with additional at least 15 billion cubic meters of LNG this year is a big step in this direction, because this will replace the LNG supply we currently receive from Russia. And looking ahead, the United States and Europe will ensure stable demand and supply for additional at least 50 billion cubic meter of US LNG until 2030. And if we look at that, this amount, 50 BCM per year, is replacing 1/3 already of the Russian gas going to Europe today. So we are right on track now to diversify away from Russian gas and towards our friends and partners, reliable and trustworthy suppliers. We need to secure our supplies not just for next winter, but also for the years ahead. And this is an important, a big starting point to do that. Our partnership aims to sustain us through this war, to work on our independence from Russian fossil fuels, but it also focuses on building a greener future with climate neutrality. We will work together also with our energy-intensive industry. And the good news is that the infrastructure that we use for gas today can be used for clean hydrogen in the future. So this investment we are doing right now is also an investment in the decarbonizing of our economy. The cooperation shows the power of our democracies. I particularly welcome that we will step up our respective action on strengthening democracies, the rule of law, the freedom of media in the world, and we also need to continue adapting our own democracies to a changing world. This is particularly true when it comes to digitalization, in which the protection of personal data and privacy has become so crucial. And therefore, I'm very pleased that we have found an agreement in principle on a new framework for transatlantic data flows. This will enable predictable and trustworthy data flows between the EU and US, safeguarding privacy and civil liberties. And I really want to thank Commissioner Reinders and Secretary Raimondo for their tireless efforts over the past month to finish a balanced and effective solution. This is another step in our strengthening our partnership. We managed to balance security and the right to privacy and data protection. Mr. President, dear Joe, Putin is trying to turn back the clock to another era, an era of brutal use of force, of power politics, of spheres of influence and internal repression. I am confident he will fail. We are working together to forge a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future. And I know we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, President Biden there with the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen talking about this agreement in principle that they have struck on the nature of gas and oil and natural energy consumption there in Europe. Remember, that was one of the major kind of consequential items of relying so heavily on Russian natural gas and energy. It looks like we'll see what happens with this agreement on principle. Joining me now to discuss all of this, including the president's visit, including the latest in the war in Ukraine, national security expert Hal Kempfer on this Friday night. Hal, we've made it yet another week. We're a month into this invasion. I thought that was interesting today that the United States announcing this deal to increase shipments of natural gas to help wean Europe off of Russian energy. Also to note, Germany set an ambitious goal of halving its imports of Russian oil and coal this year and freeing itself from its dependence on Russian natural gas by the middle of 2024. So this is on the minds of many European leaders, all the more urgent now a month into this invasion.
Andrew, it is on their minds. They've been talking about this. Of course, if you look at the actual numbers, you talk increasing liquefied natural gas or LNG, it's really not enough to make up the deficit the thing that with Europe is they get about 22% of their natural LNG through liquefied natural gas. They get close to about 34%, sometimes a little higher, sometimes a little less from Russia. So you could literally double the amount of liquefied natural gas that Europe gets, and it's still, you would have a healthy deficit in terms of demand. So that's a real problem. And where does the LNG come from? Well, some of it comes from the U.S. To do that, we're going to have to increase the amount of natural gas that we pull out of the ground. That's going to be quite a bit of work. And that's going to bring up issues tied to fracking. It's going to raise environmental concerns. The other way is you can bring from other places energy, say the Persian Gulf, but also Australia and to a lesser extent, Indonesia. Although I will say that a lot of the LNG out of Indonesia is kind of spoken for in the Pacific, but Australia actually increase the LNG that they produce. But you have to look at the map to just see how far they have to move that liquefied natural gas to get to Europe. And so we're having to now, we're having to go around the Horn of Africa, and that's a lot of travel. That's a lot of potential choke points that they have to go through. And this war could go another direction. So these are all things they have to consider. The short LNG, it's great. I'm glad to see them talk about producing more. They have to increase the size and scope of the terminals in Europe and the U.S. in order to support it. But it's not something you can just turn with a sudden gap filler.
Yeah, and Hal, I think a turnaround or turnabout, if you will, is the word there, because remember, in the first week of the war, this was not on the table at all, and so they really have come around, especially Germany. Okay, let's not focus on Europe right now. We know President Biden will be meeting with Polish leaders yet again tomorrow, also meeting with Ukrainian refugees. But let's talk about Putin. Let's talk about what's going on in his inner circle. We learned today in an address on Russian state TV that they are reframing their goals in Ukraine. And this is maybe an attempt, probably an attempt, to allow Vladimir Putin to claim some type of face-saving victory, since things are clearly not going his way, and because they have suffered such setbacks. And so what do you think he means by this? How will they do that? And is this just pure Putin propaganda?
I would say more of the latter. It's some very interesting sophistry. To turn around, they're completely bogged down. Their forces are not on the offensive. They don't have enough forces to accomplish their mission. So then after a month, they turn around and say, oh, we've completed phase one. The infamous phase one that nobody knew about, that was nothing that they articulated at the beginning of the crisis, but that famous phase one, which was to secure Donbass, which they have not done. And I'm not quite sure what they were alluding to in Crimea, since they were already in Crimea. But that's the phase one. Now, this would give them the opportunity to pull back forces. They could pull back their forces out of Ukraine if they so desired. They could pull back forces to consolidate the Donbass region. They would still have to do some more fighting because they don't control all the terrain that they claim was in phase one. But that would be something they could do. And that would be something that actually Putin could do that unilaterally if he wanted to do that. But they also claim they're moving on to the next phase. And so we're going to have to see what this is. But it was really just something they made up. And it was obviously face-saving.
Yeah, and Hal, just from the Russia Defense Ministry, they say the first stage of the operation had been, quote, mainly accomplished. They said Ukraine's combat capabilities were, quote, significantly reduced. And so let's talk about some prominent people in Russia, members of the Ministry of Defense, members who lead the Russian Central Bank. We got this report today that the Russian Defense Minister, Sergei Shoigu, had a heart attack and that's why he hasn't appeared at events since the middle of the month. That's according to the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. We also got word as well this week. The head of the Russian central bank wanted to resign. Putin wouldn't let her. All the reforms she has made in the last 15 years of Russia's economy out the window in a month's time. What can we divine from this? What can we make of this?
Well, when I saw the information on the heart attack today, I was kind of curious if there wasn't a heart anomaly about 9 millimeter in size. I don't know what that is. I would seriously doubt that he's had a heart attack. He was a political hack. He was not a military. He had very little, almost no military background. He was a political hack. He was put in there, but he was very trusted by Putin. And this thing has been a calamity. I will say it again because I said last night. No one figure out who the supreme or who the campaign or the singular military commander is for the Ukraine campaign. I've never seen something like this where you couldn't figure out who was in charge of a military campaign. It violates the concept of unified command. When they went in there, they went on different, appear to be 5 different disorganized attacks or 5 different separate independent, almost semi-independent campaigns that took place. So they violated the concept of mass. Their communication system completely broke down. Their logistics wasn't built to support the campaign they were going into. I could just go on and on and on about what a failure this is. Ultimately, it has to land somewhere. And so Putin takes it on and says, this was my screw up, I did this, which is not what Putin's going to do. Or he has to blame someone. And he doesn't want to have to publicly blame the person below him, probably most responsible. A, quote, heart attack or some other serious health problem would make sense. And that is a time-honored tradition that when someone is in deep political trouble, that a serious health condition suddenly appears. Now, the question will be whether he will survive a supposed heart attack. That'll be something to be, but he's been out of sight. You know, no one's seen him since March 11th. And that's kind of where, you know, I'm wondering if he's, but that's what's out today.
All right, Hal Kempfer, thank you so much. We're going to stick around here. We're going to take a quick commercial. We have some breaking news as well, so we might have to get to because we are tracking this police chase at the moment in the Los Angeles area. And so if we get any more details, you can see there that police car trying to pull over this white SUV that is taking police on quite a ride. This is on the I-5 there, the Santa Ana Freeway. So we'll be tracking this. We'll see if they actually do get the white SUV to pull over. But if they do, we'll bring that to you here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to bring Hal Kempfer back in. There's a lot more to discuss with the Russia-Ukraine situation. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. Thanks for being with us. I'm Andrew Kraft. Of course, we are still monitoring this police chase there in Los Angeles. They are after that white car right there. We're still working to get details on what exactly this driver is escaping from, why he is being sought at the moment. We're going to keep this up, though. We're going to continue our conversation with national security expert Hal Kempfer on all things Russia and Ukraine. Hal, thanks for sticking with us. Sorry, we just had to get to that breaking news. We're going to put it up, though, for our viewers. You can see there. And so just to monitor that. But Hal, let's talk a little bit more about Vladimir Putin, about this speech that he gave as well to Russian state television, where he kind of lamented what the New York Times called a personal obsession, cancel culture, what we know in the West as cancel culture, bringing up J.K. Rowling, bringing up so many other things, saying that the West is busy canceling Russia, an entire 1,000-year-old country, our people. What say you about that? Because he was kind of echoing things we've heard in the United States.
Well, Andrew, you got to remember, he's a KGB officer. And what he does is he studies Western culture, Western media, Western political influence. And he literally was using Western terminology to tie into the anti-cancel culture movement and to use that language to try and build some sort of sympathy across the West. I thought it was rather a little bit ham-handed, if you will, in terms of how he did that. But he was basically using cancel culture and then talking about canceling out 1,000 years of Russian history, invoking J.K. Rowling. I mean, really what it is this is, I got to tell you, I think from my standpoint, looking at it from a operation standpoint, propaganda standpoint, to me, it looks a little bit desperate that they're just kind of grasping at things that they could throw out there in hopes of somehow turning back the delegitimization of Russia and certainly of him as a world leader that this Ukraine war has incurred. I mean, it's not a question. I mean, at the beginning, before the invasion, we talked about he would become a pariah, that Russia would become a pariah. That's not a question. I don't think there is a bigger pariah state on the international scene today than Russia. And certainly, I don't think there's any leader out there who is more, reviled, hated across the world, across certainly the Western countries than Putin now. I mean, by comparison, Kim Jong-un with his little, I don't know what that was, rock video or whatever he put together today where he tried to tell Tom, he looked more reasonable than Putin's been looking. And this is Kim Jong-un. So he was trying to use some Western language to turn things around. I just don't think it worked.
Yeah, and that is saying something, Hal. I just want a last point to make, because territory is coming back into Ukrainian hands. And we got the word today that Russian forces no longer have full control of Kherson. It's the first major Ukrainian city that Putin's forces managed to capture as part of his invasion. So we see that the territory, parts of the city, are back in Ukrainian hands. Now, there is a distinction, Hal, between, full Ukrainian control, quasi-Ukrainian control, and vice versa on the Russian part. What do you make of this advance?
I call it bad for, if you're Russian in Kherson, it's really bad. What there was today was there were some reports that there were still Russian units operating downtown, and apparently in a way that may have been nonchalant, although this was coming from citizens that are in Kherson who had seen Russian troops, armed Russian troops operating there. What's very clear is that Russia no longer controls Kherson. Ukrainian forces are in the city. It also goes back to something we talked about before. It's one thing to go in and take some place. It's another thing to hold on to it or occupy it. That's what Russia's running into. It's the same problem they had before the invasion began. They don't have enough troops. They don't have enough forces. So they go in there and this is the first sizable city that they had, quote, taken or liberated, as they would think. And as it's turned out, that one has been pushed back. The other thing too, which is really critical, by neutralizing Kherson as a Russian possession, if you will, and pushing them back, they also have pushed back any opportunity that Russia has to move over to Odessa. And Odessa, third largest city, the most strategic port for Ukraine on the Black Sea, and they're getting no closer. That also ties in with what we just saw with the Russian amphibious ship that was taken out by a Ukrainian missile. Not only took out the missile, but caused tremendous damage to the port. And there are reports, I can't really tell from looking at the pictures, but there were reports that there was another amphibious ship right next to it that was severely damaged. Of course, then you saw the other two ships immediately get underway to get out of the port area, because as we can see from the explosion, there's lots of secondaries. So it wasn't just they hit a ship, they also hit a lot of ammunition that was either on the ship or near the ship. So what that tells you is Russia has a vastly diminished amphibious lift capability. So they can't get to Odessa by land. They need land in that land advance in order to link up with potential amphibious forces. Now there's a question if they can even lift enough amphibious forces to get them in there, if that was to happen. In other words, Russia's third largest city is looking safer today. Ukraine's third largest city is safer today. Ukraine's largest city, Kyiv, they've been pushing back to the west. They've been pushing back to the east. They have basically caught a very large force, about 10,000 troops, a good chunk of a combined arms army, between two converging Ukrainian forces, and they may cut them off. And there was even discussion today that they are taking a lot of Russians prisoners of war. If they completely encircle and cut them off, that they could potentially run out of ammo, or units could start surrendering en masse. This is a real reverse in terms of where things were a few weeks ago. So I would say there's a lot of things today that bode well for Ukraine.
All right, as always, Hal Kemper, we appreciate your expertise as we go into the weekend and into next week with Putin's war into Ukraine. We'll be providing more and more headlines and updates and developments here on Live Now from Fox, and we thank you. Have a good weekend, Hal.
Thank you, Andrew. You too.
All right, right now we do want to take a quick commercial break. Just wanted to update you, though, on our colleague, Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall. We got some word today about his status and his condition. According to Fox News Media CEO Suzanne Scott, she says Ben Hall, wounded in a Ukraine attack that killed two of his colleagues, has been transferred from Germany to a Fort Sam Houston hospital in Texas as he recovers from his serious injuries after multiple surgeries. Wishing him a swift recovery. That was Media Buzz's Howard Kurtz. We'll be back in 2 minutes with more, including what's going on with this police chase there in Orange County. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. Bottom of the hour here, 8:30 in Phoenix, Arizona, 8:30 there in Orange County as we are following California Highway Patrol as they pursue this white Chevy Tahoe tonight. And you can see there many more cruisers are in pursuit of this. We were only seeing one a little bit ago, minutes ago. Now we're seeing multiple. So we're trying to figure out exactly what this driver is evading capture for, what he's being sought for. I'm being joined as well in the studio with my colleague Daytona Everett to walk us through a police chase. We haven't had one of these in a while. Daytona, of course, they always emanate from Southern California, but each chase has a different hallmark. There are different similarities and differences between each and every chase, but traffic looks to be busy. It's a little bit after 8:30, and so Skyfox is overhead, and this driver is driving really erratically.
Yeah, so when you were talking to Hal, I was just watching the police chase and kind of monitoring it and seeing how fast this driver is going. Like you said, we don't know what this driver is wanted for at this time, if they are in possession of a weapon or anything along those lines, but they're hitting 100 miles per hour. That's kind of what they're peaking at, staying within the 90 mile per hour range here. And there's just been one officer after another that has tacked on to this police chase as they're heading down what I believe is coming up on exit 91 towards Laguna Hills. This is in the Orange County area. As we know, it can go from one jurisdiction to the next in circumstances like this, especially driving at such fast speeds here. Mind you, it is a Friday night in California, likely a busy night, and they could come up on traffic here soon. But again, this is a Chevy Tahoe that they're in pursuit of.
Daytona, just noticed this, no lights are on the Tahoe right now at all. Of course, it's nighttime, also very dangerous for other drivers on the road. Every chase is, they might not know what's going on, but that is particularly dangerous on the I-5 there with no headlights, no taillights, nothing.
Yeah, that's right. So, no headlights, no taillights.
I'm seeing that correctly, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. And obviously dangerous for all of these other drivers on the road. That's always the first concern for these police officers. I believe it's CHP that is on it right now, not LA County or anything, no sheriff's officers, but CHP with their sirens on, with their lights on, trying to alert other drivers of what's going on here and probably light them up too so that people can even see what's going on. As I said, 100 miles per hour, that's what we're seeing this driver kind of topping out at, and not sure how many people are inside of the car. That's always a concern, is if there's any passengers. It's a large Chevy Tahoe, so multiple people could be inside. I believe probably, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I mean, several people can fit into that car.
Right.
And they are on the I-5 South, which is a somewhat busy interstate there in Southern California and Orange County.
Especially on a Friday night, like you mentioned, and doesn't show any signs of letting up at the moment. Sometimes these reckless drivers in these chases, they get off the exit and then take police through, side streets, residential areas, commercial districts. This white Chevy Tahoe staying on the freeway, getting very, very close to some of the other vehicles there as well, almost sideswiping some of them, although no contact has been made, thankfully, with any other cars. But I still keep honing in on the fact that no lights are on in that car. We also, like you said, that's a good point, we don't know how many people are in the truck as well. Could it just be the one driver? Could he have a passenger? Could he have a weapon? Is it a male? Is it a female? We don't have those details just yet. And you're right, this is getting upwards of 100 miles per hour. So it does remain to be seen on if he'll keep this to the freeway or get off one of the exits. So right now we are monitoring this police pursuit. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I'm Andrew Kraft, being joined by Daytona Everett in the newsroom. We'll hopefully get more details on this in the next couple of minutes. Stay right here.
Once again, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I'm Daytona Everett, joined by Andrew Kraft here on this Friday evening as we are heading into the 9 o'clock hour. It's 8:37 here in Phoenix, 8:37 also out there in Southern California. We are watching this police pursuit of a Chevy Tahoe. We believe California Highway Patrol is on this right now, and it seems like our chopper may be backing off of the pursuit a little bit. As they zoom back in, we can see more officers that have joined the chase here, picking up in speeds. Obviously, that speed incorrect, 670 miles per hour as our Skyfox gets kind of recalibrated here. This is a Chevy Tahoe, as we said. Unfortunately, front and back lights off for these other drivers that are on the freeway. This is the I-5 freeway, the San Diego freeway. As people are out on the roads, you can see the backed up traffic on the opposite side. Not sure if they're closing off some of these freeways because of this police pursuit. It's been going on, Andrew, for probably the last 20 minutes at least. That's when our chopper kind of got to the scene and was able to start checking it out. But it's tough to see the Chevy Tahoe right now because, like you said, like you pointed out, lights off, which is a danger for all of the other drivers.
Yeah, it looks like Skyfox zooming out there, but you kind of got a glimpse of the number of police cruisers in pursuit, and we cover so many of these chases, but there was a lot of police cars following this. So I was struck by that fact. At least 6, 7, 8 from what I could tell, but we know it's nighttime. We know it's kind of blurry and the visibility is not so great, but it looks like they are focusing back on the chase here. Scant details at the moment as this Chevy Tahoe takes police from CHP on quite a wild ride there on the I-5 south towards San Diego. This is in Orange County. You saw, Daytona, all the traffic going the opposite direction, northbound. Not much traffic southbound, so it seems like the lanes are free to kind of maneuver all around for this driver. Thankfully, that is a good sign since there are no other drivers in proximity because it's a danger to them. But still, not good for the police since they can't really attempt any pit maneuvers or the like when the car is at those speeds.
Yeah, and it does look like our chopper is backing off of this chase here. So unfortunately, we might lose them on this case. But as we've said before, officers, their main priority is to keep the other drivers on the freeway safe on this Friday because it's going to be busy out there. And when they're driving at erratic speeds like that, you just never know what can happen. So it looks like our teams are backing off as well.
Yeah, it also looks like there's some decent cloud cover, also making it somewhat difficult to get a good view of the chase itself. I'm Andrew Kraft. If we do get a better visual of that police chase, we'll bring it to you here live, hopefully see the culmination of it. Hopefully it's safe. But let's head out to a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with more in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Let's head out now to Everett, Washington, just outside Seattle. The Everett police losing one of their own tonight, killed in the line of duty. We're going to get an update from the public information officer about what exactly happened.
Yes, Courtney, last name O''K''E''E''F''E. Around 2 p.m. this afternoon, an Everett police officer contacted an adult male in the Starbucks parking lot on Broadway. During that contact, an altercation occurred, and the suspect fired a gun several times, fatally striking the officer. The suspect then fled the scene, and he was located in Everett by Everett police officers. A pursuit was initiated, and it ended in a collision at 35th and Rucker. Multiple vehicles were involved in that collision. No injuries occurred. The suspect was taken into custody without incident, and he was transported to the hospital with minor injuries. The suspect has been identified as a 50-year-old male, and he is currently at the hospital, but is expected to be released and booked into the Snohomish County Jail.
Where is he from? What city?
I don't have his hometown at this time.
Do you know whether he used his own gun or did he use the officer's weapon?
Under investigation, I do not have that information at this time.
Do you know why the officer contacted him?
The officer contacted the adult male due to suspicious activity.
Suspicious activity in the parking lot at Starbucks?
Yes.
And what can you tell us? You know the man is 50. Do you know anything about the suspect that would, other than that he was acting suspiciously? Is he known to police, to the sheriff's office, or to anyone else?
I don't have that information at this time.
All right. Well, tell us about the officer.
The officer has been identified as 41-year-old Dan Roca with the Everett Police Department. He's been with Everett Police Department since 2017.
And can you tell us the kind of officer he has been during that time?
I don't know Dan Roca. I'm with the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, but all information related to him will come from Everett PD.
Well, you are not in Everett. You're not with the Everett Police Department, but you are with a police agency. How are people feeling? You know, just today you were covering the funeral for Don Collada up in Pierce County, down in Pierce County, and now here we are with an officer killed again.
It's absolutely tragic. It's devastating, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family and the Everett Police Department.
Was there anything that provoked, that caused this man to bring out a gun?
I don't know the circumstances surrounding that. I just know an altercation occurred involving the officer and the suspect. No other information at this time.
We're being told that the officer frequented this Starbucks. Do you know whether he was there just for a break?
That I don't know at this time. I do know that he served North Everett was his jurisdiction.
And he was on duty at the time?
He was, yes.
How did the police even find out about the shooting? How is it that they actually ended up catching this suspect?
I believe an officer call went out over the radio.
From the officer?
That I don't know.
But a help the officer came.
Yes.
And you said it was a crash in Rucker? That's where it occurred?
A multi-vehicle collision occurred at 35th and Rucker, and that is where the suspect was taken into custody.
What led to the collision? Was he speeding or on the wrong side, wrong lane? What led to that?
That I don't know. I know that Everett officers located the suspect vehicle, which was a dark blue Mini Cooper, and they initiated a pursuit. And I believe it ended in a intersection.
Were other agencies involved in that pursuit?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Only Everett PD?
Just Everett Police Department, yes.
This suspicious activity in the parking lot, how did that get reported?
That is unknown at this time. I don't know.
Courtney, we were hearing some reports from witnesses that the officer may have also been struck by the vehicle as well. Are you looking at that?
Yes, we do believe that as the suspect was fleeing from the scene, he also ran over the officer.
Do you think he deliberately ran over the officer? Is there an indication that it was a deliberate act?
I don't have that information at this time.
But you do know that he rolled over?
Yes.
Courtney, it might be too early to ask, but you said the officer died from the gunshot wounds. Do we know if Officer Roca was already dead when he was run over?
That information I don't have at this time.
Did you say that he died from the gunshot wounds? Or I asked only because usually the medical examiner tells us that.
Correct. That information will come from the medical examiner, but we do believe he was fatally struck by gunfire.
And that's what killed him. Okay.
I will leave that for the medical examiner to confirm.
Are you able to put a spelling of his name? I don't know if you need to do that.
R-O-C-H-A. First name Dan.
Well, you didn't know him, but I'm assuming there are people up there who knew him. Have they told you anything about him and how they're?
Right now, Everett police officers who were here at the scene, we're back at Everett Police Department's precinct, so they're not here at this time.
Only the SMART team now is investigating?
Correct.
Oh, I wanted to ask one other question, and maybe you said this. Did the officer shoot the suspect?
This suspect does not have any injuries, no.
He does not have any injuries?
No.
At all. And you know, we saw a lot of indications of casings. Do you know how many gunshots the shooter shot?
I don't know, but I do know it was multiple.
And you don't know how many hit the officer?
I don't.
Courtney, we're seeing some motorcycles. Do you know of any escorts that will be happening later on this evening with motorcade with us?
Yes, that will, when the officer is transported away from the scene, yes, there will be an escort.
Do you have a rough idea of when that might be?
When?
Yes, do you know when it might be?
We don't. Could be several hours.
It might not be before night.
Correct.
Is there any information on the suspect as far as history goes or anything like that?
I don't have any information at this time.
So the roads will remain closed for some time?
Yes, the roads are expected to remain closed. Probably, I'm guessing at least several hours, possibly into the early morning.
Is it known if Officer Roca fired his gun in the parking lot?
I do not have that information.
But you know that he did not strike the suspect?
Correct.
You said that he was taken to the hospital. If he wasn't injured, why was he taken?
I believe they initially thought he might have minor injuries, but he has been evaluated and he's going to be released here shortly, or is expected to be released here shortly.
And he will be booked into the jail?
Yes.
And what would he be booked on?
I don't have the charges at this time. I believe detectives are going to interview him when he's released.
So he may not be booked for some time?
Correct.
Well, is there anything else that we haven't asked that you...
Okay, so very sad news there in Everett, Washington tonight. We were hoping to speak with one of our reporters on the ground, and if there are any more updates throughout the weekend, we'll bring them to you. But just a tragic scene there outside of Seattle. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on this Friday night. We'll have more live coverage of top news and stories from around the country and across the world in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Just want to preview some things that we will be covering this weekend. Of course, all day tomorrow, President Biden will be in Poland. He'll be meeting with the Polish president, President Duda, yet again, and the mayor of Warsaw, in addition to meeting with Ukrainian refugees. Of course, President Biden and his administration has committed to welcoming in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. And we know that millions have fled since the war began over a month ago now. So we'll have that, and the president will be heading back to the United States late tomorrow night. Also, we'll have special coverage bringing on entertainment reporters, movie buffs, and the like, previewing the 94th Academy Awards to take place on Sunday. We'll be talking about what movies are nominated, what actors and actresses and directors are up for the Golden Statue. In the meantime, though, we want to head into some more of this politics news here. Hearing from President Biden as he was meeting with his European counterparts today, NATO allies and the like, announcing an agreement on principle for European countries to wean off Russian oil and natural gas. It's quite the commitment there. We'll see what comes of it. In the meantime, thanks for being with us this week. It's been a very busy week. If you want to learn more or follow all the things we do, don't forget you can visit our website, livenowfox.com, for all the latest. You can also visit us on Twitter and give us a follow. Our handle is @LiveNowFox. My handle, @Andrew Kraft as well. So we always have live coverage as well on the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern, because the news never stops, not even on the weekends, live, raw, and unfiltered. That's what we do here. For all of us here, have a good night. We'll head out now to President Biden in Europe from earlier today.
Union of the United States. First, we're coming together to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy. Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used it. He's used the profits to drive his war machine. And that's why earlier this month I announced the United States would ban all imports of Russian energy to make it clear that American people would not be part of subsidizing Putin's brutal, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine. At the time, I noted that we were able to take these steps when others could not because the United States is a net exporter of energy with a strong domestic industry. And the United States welcomed the European Union's powerful statement earlier this month, committing to rapidly reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Today, we've agreed on a joint game plan toward that goal, while accelerating our progress toward a secure, clean energy future. This initiative focuses on two core issues. One, helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas as quickly as possible. And secondly, reducing Europe's demand for gas overall. To address the first point, the United States, together with our international partners, we're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue it buying Russian gas well before 2030, it will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030. To accomplish this, the European Commission is going to work with the member states to store gas across the continent, to build more infrastructure to receive LNG, and to take steps to increase the efficiency of gas. This build-out will occur in a way that is consistent with, not in conflict with, the net zero climate goal that we're shooting for. It's going to take some time to adjust gas supply chains and infrastructure that is built the last decade, for the last decade. So we're going to have to make sure that families in Europe can get through this winter and the next while we're building an infrastructure for a diversified, resilient, and clean energy future. At the same time, this crisis also presents an opportunity. It's a catalyst that will drive the investments we need to double down on our clean energy goals and accelerate progress toward our net zero emissions future. That's what the second part of this initiative is all about. The United States and the European Union are going to work together to take concrete measures to reduce dependence on natural gas, period, and to maximize the availability and use of renewable energy. We're going to accelerate widespread adoption of energy-efficient technologies and equipment like smart thermostats, work to electrify heating systems all across Europe. We're going to invest in innovative solutions and technologies to make the switch from fossil fuels. And together, we'll advance the use of clean and renewable hydrogen to reduce our carbon emissions. These steps will increase energy security, economic security, and national security. And we're going to stand up a joint task force to implement these changes and drive progress that will be co-chaired by representatives from the White House and the President of the European Union's team, Commission's team. Madam President, I know that eliminating Russian gas will have costs for Europe, but it's not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, it's going to put us on a much stronger strategic footing. And I'm proud to announce that we've also reached another major breakthrough in transatlantic data flows. Privacy and security are key elements of my digital agenda. And today, we've agreed to unprecedented protections for data privacy and security for our citizens. This new arrangement will enhance the Privacy Shield framework, promote growth and innovation in Europe and the United States, and help companies, both small and large, compete in the digital economy. Just as we did when we resolved the Boeing-Airbus dispute and lifted the steel and aluminum tariffs, the United States and the EU are finding creative new approaches to knit our economies and our people closer together, grounded on shared values. This framework underscores our shared commitment to privacy, to data protection, and to the rule of law. And it's going to allow the European Commission to once again authorize transatlantic data flows that help facilitate $7.1 trillion in economic relationships with the EU. So thank you again, Madam President, for your personal friendship, for your partnership, and above all, your leadership. All of this is bringing the European Union and the United States even closer together, and that's a win for all of us. So I thank you all, and I'm now going to yield the podium to the President. Let me pull this out. I earn my salary here. Is it out enough? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, dear Joe, your presence here in Brussels this week at the NATO summit, at the G7 and at our European Council sends a very powerful message to the world. The transatlantic partnership stands stronger and more united than ever. And we are determined to stand up against Russia's brutal war. This war will be a strategic failure for Putin. Our cooperation on the 4 successive waves of sanctions against Russia has been extraordinary and exceptional. The sanctions are now working their way deep into the Russian system, draining Putin's resources to finance this atrocious war. Our work on sanctions also shows that when we act together, we're stronger and we really can make a difference. And we are continuing to reinforce our cooperation in many strategic ways, on humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine, on energy, on fighting the threats against our democracies, on solving outstanding issues in the EU-US cooperation, including in data protection and privacy. In a world faced with disorder, our transatlantic unity upholds fundamental values and rules that our citizens believe in. Let me focus first on refugees. Until now, around 3.5 million people have left Ukraine, half of them children. Every second refugee is a child. And the numbers will keep rising. So together, we are mobilizing massive resources to support those displaced by the conflict, be it in Ukraine or in the neighboring countries. Just this week, for example, I announced that the European Union will allocate an extra 3.4 billion euros for this purpose, and more will come. This demonstrates our deep support for Ukraine and its citizens. And I want to tell the American people how grateful Europe is for their unwavering support. This support also extends to strengthening Europe's energy security and independence from Russian fossil fuels. As you know, we aim to reduce this dependency on Russian fossil fuels and to get rid of it. And this can only be achieved through, of course, first of all, investment in renewables, but also through additional gas supplies, including LNG deliveries. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable. And therefore, the US commitment to provide the European Union with additional at least 15 billion cubic meters of LNG this year is a big step in this direction, because this will replace the LNG supply we currently receive from Russia. And looking ahead, the United States and Europe will ensure stable demand and supply for additional at least 50 billion cubic meter of US LNG until 2030. And if we look at that, this amount, 50 BCM per year, is replacing 1/3 already of the Russian gas going to Europe today. So we are right on track now to diversify away from Russian gas and towards our friends and partners, reliable and trustworthy suppliers. We need to secure our supplies not just for next winter, but also for the years ahead. And this is an important, a big starting point to do that. Our partnership aims to sustain us through this war, to work on our independence from Russian fossil fuels, but it also focuses on building a greener future with climate neutrality. We will work together also with our energy-intensive industry, and the good news is that the infrastructure that we use for gas today can be used for clean hydrogen in the future. So this investment we are doing right now is also an investment in the decarbonizing of our economy. The cooperation shows the power of our democracies. I particularly welcome that we will step up our respective action on strengthening democracies, the rule of law, the freedom of media in the world, and we also need to continue adapting our own democracies to a changing world. This is particularly true when it comes to digitalization, in which the protection of personal data and privacy has become so crucial. Therefore, I'm very pleased that we have found an agreement in principle on a new framework for transatlantic data flows. This will enable predictable and trustworthy data flows between the EU and US, safeguarding privacy and civil liberties. And I really want to thank Commissioner Reinders and Secretary Raimondo for their tireless efforts over the past month to finish a balanced and effective solution. This is another step in our strengthening our partnership. We managed to balance security and the right to privacy and data protection. Mr. President, dear Joe, Putin is trying to turn back the clock to another era, an era of brutal use of force, of power politics, of spheres of influence and internal repression. I am confident he will fail. We are working together to forge a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future. And I know we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. President, is Europe any
Working on task forces, as you know, for the last year. We put task forces together. Jim has freedoms of what America's been losing. Brian works on jobs and the economy, and Garrett's been leading it when it comes to energy and the environment. What I thought I'd do today, I'm going to start off talking a little bit about their task force, asking them a few questions about that, then we'd open it up, talk about more as we go. And Jim, you have so many different topics that you've been working on, but within your task forces, really you go out to the American public, and we see it day in and day out, the number of freedoms that people have been losing, but the fear of what they can lose in the future as well. If you give us a little update on where it's going, what people have fear from.
Yeah, I mean, I hear about it from constituents all the time, or as we travel, we hear about from Americans across the country. You think about it, I maybe said this the other day, but every single right we enjoy under the First Amendment has been assaulted over the last year. Until a few months ago, there were still some locations in the country where a full congregation couldn't meet on a Sunday morning. Your right to assemble, I always use the example, about a year ago I spoke to the New Mexico Republican Party in Amarillo, Texas, because they had to go to Texas to get the freedom to assemble because their Democrat governor wouldn't let them get together in their own darn state. And you can just go down the list. I still remember the moment when Jen Psaki stood at the White House. Think about your freedom of the press. You all should care about. We all should care about. Jen Psaki standing at the lectern in the White House press briefing room, and she is the press spokesperson for the President of the United States in the White House, considered the center of freedom. And she basically said this. She said, most Americans now get their news from social media platforms. We, the Biden administration, are working with these social media platforms to limit the information Americans get to see. And I'm like, wait, something doesn't seem right about this. You got the press person in the White House, in the press room, making those kind of statements. And then on it goes. And the one we care, I think, most about is your right to speak, because I tell folks all the time, if you can't talk, what do the rest of your rights mean? I mean, can you really practice your faith? And so this is the concern Americans have, and whether it's big tech, whether it's the cancel culture mob coming after people who don't speak what the woke mob thinks is appropriate, this is very scary. And so you add to that concerns about other liberties, you add to that this debate where some say government knows what's best for kids versus moms and dads directing the upbringing of their children's education, something that the leader's working with Julia Letlow and some other things. So that's sort of the broad spectrum. How it translates into legislation, we're not exactly sure yet. Certainly there'll be something that we're working with Kathy on I think on big tech. I know Kevin and Kathy talked about that yesterday. But it's mostly just highlighting the concerns there and making sure, and I'll finish here, the committee that I get to serve on, we are supposed to be the committee in Congress most concerned about protecting the American people's liberty, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, rule of law. And we have to get back and stay focused on that. So that's what the task force is about, and how it relates to judiciary. That's sort of where we're trying to go with it.
Well, you serve on judiciary today as a ranking member. If we're fortunate enough to take the majority, you'll become chair. You've been working with Kathy both jurisdiction when it comes to big tech. You've spent some time at this. You've got a number of bills that the Democrats tried to bring through, but it seemed like they wanted to make big tech utilities instead of protecting freedoms and others. You want to touch a little on some of the ideas that we can move through with big tech, hopefully in the next Congress?
I think first and foremost is an complete overhaul, change of Section 230, the liability protection that big tech platforms now enjoy. That has to change. If you're going to make editorial decisions, that has to change. You talked about this yesterday, Leader. I think it's right on target. We do think that it's important to get any antitrust actions in an expedited fashion in front of the Supreme Court. Justice Thomas has talked about he wants to deal with this issue. I think the court is looking to. So let's expedite how these cases move through our federal court system. Hopefully, get them to the court in an expedited way. Those are some of the things we're looking at, and then hopefully you have increased competition. So it's not just a handful of these platforms with all the power, but there's real competition there. The one thing I'm concerned about is empowering the agencies, because I think, frankly, we see this, I think, in other agencies, but certainly I'm concerned about at the FTC, the leadership there working with big tech to further restrict and censor conservative thought and conservative speech. So we're very nervous about that, and that's where, unfortunately, I think the Democrat legislation, bills sponsored by Mr. Cicilline and others, where those bills would take us. So I think that's the wrong approach. The right approach is competition. The right approach is taking away the liability protection. The right approach is hopefully getting any antitrust actions in front of the Supreme Court in a much quicker fashion.
So right out. The concern too, it's not just going after conservative speech. Now they want to go after conservative money. We watch with the truckers and the GoFundMe. Now they want to pick and choose what people can give to. I mean, so it's just the power that they have throughout to be able to control so many. So I know this is one thing that we're going to be looking a great deal on. Brian, let me touch you. You work on jobs and the economy. And if there's one thing I would say, the number one on Americans' minds is the rising cost of everything. Every food item, your rent, anything you do, your dollar goes not as far. And we've watched study after study from Wharton's that it's costing you $3,500 more, that we've watched with this one-party rule, not just from gasoline, but this one-party rule. Their policies have created this damage in so many ways. So your committee's looking at a lot of how do you control inflation, whereas we have not seen inflation like this in 40 years. 60% of those who are in the workforce have never seen inflation above 4%, and just last month, 7.9. So what are some of the challenges you guys see?
Yeah, Americans can't afford Democratic one-party rule, and people are getting clobbered every single day. When I go home, when all the members here go home, we hear time and again how people are taking it on the chin, whether or not they're at the gas pump, whether or not they're at the grocery store buying food, whether or not they're buying a new or a used car. They're seeing those prices going up, and the biggest difference here from pre-pandemic to today is wages aren't keeping up with inflation. So if we look back to pre-pandemic, after the tax reforms that Republicans in the House put forward, we saw real wage growth across the spectrum. Women, Hispanics, blacks, Asians, veterans. We saw wage growth north of 6%. Now we're seeing real wage growth actually decreasing, where wages aren't keeping up with inflation. And so inflation impacts everybody. Who does it hurt the most? It hurts seniors on fixed incomes and low-income workers, in particular those who are renting. We're seeing rent costs go up, and on top of that, it's coupled with gas, with food, with other life essentials. What can we do to turn the corner on this? One, we can return to sound money policies. We've seen the Federal Reserve bulk up their balance sheet, put money into the system. We've seen runaway fiscal spending by the Democrats, and continuing to see that is being put forward as solutions to what is actually going to exacerbate the problem. When you dig into Build Back Better, policy after policy taxes job creators, puts in place policies that discourage companies from producing products here in the United States, rather than Republican policies to say we need to build things here in the United States to secure our supply chain. We have opportunities there. And in particular, we still have over 1 million workers who've left the workforce from before the pandemic to today, completely left the workforce. In addition to that, we have millions of Americans who are looking for work. Yet we have over 11 million jobs that are available. And so we have a need to connect workers to the jobs of the future, to make sure that they have the skill and preparation for those jobs. And in particular, as we look at the Parents' Bill of Rights with Julia Oletlo's leading, we need to make sure moms and dads have the ability to make sure that their schools are preparing their sons and daughters for those jobs.
You know, what's interesting, it wasn't just Republicans who warned the Democrats, if they did with this runaway spending, that they would create inflation. Larry Summers told them. I mean, you couldn't get somebody closer in the Democratic Party from being in the Clinton administration, being the Secretary, Treasury. I mean, he literally, I know what he probably said behind the scenes, but because of how strong he was out front. But they just kept going forward. And even today, now you get the reporting. At first they would say it's transitory. Then they would blame the pandemic. Now they're blaming Putin. I mean, there's a different story. Now they're admitting, even the Fed chair is admitting this isn't going away. And the only way you get out of inflation, it almost seems like it's painful. But Pelosi thinks it's good for the deficit. It's good for everything else. I mean, I just can't believe this. And what are some of the actions that we can take right away outside of the sound fiscal policy and others? Do you look to the next Congress?
Absolutely. The Democrats continue to put forward plans to spend their way out of the problem. Spending your way is only going to make yourself further behind the 8 ball. We need to grow ourselves out of the challenge that the Democrats have put us in. To grow ourselves out of this, we have to put forward tax policies like we've seen before, encouraging production here in the United States. We have to re-examine our education system to make sure that we're tying the preparation for the jobs of the future. We've seen this disconnect and it's continued to grow. We got to empower moms and dads to make sure that their children are receiving the education that they need to be able to join the workforce of the future. We need to continue to work to really secure the American supply chain. And to do that, we need to put forward policies that are encouraging our job creators to produce products here in the United States rather than taxing our job creators and encouraging those job creators to go abroad to produce their products.
Excellent. Garrett, I want to ask you, yours is energy and environment. And I will tell from all of you, he's probably one of the brightest individuals on these two subjects, from an ability of the knowledge of what's going on and not. And what's interesting to me, I was listening to the conference chair on the Democratic side, and he just said the other day, nobody in the Democratic conference has brought up one time the price of gasoline. And it doesn't matter who you are. As I travel the country, I just meet somebody for the first time, they bring up the price of gasoline. Why are we in this position that we are about energy 1 year after they took power? What is the backdrop to this? Because that is also a big driver of inflation.
It's a huge driver, and it does affect everyone. And as was noted earlier, I mean, this has a bigger impact on senior citizens and other folks that are on fixed income. One of the most perversive things, doesn't matter if you're a high school student, if you're a retiree, or anyone in between, you have to drive. So first, Kevin, to answer the question, this administration, when Biden was a candidate, he was out there talking about how we are going to ban fossil fuels. He flat out said it. The current Secretary of Interior that's responsible for producing energy in the United States came out and said she is absolutely opposed to fracking and production of energy on public lands. Look, to overly simplify what we're experiencing right now, it'd be like if you had a garden in your backyard and you grew tomatoes and cucumbers in your own yard. But you said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and go buy it from Jim and Jane who live in the next town over. I'm going to buy their tomatoes and cucumbers, only to find out later that they're using the proceeds from that to go commit arson and burn down churches all over the state. And you're effectively funding it. And so what's happened is, by the same analogy here, by not producing our own energy here and by giving funds to these regimes that are like Putin, that where we saw a 161% increase in crude oil importation under the Biden administration, by being dependent upon these regimes, now we've seen they're negotiating with Iran, with Venezuela, with Saudi Arabia. I mean, same outcome. They're pushing us in a direction, overly aggressively trying to force the market in a direction of wind and solar and other technologies, which, look, I like, but you can't overly force the market when the market's not ready, because all this does is play into the hands of China, which makes 90% of the solar panels today. I want to be very clear on this. This skyrocketing of prices started on day one of this administration. This was 100% self-imposed. This was absolutely forced or unforced errors that they've committed, and now every single American is paying the price, and it's resulting in less economic activity in the United States, fewer jobs in the United States, and it's a drop in income, because when you produce natural resources, it's one of the only ways to actually produce additional revenue. So our Treasury is experiencing less revenues because of these very policies.
Let me play devil's advocate. Let me say, okay, I'll take you for what you say. And I know the price is really high. So you say it's an emergency situation. But I care about the environment. So if I care so much about the environment, if I shut down production in the United States, is that better for the environment? And I'll pay higher pricing.
So something, and a bunch of reporters here, so fact check me all you want. None of you have ever reported this. So ask you a quick question. Who reduced emissions more, Trump or Biden? All right, I asked Michael Mann, who's supposed to be the top climate scientist in the nation, at a hearing the other day. He said Biden, just as most of you would probably answer. Here's the fact. Emissions went down 10.3% under President Trump, 10.3% over 4 years, an average of approximately 2.5% a year. Under President Biden, they went up 6.3% in his first year. All right? Emissions have gone up under President Biden. They went down under President Trump. Prices have gone up under President Biden. They were stable or went down under President Trump. Energy security has completely dissolved under President Biden, and it was much better under President Trump. To answer your question, look, the facts are very clear. Producing domestically, being dependent upon our own supplies, we have some of the most stringent environmental regulations, environmental policies, safety policies in the world, right here in the United States. So a comparison, if you take a cubic foot of gas and you deliver it to Europe, Russian gas is about 41% dirtier or greater emissions than U.S. gas. So the more that we supplant Vladimir Putin's gas, the better for the environment, the better for national security, the better for global peace and stability. So I can't say enough about how flawed these energy policies are. They're not based on science. They're not based on fact. Worse for the environment and worse for the American people's pocketbook.
So back in the other Congress, Waxman proposed putting these caps on emissions and others, and he had a goal of where to set. So that bill never passed, but he had these goals. Where does America look like today based upon where the Democrats want to take us?
It's a great point. There's some awesome graphs and slides on this. So here's the thing. If you look at what Waxman Markey was trying to do, it charted a course of exactly where emissions were going to go without action, where they were going to go under their bill, and what was going to happen with energy prices, which they predicted energy prices were going to go up. In reality, what's happened is that by letting the markets do what they do, emissions have gone down beyond what Waxman Markey was going to require, and prices are prior to this administration, energy prices were a fraction of what they were projected to be. And another example of that, President Obama had something called the Clean Power Plan, reduce emissions by 30% off a 2005 baseline by 2030. President Trump came in and said, no, we're not doing this. By letting the markets do what they do, we actually exceeded the Obama goal, not in 2030, which obviously hasn't happened yet, but in 2019. We exceeded the goal that was set by the Obama administration by letting market do what it does, by letting innovators innovate, and by not having government come in and actually structure it. So you get, look, lesson learned. Let the markets do what they do, help to innovate, inspire innovation. And you get greater outcomes in terms of affordability, greater outcomes in terms of American economic activity and jobs, and greater performance or greater outcomes for the environment. Win, win, win, win, win.
Okay, last question. The president was opposed to pipelines. The Democrats voted against pipelines. So in California, Gavin Newsom lowered California's production by 20%. That didn't mean we used less. We filled it somewhere. So we had 89,000 barrels less a day in California we produced. So we filled that with 50,000 more from Russia. Now you're saying that's dirtier. We get the majority of our oil now from Ecuador. So we're still utilizing it. And the interesting part is people think that just goes into gas. That goes into your clothing, into your phones, into your ink of your print, into the asphalt. That's why, and then not just transportation costs, but it raises all costs. If we can't move it by a pipeline, but it's still going to come here, what would be the safest, sound way to transport it then? I mean, is he picking this over safety or environment?
National Research Council did an analysis, and actually, I apologize, Kevin, I got to pick on your home state for just a minute. Look, you can look at all this stuff. You can look at evidence at what performs and look at examples states have carried out policies and what works and what doesn't. State of California, eighth worst emissions growth in America, most dependent state on foreign energy, not just Ecuadorian oil. 50% of the Ecuadorian oil coming out of the Amazon rainforest is going to the state of California. Least reliable electricity network in the United States. I mean, which of the and double the electricity rates of my home state of Louisiana? Which of these do you want to force on the American people? National Research Council did a very extensive study looking at trucks, trains, barges, ships, and pipelines. Hands down, best for the environment is to put energy in a pipe. It is the safest for the environment, and it's the least emissions. So when the Biden administration shuts down the Keystone Pipeline under the auspices of, oh, hey, this is because of greenhouse gas emissions, the emissions are lower going through a pipeline. And Jen Psaki the other day acknowledged it didn't have any impact on production. She acknowledged that the energy was just being transported through different ways, which means less safe and higher emissions, directly contradicting what they said their justification was for shutting down the pipeline. You can't. The policies that they're implementing on energy reflect the inexperience and candidly, and I'm sorry for saying this, just flat out stupidity of people that are making these decisions. The facts are completely in the other direction.
You know, if we take the majority, you find out of this task force, we could become energy independent, but we can go beyond that. We could be dominant. But what happens there is not only does the price of your gas lower, what the crude goes into all the other products costs less. So your manufacturing is a better chance here. Environment's better. It goes into your task force as well. I mean, and then the provisions there from the taxes and for the schools and others, it just makes us stronger. But then when you look from a worldwide view, it makes the world safer. So I mean, there is real opportunity here, and it's amazing to me that not one Democrat brought up a gasoline price. Not one Democrat. It's not just the leadership, but not one Democrat. So let's open it up for questions wherever you want to go. Yes.
It was reported last night that Jimmy Thomas, the wife of Justice Clarence Thomas, was texting and pressing then Chief of Staff Mark Meadows about efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Since then, Justice Clarence Thomas has ruled on some cases involved in January 6th, including being the lone dissenter in a ruling that allowed the Trump administration to turn over documents to the Select Committee. My question for you is, do you think Justice Thomas should recuse himself from January 6th related cases going forward?
No, I think Justice Thomas could make his decisions like he's made them every other time. It's his decision based upon law. If you spent any time studying the Supreme Court justice, he's one who studies correctly, and I mean from all the way through. If he sees it's not upholding the Constitution, he'll rule against it. If it's the Constitution, that's what his job should be. It's him.
It looks like Jim Jordan, you agree with that as well.
Totally.
You don't have to. All right, yes, sir.
Two questions, one for Mr. Jordan, one for you. Well, first to you on Fortenberry, convicted of 3 felony counts yesterday. Does he need to step aside?
That was late last night. I've got a text into him to talk to him today. I know he's in California, different time zone. I will discuss that with him today.
And Mr. Jordan, I want
Mm-hmm.
Could you just give us some of your other big priorities when it comes to tech regulation and things of that nature, antitrust? What else is on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, basically what I said earlier. I do think the consumer wants to know as quickly as possible why tech might take down posts they put up. I mean, we got this situation now with Twitter's locked out the Babylon Bee now for, I think, several days. But your average consumer wants to know why and when, those kind of things. So transparency is important. The liability protection issue, Section 230, we are trying to get that language right, working closely with Kathy McMorris Rogers and her staff. Our staff on Judiciary is doing that. And then, as I said earlier, this expedited ways to try to get cases that deal directly with the antitrust issue in front of, the Trump administration had an FTC and a DOJ case, Facebook and Google, I forget which one. I think FTC was Facebook and DOJ was Google, that they had brought. So we'd like to get those in front of the Supreme Court as quickly as we can and get a ruling on this. And the justice who was just mentioned is sort of, based on what he's written, sounds like he wants to deal with this issue. And we need to get an answer for the American people. And then, of course, you hope the marketplace is moving in a direction that's going to give us more competition in the area as well.
You got to have a fair marketplace too. So you got to look at practice where people are, and you got to look at people if they're monopolies or not. Yes.
So Congressman Fortenberry is a convicted felon now. I know you said you were going to talk to him, but that doesn't change the facts that he's a convicted felon. Does he belong in Congress, and do you think he should resign?
I'm going to discuss with him today. I think he had his day in court, and I think if he wants to appeal, he can go do that as a private citizen. But I think out of respect, you can let me talk to him today. But I think when someone's convicted, it's time to resign. Yes.
Yesterday, we had the conference. Congressman Salazar, when I asked her the fact that it seems that Republicans, when you're talking about border security and the issues of the border, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of talk about specifically rebuilding the wall, specifically. And she talked about the Dignity Act, which has more to do with immigration reform. And I'm curious, where exactly is the GOP, House GOP, on her bill, the Dignity Act? Do you support that specifically?
I haven't seen the Dignity Act. That's her individual bill yet. So, but I think everybody's united, and we have to secure the border. This border is not secure based upon this president. He's talking about removing Title 42. We are now finding people on the terrorist watch list, not because they told us, but because Republicans went down and had conversations with the border agents themselves. These are individuals on the terrorist watch list. They now no longer will report that back to you from Yemen on different days. You now have more fentanyl in America than any given time, enough to kill all of us 7 times over. It's become where cartels are controlling these border cities. You watch schools being shut down, not one day, but like 40 days, where they're having shootouts along the way. But what's happening is with fentanyl is now the #1 killer in America for anyone by the age of 18 to 45. We just watched down here in Florida a number of kids at spring break who OD'd. 2 of them OD'd, didn't take the drug. It was cocaine laced with fentanyl, but they were giving CPR. And we're watching it throughout our entire country. This is what's happening along this border, and it's all not because any law has been changed. It's the executive orders. Now, once we secure the border, I think you have to finish the wall, but there's other actions that have to take place. Everyone understands our immigration system is broken. We need to fix that. But the first thing you have to do is secure your borders. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Leader, yesterday you mentioned that you don't just want to win the majority, you want to make sure that you get a strong governing majority. What does a governing majority mean? Is it large enough that you don't have these small margins that we've seen with the Democrats, where a lot of their own caucus members are pushing leadership to do something that leadership may not want to do? So people who are literally more focused on policy over politics and trying to get at it with their colleagues.
Look, I think a governing majority, 2 things. Yes, you want to have a large enough majority that you can govern, but more importantly, what we are doing, regardless of size, we are sitting working on the policy today, listening to the American public. It's not just today. We've been doing it for more than a year. We're coming out with solutions. If we're unified in that, even if we had a small majority, we'd be very strong to be able to pass it. So it's working together as one makes it much stronger. We don't have a rule like the Senate where you have to have 60% of the House to pass something. We understand President Biden will still be president, and the Senate will still have the 60 rule vote. So we want the idea to be so strong it could overcome all the politics that other people play. You want to touch that?
Well, the first question that Kevin got, the leader got on Wednesday, that press conference was, why are we doing the task force? Why do you have the task force organized and have an agenda? And it's because I think it's real simple. You can't do what you said if you haven't said what you'll do. And so when you actually run on a platform, here's what we care about. Here's what we're going to do because the American people care about that. That will help keep the team together and accomplishing what we told the people we were going to do when we ran for the job, and the reason they're going to put us in the majority and make Kevin Speaker. So that's why these task force coming up with those policies are so darn important. A lot of this election is going to be about how bad they are, and everyone knows how bad they are. They've screwed up everything in 14 months. You can't pick one policy area that they've done right. But they also want to know what we're going to do if, in fact, they give us power. And you can't do what you said if you haven't said what you'll do. That is why this is so critical.
You got to have a contrast so people make it. And I mean, the question the American voters out there saying is, can we afford it? They can't afford any of their policies, so they want to know what are our policies. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry if you've been asked this already, but former President Donald Trump rescinded his endorsement of Mel Brooks. I was curious if you still support him, what you make of his statement that he has said the president asked me to rescind the election of 2020.
I never endorsed in that Senate race. That's a Senate race, so yeah. I've been in a conference. I haven't read what Mo has written. So, I mean, the president has the right to endorse who he wants and pull the endorsement if he thinks the person's not doing what he said he would do. So, that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Throughout this conference, you guys have talked about how important it is not only to win, but to govern once you are in the majority. And I'm wondering what lessons maybe you've learned or talked about with Newt Gingrich or lessons from former House speakers who, obviously won but weren't able to keep the majority for very long, and how you plan to go forward.
You don't like the question, all that.
I'm
just trying to get the others to talk. It's kind of like a different question for me. Look, I think from a lot of aspects, the philosophy I have is continual improvement. So let's improve. There's things we did when in the majority that we did really well, but I don't think we reached our potential. There's things internally that we didn't do well, and I think we've been solving those. The first thing you always want to do is listen to the American public. Identify the problem, then identify a solution, and take it. And take it to the public, but take it to the conference as well and work through it. And then you have challenges of certain things that are going to come up, right? Don't wait until that problem comes up that how do you pass appropriation bills? What do you do on a debt ceiling? How do we look in a nature that Congress has these set structures, but you don't have to keep it that way? Should you keep a budget in a 10-year window? Or should we look at 20 years and come together at one budget and hold our feet to the fire? When you look at the two biggest threats long-term to America is our debt and China. Okay? So what are we going to do to solve that? Well, we've got to get our debt under control. It's driving inflation. How do we balance it? How do we pay it off? Well, if we set a budget and we stick to it year after year, well, then you also have a concern what about our military. Okay, but you can't just keep throwing money at the military. We should be reforming the military where our dollars go further. So it's continual improvement in everything you go. We just went through a pandemic. We looked at government from a different perspective. How can government be held more accountable but provide better services? You had people who came into work or not. How do we use technology to get a better environment but actually be able to produce more that we were able to do and lower the cost? But how do we use technology to provide service to the public? Think for a moment. We've had these challenges in the VA where these veterans can't get an appointment. But America looks on their phone, picks an app and gets an Uber, rates the driver, they rate them and get everything on. Why couldn't we create technology where a veteran could go online, get their appointment, rate their doctor, and have the technology? That's why we're spending time at MIT, right? How can we use AI, artificial intelligence, to provide greater health care to individuals to know what tests they should have and when they should have it? They can give us the data back. Or quantum, right? How are we as elected officials making those decisions? How do we turn an Intel committee that just purely became political under the Democrats, that missed what happened in Afghanistan, missed what's happening in Ukraine, based upon a chairman that took his position that he got more information than others, and then lied to the American public? Well, what do we do there? We take, whether you're Republican or Democrat, we can say, if you want to serve on that committee, I've got a whole program created, a class from MIT focusing on the real concerns that we have. So we're better as a nation prepared. That's how.
Can I add one thing in there, Leader? I think one of the things that this conference has done a great job is us also identifying what the problems are that we're facing. And as we understand what the problems are, the alignment in our conference to tackle them, I think, continues to grow stronger. So we look at jobs in the economy. I think one thing that hasn't been reported enough, but I think our members understand, is how far behind the 8 ball we are. We've been under a very low interest rate environment for a long time. We've allowed the federal government to drive the national debt up to $30 trillion. Inflation has reared its ugly head. The Federal Reserve is indicating that they're going to move interest rates up. 1% in interest rates on $30 trillion in debt, rough math, is $300 billion. If they move interest rates up to a level where inflation was last at this level, think of it as 3, 4, 5%. Every 1% is $300 billion of impact on the budget. You can get in the weeds as to exactly how those numbers play out over time, how much of that's cash flow, how much of that plays out later. Fine. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars. We're already significantly behind the 8 ball. If the interest rate moves up, we could be in a situation, and our members understand the challenge that we're facing. And I think these task forces, jobs in the economy in particular, where I serve with Patrick McHenry, does a good job of making sure the members understand the challenge that we face today could even be worse by the time we're finally able to remove one-party control. And I think that's one of the strengths of having these task forces and the strength of having this conference.
Just very quickly, look, part of the wisdom behind what the Republican leaders doing here is that the House, look, you all know that the characteristics of the House is one that's kind of dealing with the flash fire of the day, right? And in a very chaotic environment, oftentimes in dealing with whatever the issue du jour is. Some of the problems that we're talking about, things like balancing the budget and getting the economy in a growth trajectory, these are things that people have been trying to deal with for decades and decades. And look, no one's gotten it perfect. So now, instead of us getting there and saying, okay, we're the dog who caught the bumper, what are we going to do now? Let's spend months and be very thoughtful about this. Let's make sure we don't go say these things like we're going to ban oil and gas and then try and figure out how to back into the ridiculous commitment that you made. We've got to be thoughtful, got to be strategic, learn from, yes, the wisdom and the trials and errors of Newt Gingrich, but also from this administration, learning from the mistakes, and hopefully we can pick up from successes if they have any. We can learn from those as well and build on those. But it's very important that we take the time to do this now to make sure that we get it right, to make sure that we're communicating with the American public and getting their feedback and learning their priorities to where when we take the majority in January, we hit the ground running and actually implementing solutions.
And it's kind of what Brian said. If we're successful in winning the majority because of this party rule, the country's going to be in a worse position when they hand it over to us. And there's going to be fewer options. So you should talk about those problems now. I'll give you one example of where we learned from. The Democrats win the majority once they won Georgia. They're in the majority in the House, and they had a schedule set for Congress. You know, the first thing they did was recess because they had no idea what to do. And then when you look at their bill, they're flying the airplane, and then they're trying to work on it at the same time. I'll get close to it. All right. Yes, ma'am. You had a question.
A number of your members told me yesterday that you're considering adding a new leadership position if you guys take back the majority next year and a select committee on China. And I was wondering if you might be able to touch on what those leadership positions or what that select committee might entail.
Look, I've talked for a long time about the challenges with China. I tried to get Nancy Pelosi for us to do this together. The Washington Post even wrote a story about it, then she backed away, making it even number of Republicans and Democrats at the time. That's why we created the task force on China. You know, China's gone out and captured different industries where they control. That's where we have a supply chain problem as well. From critical minerals, if you want to buy solar panels and others. I mean, they systematically planned and went after these. We can't sit back and allow that to happen, especially for national security or even for our economies in the future. And so that task force, or that becomes, if it became a select committee, would identify those areas, identify those industries, and advise the Congress of where we need to make our investments, where we need to fight back in the process. I don't know who you're talking to because I haven't made any decision there. It's probably somebody who wants to be in leadership. Yes, ma'am. I'll go here and right behind. We'll go right through. Yeah.
Question on China, and you also briefly mentioned about funding this regime. So with Russia conflict, we've seen corporate bonds defaulting. A lot of investors have big exposures like PIMCO. Do you think the Trump administration and the Biden administration have taken enough steps to curb U.S. dollars flowing to these countries, to these regimes? And what else do you propose to do about protecting U.S. investors and stopping funds flowing to these regimes and companies, their companies, in China and Russia?
I'll touch on the energy and then let Brian address the rest of it. But on the energy front, well, actually, let me hit China very briefly. The previous administration is the one that, for the first time, really brought up the China issue and I think confronted it and said this is a massive problem that has evolved over decades and we're going to address it. So I think you have to commend them for identifying the issue, for beginning to hit it head on. Are we done? No, absolutely not. Leader McCarthy just touched on some of the rare earth critical minerals and other strategic things they've done to further, I think, exert leverage over the United States. Specifically on energy issues related to conventional energy sources, I made note earlier. This administration further enriched the Putin regime and effectively created an environment where they could afford to put away, what was it, $630 billion in order to allow them the reserves to withstand the sanctions that they anticipated. We propped them up. Look, the last time that Putin invaded Ukraine was when the Obama administration had similarly increased our dependence upon Russian energy. Putin knew he had leverage over the United States. So Biden came in and effectively committed the same mistake once again with Europe and the United States more dependent on Russian energy. He knew he had leverage. And look at what's happening with prices in the United States, with prices in Europe. So no, absolutely, this administration has not done enough. But I do think you have to give commendations where due in the previous administration on China and identifying and confronting the issue.
I think as we look at the financial sanctions, I think we've seen steps in the right direction. The Financial Services Committee, we held a hearing a couple days ago on a series of additional sanctions that we could put in place. There are additional tools in the toolkit. But the gorilla in the room is that our Western allies in Europe are sending hundreds of millions of dollars a day for Russian oil and natural gas. And so there's going to be a whole process to decouple Western Europe. I think Mr. Graves spoke eloquently on that topic. As it relates to China, I think what we're seeing in particular is a lot of business leaders globally reanalyzing the geopolitical risk that I think many failed to calculate appropriately in making decisions to exit the United States and their production. And I think a lot of boardrooms and business leaders are reanalyzing that today. And my hope is that many of them make the decision that the United States is the right place to place their production. And so if we go back previously, if we go back 10, 15, 20 years, many business leaders in the United States made, in my opinion, the wrong decision to exit the United States for a location of production. They're now realizing the geopolitical risk they put themselves in. And this is an opportunity for us to get the policies right so that the tax code and other policies are encouraging production here in the United States rather than the policies we're seeing being put forward by the left today. Think of Build Back Better, that increases the cost of production here in the United States. It's a made in America tax. We need to be doing the opposite. So as these job creators are making decisions of where to locate production, in particular locate production in China or in the United States, if we align the policies with what they're seeing playing out, we have an opportunity to really onshore a lot of production that we allowed to leave the United States previously.
And if you're trying to make that decision today, there's two main factors you look at if you want to domicile somewhere. Tax code, we did pretty well, got that right. But what you're really going to look at, what are the energy costs and what are the labor costs? Labor, we have a hard time competing with other countries in. But before we had a lower energy cost. Now, based upon what this one-party rule, they have just made us less competitive. That's the difficulty. Yes, sir, you had a question.
Sure. Democrats have been trying to focus on the tax gap over the last year or so. The unpaid tax liabilities that Americans have. They've done things that Republicans do not like attempting to pay for more auditors or overlooking bank accounts. You guys hate those proposals. I want to know if the task force is looking at this area and what proposals you guys think might close the gap between unpaid tax liabilities.
I'd take one note on that I think is important is when we saw that initial report that said that their revenue is going to be increased dramatically by forcing Americans to report net inflow outflows out of bank accounts up to $10,000. Those numbers moved around. The Treasury Department was never able to show how they got to that revenue projection. Congressman French Hill and I have sent letters and continued to request for this information. And so I think there's a lot of questions as to where are they generating those revenue projections exactly by actually having the information on U.S. and Americans' bank accounts. I think that's an important question that still needs to be answered.
I would just add one thing. When they were talking about, the IRS talking about, monitoring every transaction over a certain amount, I got a call from bankers and credit unions folks in our district, in the 4th District of Ohio. And I thought they were going to tell me, oh, we don't want to, this is terrible because of the hassle and the cost of doing business to monitor this and do that. I thought they were going to come at it from that angle. They didn't. They came at it from a purely liberty focus. They said, our members, our customers, our clients, this is wrong for freedom. It was totally on the freedom issue. And I think, again, one of the reasons Kevin put this task force together on the freedom is issues like this as well. And you saw what you saw the decision from the SEC earlier this week when what they're trying to make companies do and where they have to invest. This is scary road that the left wants to take us down, and people get it across the board.
You guys have been pretty clear that you don't like that. I want to know what you guys think about to solve the problem on your side. What ideas do you have to bring to get the tax gap closed?
Number one way to close the tax gap, get more people working. This is a real contrast in elections, and this is a fundamental contrast. Why do you think the IRS there is just to go audit people? Why shouldn't there be IRS there to help people? Why do you think you need to know as a government what people do for $600 or more? No, I don't think that brings more revenue to the government. I think that's greater control of the government. I think that stymies economic growth. And it's not what I think, it's what's been proven. When you watched what our tax reform did, even during a pandemic, brought more revenue into the coffers and into the states as well. So when more people work, when there's less restrictions, more people can work, more people can buy a house, more people can send their kids to school, instead of government looking over everything you're doing, every single transaction, and hire more people in the IRS just to come after and audit you. I think that fundamentally goes against what America believes. I believe Americans are good. I'd rather help them in their tax reforms instead of hire more people just to audit and believe you're wrong. I've always loved the professors that we've all had them in the day that would only want to put a red mark on your paper and tell you where you're wrong. I didn't learn much for them. But those that excelled and taught me how to improve in the process, I reached new potentials. That's just a fundamental philosophy difference of what we have. And I don't believe if the Democrats did that, they would get any more money. I think they'd get less because they'd have less economic activity because more people would be afraid of what government's doing. Hey, thank you all very much. We appreciate you coming to the retreat.
Good job.
Please, everyone, be seated. We are breaking ground today, so I've been thinking a lot about dirt. From the black soil plains of Nebraska to the red rock of Utah and the sea-swept shores of Florida and Maine, the dirt is different, but the spirit of the United States of America is the same across this land. The individuals who were born atop this dirt and went on to earn the Medal of Honor left it behind. They left that dirt behind to follow a higher purpose, taking them to the dirt at Combat Outpost Keating in Nuristan Province, Afghanistan, or atop Mount Suribachi at Iwo Jima, the dirt at the top of the sand dunes on the beaches of Normandy, the dirt at Chosin Reservoir, the dirt at Village Green in Concord, even the dirt next to the rock wall of Gettysburg. So is all of this just dirt? Maybe. But in these places, it represents so much more. The grounds of battle are made hallowed by the blood and sweat poured out into the dirt. Meanwhile, the grounds these brave patriots left behind at home are marked by the sacred tears of parents and grandparents praying for a hero's safe return or mourning a hero's passing. Today, we're here to dedicate this place, and in so doing, we will mark a transformation from simple dirt to hallowed and sacred ground. But as Abraham Lincoln once said, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who are remembered here, have already consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. Yes, the world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did. Today, 66 Medal of Honor recipients are living. 15 join us here today. Each one a living legacy whose story will have a permanent home on this national landscape in the National Medal of Honor Museum. And today we salute these Medal of Honor recipients and we celebrate the country we love and they so bravely, so selflessly serve. Please stand for our national anthem to be performed by the United States Air Force Total Force Band. And please remain standing for the invocation to be offered today by Chaplain Navy Rear Admiral Margaret Grun-Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, we ask you to bless this moment and make it sacred as the long-held desire to honor America's heroes appropriately comes to reality, as the hope for a monument that gives honor to their selfless sacrifice is fulfilled. We pause to ask you to be the foundation of this endeavor. You and the valor of the over 3,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of this United States, who, in the face of unimaginable circumstances, upheld the highest virtues of honor, courage, and integrity. On their shoulders does our nation's freedom stand, and this monument find its vision. So may every block and beam, rise and step be strengthened by the bravery and dedication of those whose lives we honor today. May the construction of this museum serve well to tell the story of gallantry and intrepidity in the face of impossibility, resilience in the face of unspeakable adversity, that our compatriots would find hope in humanity and inspiration for their own contribution to the common good. Throughout this season of construction, may those who labor on this site be inspired by the purpose for which they contribute their time and talent. Grace them with the knowledge that they, in their own way, honor those who left homes just like theirs to serve a purpose far larger than themselves. Holy God, sanctify the future of this monument. May it reflect the spirit of America and the blessing you offer to those who give of their whole selves in their service to you and to this country. And God, bless America. In your name we pray. Amen.
Every person is born with the potential to be extraordinary. Each of us, regardless of background or natural abilities, are blessed with a limitless well of courage. And when tapped, this courage empowers ordinary people to accomplish the incredible. The individuals who receive the Medal of Honor are an ever-present reminder of the potential within each of us to act in moments under pressure. They embody the valor, the values, and the vision alive in us all. On behalf of a grateful nation, thank you.
Medal of Honor recipients come from every branch of the military. Their names and faces are as diverse as America herself. First-generation American recipients of the honor represent more than 36 countries. Whether born into a family with a tradition of military service in Virginia or California, farmers in Iowa, or to a single mom in New York, recipients of the Medal of Honor come from every state in the nation, and though diverse in many ways, they are united in purpose and in sacrifice. For the past several months, friends and supporters of the museum, as well as family members of fallen service members, have been sending their state soil to Texas. Dirt from across the nation has arrived in bags and in boxes, in jars and envelopes, each container bringing with it a story. And today, as we prepare to turn this dirt, our attending Medal of Honor recipients will unite our nation's soil with the Texas dirt, building a whole greater than the sum of its parts. just like this great nation.
From the War on Terror, Master Chief Edward Byers, Toledo, Ohio. Corporal William Kyle Carpenter, Jackson, Mississippi. Staff Sergeant Salvatore Junta, Clinton, Iowa. Captain Florent Groberg, Poissy, France. Command Master Chief Britt Slabinski, Northampton, Massachusetts. Lieutenant Colonel William Swenson, Seattle, Washington. Sergeant Major Matthew Williams, Casper, Wyoming. From Vietnam, Colonel Donald Ballard, Kansas City, Missouri. Major General Patrick Brady, Phillips, South Dakota. Petty Officer Robert Ingram, Clearwater, Florida. Specialist 5th Class James McLuhan, Southampton, Michigan. Command Sergeant Major Robert Patterson, Durham, North Carolina. Lieutenant Michael Thornton, Greenville, South Carolina. From the Korean War, Staff Sergeant Hiroshi Miramura, Gallup, New Mexico. From World War II, Chief Warrant Officer 4, Herschel Williams, Quietdale, West Virginia.
Today's act of uniting soil becomes a physical and hallowed symbol of the way this project and support for the heroes behind it is uniting the country. And this will be our prayer, that this nation under God shall continue, and that each of us will do our part to serve others over self.
Potential without action is never realized. Action without purpose is meaningless. Within each of us, there must be a catalyst to transform potential into action. For Medal of Honor recipients, this catalyst was hardship, loyalty, and the crucible of combat. Honoring their extraordinary acts of valor pays tribute not only to the recipients, but also to the brothers and sisters in arms who they acted to protect.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark A. Milley.
Mr. President, thank you for being here and thank you for your great service. Many of the Medal of Honor winners here in the front row served under your leadership, and we all want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. There are many dignitaries here, and I won't single them all out, but I do want to say thank you to each and every one of you for being here today to celebrate what is a very, very important event, the opening of an incredible museum. There are thousands of people who contributed to putting this together, and so many more. Many in this audience will continue this hard work. So thank you all for your leadership, your inspiration, and indeed your vision for bringing this to reality. And because of their efforts, we will soon have this Medal of Honor Museum deep in the heart of Texas, where the public can celebrate the spirit of the Medal of Honor and learn about the tremendous Americans who have received our nation's highest award for valor. And it is indeed a museum that will bring Americans together, as you just saw the pouring of soil from many of our states. Since it was established during the Civil War, 3,511 American soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines have received the Congressional Medal of Honor. 66, as Jake Tapper pointed out, are still alive, and 15 of them have humbled us with their presence here today. Each of you is a living inspiration, not only to those of us who are still in uniform, but to our entire nation. In front of you are 7 Medal of Honor recipients from Afghanistan, 6 from Vietnam, 1 from Korea, and 1 from Iwo Jima in World War II. Thank you so much for being here today with us. The National Medal of Honor Museum will enshrine the stories of our Medal of Honor recipients for future generations to come. And these stories of selfless service deserve a permanent home. And those stories will now live here in this museum. By shining a spotlight on the Medal of Honor distinguished recipients that received it, the values they lived for and in many cases died for, visitors will come to understand the meaning and price of freedom and appreciate the virtue of putting service before self. The museum will also include an education center aimed at character development in our nation's youth. A critical part of that mission will be to share the stories of Medal of Honor recipients to inspire our young people and motivate them to be their best. And valor, for sure, is about physical courage, as each recipient demonstrated. But it's more important, or just as important, is their moral courage. Valor must be selfless and involve great personal risk in order to save others, regardless of the cost to yourself. But words do not do justice to the concept of valor. We need the power of example, the example of Medal of Honor recipients, each in their own time and in their own way, personally demonstrating valor. You see that valor demonstrated in Major General retired Pat Brady, who retired as a Major General and served 34 years in the United States Army. He was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Army Medical Service Corps in 1959, a year after I was born, and served in Berlin during the building of that wall. And he returned to the Berlin Wall in 1989 when it was torn down. And in between, he served in the Dom Rep, the Dominican Republic, in 1965, and in Korea along the demilitarized zone. But it was really in Vietnam where Pat was a soldier of uncommon courage and commitment. During his first tour in Vietnam from January of 64 to January 65, then Captain Brady served as an ambulance helicopter pilot with the 57th Medical Detachment. These Huey pilots, often flying under the call sign Dust Off, flew under the leadership of Major Charles Kelly, an infantry soldier turned pilot who never forgot what it felt like to be in a firefight and call for a rescue helicopter. On 1 July 1964, when, after being repeatedly warned away from a very hot and dangerous LZ, Major Kelly said, "I will leave only when I have your wounded." Soon after that, Major Kelly was shot in the heart while he was flying. Major Charles Livingston Kelly became the 149th American to die in Vietnam, and his name is forever etched on a panel, one echo of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in D.C. He is the father of Dust Off, and many, many Americans owe their lives to the concept that he created and personally led. And in a moment, Pat Brady lost his mentor, his friend, and found himself now as a detachment commander. The following day, a new commander showed up and tossed the bullet that Major Kelly was killed with on Pat's desk and asked then Captain Brady if they were going to stop flying so aggressively. Pat picked up the bullet and replied, "We are. We are going to keep flying exactly the way Kelly taught us to fly, without hesitation, anytime, anywhere." That is moral courage. In his second tour of duty in Vietnam in 67 and 68, now Major Brady was second in command of the 54th Medical. On 6 January 1968, Pat volunteered to rescue wounded soldiers from a site in enemy-held territory which was heavily armed and blanketed with thick fog. Without hesitation, he accepted the harrowing mission, one after another, in treacherous weather, each time finding his way to the dangerous LZs to rescue the wounded. On this mission, he deliberately rolled his helicopter sideward to blow the fog away with the rotor wash, and amazingly, it worked. Pat landed where 2 other aircraft had been shot down, and many others were trying and failed to penetrate the fog. But Pat got through, with wounded American soldiers laying less than 50 meters away. Brady was the only one to get to them. And he came back. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. 4 times, Major Brady went back into that hot LZ, and he successfully evacuated every single wounded American. And he kept going. On another mission, he and his crew rescued an isolated platoon of soldiers out on an enemy minefield. The mine detonated near Brady's helicopter, tearing through the aircraft and wounding 2 of his crew members. Yet he continued to fly, and he flew the wounded to their medical aid. And at the end of that day, his rendezvous with destiny, Pat had utilized 3 helicopters that had been destroyed while he was flying them to evacuate a total of 51 seriously wounded men who many would later die. The aircraft he flew that day had over 400 bullet holes. Pat flew over 2,000 combat missions in Vietnam and successfully evacuated over 5,000 wounded during his 2 tours of duty. And Pat is the only living Army veteran of Vietnam to hold both the Medal of Honor and the Distinguished Service Cross, the nation's second highest award. Pat's story is incredible, simply incredible. And so is that of every Medal of Honor recipient. These stories of heroism, service, and valor must be shared, and that's exactly what this museum will do. In a memoir he penned to his daughter Megan, a veteran herself who followed in her father's footsteps as a medical officer, Pat described the mission in Vietnam and the legacy he protected for his fellow friend and mentor, Major Kelly. And he wrote, Kelly's position was simple. The others came first. The patient came before all else. And our mission was to protect and care for them and never to abandon them. It is precisely this spirit that will fill every corridor of this museum. And we cannot truly appreciate the sacrifice of our Medal of Honor recipients unless we see the weapons they used and feel the uniforms they wear and hear the stories they told and read the letters that they wrote. We will never feel our lungs suddenly hollow from the impact of artillery and shells on a hot Civil War battlefield like Mary Walker did. You and I will never fight through the haze and the mustard gas of the Meuse-Argonne like Corporal Freddie Sowers did. We're not going to hear the whiz and the snap of Wehrmacht bullets while assaulting the last 100 yards of Omaha Beach like Private Carlton Barrett did, or know the carnage and the assault on the landings at Iwo Jima like Corporal Woody Williams did, who's sitting here in the front row. We're not going to suffer the blistering cold of the Chosin Reservoir like William Barber, United States Marine Corps did, or the sweltering humid choke of South Vietnam jungles like Bob Patterson did. And it's here in this museum that you're going to hear about Petty Officer Ed Byers in a fierce firefight, or Kyle Carpenter sitting in the front row jumping on a grenade, or Flo Groberg, who tackled a suicide bomber at almost certain death. And you'll hear about Slavinsky and Swenson and Williams and all the rest of them who have served this country so proudly. But we can come here and we can see and hear those stories. It's those stories that will document our country's bravery, that gives purpose to our entire military. It's their heroism. And why do they do it? They did it for each other. They did it for their teammates. But they also did it for you and I and for a document called the Constitution, which is the North Star for all of us in uniform. It's that document that gives all of us purpose. It's that document that gives purpose to this museum. And we in uniform are willing to die, and our task is to pass it on to the next generation. And in it are the ideas and values that make this experiment that we call the United States of America. And we are unique amongst militaries. We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or a president. We don't take an oath to a dictator or a tyrant. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to an idea, the idea that is America. Every single one of us in uniform is willing to die for that idea. And that is what separates your military, our military, the American military, from every other military on earth. We are willing to die for an idea. And it's been true across generations, and that's going to be true on display here in this great museum. It's a portal that will connect us to our past and cast a guiding light onto our future. This museum is a monument to the very best of our country. In the front row in front of us, all of us today, are representatives of the best that is America. The unparalleled valor of those who wear the cloth of this nation, who have guarded the wall and stood on the beach, defended Americans for 246 years. That spirit, that mission, that idea, the idea that is America, is timeless. And the valor it takes to protect, and defend this experiment in liberty. That too will live forever, right here in this museum. Thank you all, and may God bless America.
I do want to take one note of personal privilege because today is Medal of Honor Day. March 25th is Medal of Honor Day nationally. And I want to note that it was on November 15th, 1990, when President George H.W. Bush signed National Medal of Honor Day into law. So while the hero that it was your father is no longer with us, his spirit lives on, and we just want to take that moment to acknowledge the Bush family for what... Soldiers, service members believe that life has meaning when it is lived for the benefit of future generations. Stories of Medal of Honor recipients and all who they served alongside inspire us to be better and to do better. A self-described reluctant soldier, Major General Patrick Henry Brady, was honored with our nation's highest military decoration for valor in 1969 from President Richard Nixon. Brady has flown more than 2,500 combat missions and rescued more than 5,000 wounded. A true patriot, he is a role model for service and for sacrifice. His openness, his humility, despite his acclaim, is inspiring. Representing our country's Medal of Honor recipients, past and present, please welcome Major General Patrick Brady.
Thank you. I just really love to hear what a fine fellow I am. I wish my wife could be here to hear what a fine fellow I am. But more than that, I wish my wife's mother could be here to hear what a fine fellow I am. I got to find my spontaneous remarks. Now, don't alarm, because I'm reminded of what Henry VIII said to his fifth wife: I won't keep you long. So, Mr. President, is that just getting to you? Chairman Milley, I really appreciate
the general bringing out Charles Kelly, because he was an incredible man. What he did continues to serve, and his dying words, "When I have your wounded," set the standard for battlefield rescues to this day. He was an inspiration to all of us, and we're going to go to Vietnam in April, and we're going to put a memorial on the spot where that great man was killed. Now, we're often asked why we did what we did. We did it for people like the Jones family, the Goff family, Don Arnell, Annette Simmons, and the great patriots we have here today. We don't believe we did America a favor by our service and sacrifice. We believe that God did us a favor by allowing us to be born in this great country among people like you. This museum will trace our roots to Abraham Lincoln, the Civil War. On our rolls are names that will ever be a part of American history: Sergeant York, Charles Lindbergh, Douglas MacArthur, Teddy Roosevelt, Jimmy Doolittle, Eddie Rickenbacker, Mary Walker, Buffalo Bill, Audie Murphy, and of course, Pat Brady. Now, most recipients are obsessed with service. Chris, our CEO, he never stops talking about service. This museum will allow us to serve beyond our lives. It will highlight recipients' accomplishments as citizens, more important than what we did as soldiers. We are a family of Americans who not only defended our country, but we helped design and enrich it. These great blood donors to our freedom believe life has no meaning unless lived for the benefit of future generations. Now, those generations will come to learn that it was a Medal of Honor recipient who first flew solo across the Atlantic, who first flew in the clouds using a gyro that opened the skies for commercial travel, who was the first commissioner of the American Football League, who were great athletes, won a president, politicians, journalists, we had politicians, actors, builders who built our railroads, generals who fought and won our wars, one who founded our park system. And we have prisoners, as in POW and as in convict. It was a Medal of Honor recipient who composed TAPS, who founded the CIA, and on and on. And I think it was a Medal of Honor recipient who's on Mount Rushmore who spoke what should be on the door to this museum. And he said, "The lives of truest heroism are those in which there are no great deeds to look back upon. It is the little things, well done, that go out to make up a truly successful and heroic life." Heroism is interesting, but only valuable inasmuch as it is inspirational, that it inspires the value upon which this nation was built. And we will see in this museum the history of values told through our recipients. Young people will learn they can be heroes and they don't have to go to war to do it. This museum will be a vault for those values, the values embedded in this medal: courage, sacrifice, and patriotism. There's only 3, not 6. They screwed up on that airplane. These are the pillars of American excellence. Valor is finite. Values are infinite. Is there another museum anywhere in the world that ties valor and inspires to teach values? Courage, of course, is the key to success in life. It's the only way in which we are all born equal. Faith is the foundation of courage. Fear is an emotion. Courage is a decision. Fear is actually a form of slavery, as we have seen. I've never known anyone with enduring, repetitive courage who was not also a person of faith. And you're going to find that, and I have found through these many years, that faith is very, very prominent among our recipients. Sacrifice, love and action, vital to happiness and leadership. And I believe that the capacity for sacrifice may be the ultimate measure of genuine human goodness. Patriotism. Many recipients would rather be called patriots than heroes. We realize that the medal we wear more because of the mercy and grace of Almighty God and the goodwill and support of our fellow troops than for anything we did as we struggled through the mist and the mess of combat. We know that what we did to earn the medal is less important than what we do with it. It does not make us special, but it does allow us to do special things, and there is nothing we have ever done that's more special than this museum. The bottom line is America cannot survive if our people are not patriots. This museum will inspire patriotism. It can change America. Strength is the key to peace, and there is no strength without our patriots. Peace is the ultimate victory of all warriors. And I think patriotism is best illustrated by a story we tell of a dear friend of mine. You guys get ready for a war story? You know the difference between a war story and a fairy tale? Fairy tale begins once upon a time. War story begins with this is no shit. Webster was a great, powerful black soldier, an artillery sergeant. He was on a hill in Vietnam, an outpost, during a tropical storm. And the initial attack by the communists, they pretty much took off both his legs. Webster kept fighting. The initial attack, the secondary attack, they threw a hand grenade into his position, and Webster, when he was throwing it clear of his men, it pretty much took off his arm. He kept fighting. I flew in that night, and I picked up what was left of Webster and his wounded and took him to the hospital. Amazing. They saved his life, but they did not save 2 legs and 1 arm, but also earned the Medal of Honor. Webster and I became very close, and we would go about the country as all recipients do, talking to young people. And we were in a classroom in Oklahoma talking to some young people, and one young man raised his hand and he says, "Mr. Anderson, knowing what you know now, that it would cost you 2 legs and 1 arm, would you do it again?" And Webster, we had to prop him up there. He insisted on standing up when he was talking to the troops. He says, "Young man, I've only got 1 arm left, but my country can have it any time they want." Now, if that didn't embed in those young people what patriotism is all about, I don't know what will. And by the way, it's a great thrill for me today to be able to introduce to all of you Webster's nephew. This young man was raised by Webster after the war. Webster inspired him, as we hope our recipients will do, to a life of military service. And he's here with his wife, Kathy. Stand up, Brian Freeman. Okay, God bless you guys. Get this damn thing done. We don't buy green bananas anymore.
Many who receive the Medal of Honor made the ultimate sacrifice. The medal is awarded to them posthumously and presented by the President of the United States to parents, spouses, or even children of the fallen. Those unknowns who lay down their lives for freedom are also recipients of the Medal of Honor. We would also like to acknowledge Medal of Honor families, specifically those who represent recipients who are no longer with us. Many of these families are sharing their treasures with us by graciously contributing medals and other precious objects to the museum collection. Each of these items will help tell the full life story of their incredible loved ones. Today, to honor these fallen patriots, we welcome from Marine Barracks, Washington, D.C., the United States Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon.
For most National Medal of Honor recipients, service did not end on the battlefield. Those who came home continued to serve their country, communities, and families, reminding us that what we do in a single moment of trial is indeed important, but how we live every day is what truly matters. Through this museum and the National Medal of Honor Institute housed on these same grounds, Medal of Honor recipients will continue to serve long after they are gone. Their legacies will provide examples of character and lessons in leadership, transforming all who they encounter.
The National Medal of Honor Museum is on a mission to inspire the United States of America, and this, of course, begins with the next generation. We invited students from 6th through 12th grades throughout the country to write essays about what it means to live honorably and why we need people of honor in this world. Riley Gould is a junior at Fairland High School in Proctorville, Ohio. She and her mother join us today to share in this moment and share her winning essay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Riley Gould.
Hello. All right. When I am asked who I hold in high honor, my first thought is always the courageous, brave veterans. They risk their livelihood to protect the people of America. Honor to me is a necessity to give veterans. The soldiers of this country risk everything and die for the sake of the American people. My cousin, Sergeant First Class Matthew McClintock, was a Green Beret for the American Army. He was assigned to 1st Battalion, 19th Special Forces Group. Matthew went back into gunfire to allow a helicopter to land and save his injured team members. In that moment, he became selfless. Honor to me is especially important because of this. I watched as the country mourned the death of my family member. January 5th, 2016 forever changed my view on what honor meant to me and how it affected my everyday life. Because of what Matthew did, we were protected. Society needs honorable people to keep us protected. Without veterans and other honorable people, society would not recognize the importance of honor and what it means to be honorable. There is risk, selflessness, liability, danger, and love involved with honor. Society needs and will continue to need noble people to keep the peace. The self-sacrifice needed to be considered honorable is indescribable. My mother, Rebecca McClintock, works for a veteran hospital and shares with me the many stories of the brave veterans who stop and talk to her. She tells me that the veterans, if given the opportunity, would not change the fact that they went into the service. Our troops deserve so much for the amount of benevolence and generosity they possess. I would like to personally thank every single veteran for their sacrifice and let them know the honor they hold in my heart. We will forever be grateful.
We are a nation of values. They are the foundation of who we are and what we are always working harder to be. The Medal of Honor symbolizes the timeless American ideals of courage and sacrifice, commitment and integrity, citizenship and patriotism. At the National Medal of Honor Museum, these values will be celebrated and be a beacon of inspiration for generations to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush.
Thank you. It's too hot to applaud too much. Riley, thank you for your words. If there's any doubt about our nation forgetting the sacrifices of people like Matthew, put it out of your mind, because that's what we're here to celebrate. I appreciate General Milley for being here. It's a big deal when that many stars show up. I also want to thank Admiral Kidman, General Martin, appreciate your service, and welcome to the other Arlington. That would be Texas. And if you think the Pentagon was big, just walk across the street to AT&T. Charlotte, I want to thank you and the board of directors and the funders for the work you've done to help build this museum. I congratulate you on choosing Chris Cassidy to lead it. Most of you don't know who Chris Cassidy is, and frankly, I didn't either until I met him. But he saw combat in Afghanistan as a SEAL. He became NASA's 14th chief astronaut. I'm not so sure what's more impressive about him. Those two credentials are the fact that he had survived an interview with Charlotte Jones. I want to thank members of Congress, distinguished guests, Tapper, who I hadn't seen in a long time. Laura and I are proud to join you. I bring greetings from my fellow honorary directors. I'm a little hesitant to put words in their mouths, but I'm confident if Presidents Carter, Clinton, and Obama were here, they would tell you that presenting the Medal of Honor is one of the great privileges of being president. President Harry Truman said he'd rather have earned the Medal of Honor than be the commander-in-chief. And I think General Brady was probably there to hear him say that. It's the highest military decoration a president can confer. It's awarded for gallantry in the face of danger, actions above and beyond the call of duty, and courage so great that no one could rightly expect to muster. The tradition of awarding this honor began in the Civil War. Many who received it gave their lives. Today, the families who are here, Laura and I ask for God's blessings, continued blessings on you. 15 of the living members are here. I want to thank you all for being here and thank you for continued work. When you look at the Medal of Honor recipient, you're looking at someone who has demonstrated gallantry under impossible odds. You're looking at someone who's placed duty above self. You're looking at someone who understands the meaning of sacrifice in the most profound way. And you're looking at a person of integrity, fortitude, and patriotism. You're looking at honor. And these values must be preserved, protected, and passed on to future generations. And that is why the National Medal of Honor Museum is so important. During my time in office, I had the privilege of presiding over 9 Medal of Honor ceremonies. I really don't miss much about being president. I miss being pampered. Air Force One, constant desserts. But I tell you what Laura and I miss. We miss being with the military and their families. That's why at SMU we spend a lot of time helping our vets transition from military life to civilian life, with a particular emphasis on post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injuries. But one of the cool things about hanging out with vets is you get to meet some extraordinary ones, and 2 of the Medal of Honor recipients who are here today, I got to know. Salvatore junta. 2003, Sal was getting ready to graduate from John F. Kennedy High in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, when he heard they were giving away T-shirts at the Army recruiting post. Sal decided to forego the T-shirt and wear our uniform. As he said, this is my chance and I can make a difference, and he was right. During Sal's first deployment in Afghanistan in 2005, he got shot in the leg. In 2007, he went back to Afghanistan, and that's where his unit came under fire from insurgent forces. His squad leader got hit, and Sal charged forward toward the ambush and rescued him. He administered medical relief while taking on fire and engaging the enemy. After he got his squad leader to safety, he rushed back toward the fight to save more wounded Americans. For putting his brothers in arms above his own safety, he received the Medal of Honor. We met a few years ago at the Bush Institute's Warrior Open Golf Tournament. He's got a decent swing, but clearly he's more skilled at shooting a rifle than he is hitting a golf ball. Sal continues to serve our nation today in a perilous post. He recently went back to school and graduated with a degree in supply chain management. Proud to be with you, Sal, and thank you for your service. Florent Groberg is here. It's kind of hard to call a man Florent after he has won the Medal of Honor. So I just went with Flo. That'd be F-L-O-W. He grew up outside of Paris, France, and came to the United States at age 11. In other words, he wasn't born in this country. He embraced our country. He worked hard. He excelled in academics and athletics. And after graduating from the University of Maryland, he enlisted in the U.S. Army. Following the 9/11 attacks, there was no other choice for me, he said. Flo completed airborne ranger schools, deployed to Afghanistan with the 4th ID as the platoon leader. August 8, 2012, a suicide bomber approached Captain Groberg's formation, which included several high-ranking military officials. Flo ran straight at the threat. He pushed the bomber away from the group before the bomb could detonate. His selfless courage saved the lives of members of his group, including the colonel he had been assigned to protect. The explosion severely wounded him and several of his comrades. To this day, Flo wears a bracelet with the names of the 4 souls who did not survive the attack. When he received the Medal of Honor at the White House, he asked President Obama to recognize those individuals and invite their families. The brotherhood could not be broken. He wakes up every morning thinking about them. He's a reminder that many of our greatest citizens and most distinguished service members were not born in the United States. Some 3,500 individuals have been recognized with the Medal of Honor. More than 700 of those medals have gone to immigrants. When I recently painted Flo's portrait, by the way, it's a face only a mother could love. I painted a man I'm proud to call my fellow American. By sharing the stories of men like Flo and Sal, this museum will give Americans a deeper understanding of what's important: patriotism, courage, duty, and service. Visitors will come away with a new appreciation of what it means to sacrifice and what it means to live in a free land. You know, during these turbulent times, people ask me, am I worried? And my answer is no. I'm optimistic about the future, because for so long as we emulate the virtue and the character of the people we honor, we're going to be just fine. And that's what the National Museum of Honor does. It emulates excellence. I want to thank you all for being here. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Annapolis, Maryland, the U.S. Naval Academy Glee Club.
Skies forever ways of
From the bravest of the brave, whom we honor with this mission, to the generous supporters, founders, and the leaders who have breathed life into this dream, to the families who have entrusted their keepsakes and treasures to these collections, and to our honorary directors who served our nation as commanders-in-chief, thank you all for being here today. With this action, we continue the enduring work of inspiring America and creating a more perfect union. Ladies and gentlemen, on this 25th day of March, in the very heart of our incredible nation, we now set hand to shovel and break ground on this historic project.
discuss that is Oscars expert Tariq Khan. Tariq, thanks so much for being with us. You follow the Oscars so closely. We know last year was very, very different because of the pandemic. But let's get into some of the major categories. I'm going to put up on our screen for our viewers the tweets from the Academy's Twitter account announcing the nominations in February. We're starting off with Best Actor in a Supporting Role, and here are the nominees there. We have Ciarán Hinds for Belfast, Troy Kotsur for Coda, Jesse Plemons for The Power of the Dog, J.K. Simmons for Bean, The Ricardos, and Cody Smith-McPhee for The Power of the Dog. What say you about this particular category?
Okay, Andrew, great to see you. Happy Oscar weekend. And in this category, it's a slam dunk. The Oscar will go to Troy Kotsur in Coda. He's a real-life actor who happens to be deaf. He plays the father in a family of mostly deaf members in Coda, and is just fantastic. It's a classic scene-stealing performance like Brad Pitt in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and Sam Rockwell in 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri, performances that have won this category in recent years. He won the Screen Actors Guild Award, then the Critics' Choice Award, and most recently the British Academy Award. This is one of the best places to honor Coda in a major category. So despite some good competition, I think Kotsur has the Oscar in the bag. Again, he'll be the second deaf actor to win an acting Oscar. The first was his co-star Marlee Matlin, who won for Children of Lesser God. So when Troy Kotsur wins, it'll be a great moment. Be sure to tune in.
And we definitely will be. That would be quite historic. Of course, Marlee Matlin is in the film as well, in Coda. Isn't that right?
That's right. No, she was not nominated for supporting actress. That was a bit of a surprise because she was terrific. But of course, she has the Oscar already. Right. She won a 1986 film, so she'll be very happy to see her co-star Troy Kotsur win. And again, Andrew, I can assure you that he will win. You can bet the house on that one.
All right. Let's head out to the next category, Best Actress in a Supporting Role. Here are the nominees for that. We have Jessie Buckley in The Lost Daughter, Ariana DeBose in West Side Story, Judi Dench in Belfast, Kirsten Dunst, The Power of the Dog, and Janu Ellis in King Richard. Who are you thinking for this one? Some really new names that might not be well known to some people who watch this.
No, that's right, Andrew. This is fascinating. 60 years ago on Oscar night, Rita Moreno won this category for Best Supporting Actress, playing the classic role of Anita in West Side Story. And history is going to repeat itself when Ariana DeBose wins this award for playing the same character in the same film. This, of course, is Steven Spielberg's presentation of West Side Story. She's received wonderful reviews, a great performance, a great role, a lot of energy, a lot of electricity to the performance. She, too, has swept all the precursors. Golden Globe, Critics' Choice, Screen Actors Guild Award, British Academy Award. West Side Story is a strong Best Picture nominee with 7 nominations, and it's likely to lose in the top categories. No Best Picture, no Best Director. This is its best chance to win in a major category, so Ariana DeBose gets it. It'll be a great night for her, and I think a real star-making moment, so something to watch out for.
Now, some would say that this is Kirsten Dunst's moment. You don't think that's going to happen?
You know, I'm afraid not. This is her first nomination. She's had a great career. Remember her breakout performance in 1994's Interview with a Vampire. She got a kiss Brad Pitt on screen, and she's been working steadily ever since. Her first nomination, good performance, but not quite strong enough. And again, all the precursors have gone to Ariana DeBose, so it's highly unlikely that we'll see any kind of surprise in this category.
All right, Tariq, let's get into some of the other male acting categories we have, the best acting categories. Actor in a leading role here, Javier Bardem in Being the Ricardos, Benedict Cumberbatch in The Power of the Dog, Andrew Garfield, Tick, Tick, Boom, Will Smith, King Richard, and Denzel Washington, The Tragedy of Macbeth. That is a powerhouse of a list of nominees there in the best actor category. It's really hard to pick. Who do you think?
Okay, well, you know, I tell you what, before I say the name, he's one of the biggest stars in the world. He's battled aliens, cowboys, robots. He's a legend, if you know what I mean. The question here is, can Will Smith finally become an Oscar winner? This is his 3rd nomination. He's never won. His first bid came 20 years ago for playing the title role in Ali. He was nominated again 5 years later for The Pursuit of Happiness. And I dare say that finally his pursuit of Oscar will be successful when he accepts the statuette for his performance in King Richard. Rapturous reviews. He's just fantastic. He plays the father of tennis legends Venus and Serena Williams in the picture, and best reviews of his career. He's swept all the precursors, the Golden Globe, Critics' Choice, Screen Actors Guild. He even beat out hometown favorite Benedict Cumberbatch at the recent British Academy Awards. That's a pretty good sign. King Richard is a strong Best Picture contender, 6 nominations, including categories like original screenplay, film editing, song, supporting actress. This is its best chance to win a major category. So Will Smith, I think I'm pretty confident here that he will walk away with the Academy Award. It's a moment, a long time in the making, a wonderful career he's had, and Will Smith, a legend, will become an Oscar-winning legend. So congratulations to Mr. Smith.
And there are some actors in the category there who have already won the Golden Statuette, isn't that right?
That's right. Of course, Denzel Washington, who actually beat out Will Smith 20 years ago when he went for Training Day over Will Smith and Ali. He has 2 Oscars for both Glory and Training Day. This is actually his 9th nomination. He's been in pursuit of that 3rd Oscar, but looks like this will not be his year. And he'll be happy, though, to see his friend Will Smith accept the statuette. Just a great performance.
All right, let's get into the Best Actress category here. In a leading role, some really powerhouse performances there. Jessica Chastain, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. Olivia Colman, again, The Lost Daughter. Penelope Cruz in The Parallel Mothers. Nicole Kidman being The Ricardos. And Kristen Stewart in Spencer. What powerhouse performances there, and especially Olivia Colman. It seems like she's always in this category every year, at least for the last several years.
That's right. You know, this is Coleman's 3rd nomination in just 4 years. She pulled off a major shocker 4 years ago when she won for The Favorite, beating out the favorite Glenn Close in The Wife. That was, again, one of the biggest upsets in recent memory. I dare say, though, at this point now, she looks like she can probably sit this one out. But again, like you said, Andrew, there are some big names playing some big roles. We have Nicole Kidman as Lucille Ball in Being the Ricardos, Kristen Stewart as Lady Diana in Spencer, and, of course, Jessica Chastain playing the title role in The Eyes of Tammy Faye as the late Tammy Faye Baker Mesner. Andrew, I'm going to give you a bit of a scoop. You know, if our viewers here read my annual Oscar predictions article on FoxNews.com, I read that this was likely a Chastain's role award to lose. Terrific performance. It's a classic Oscar role. You know, she's playing the role of person. She's physically performed on screen. She won the Screen Actors Guild Award. She's a great actress. Her 3rd nomination, never won. But something's happened in recent days. We've been polling Oscar voters, myself and other Oscar pundits, and we're hearing a lot of support for Penelope Cruz in Parallel Mothers. You know, it's, of course, a foreign language film from acclaimed director Pedro Almodovar. He's, of course, beloved in the film industry. And it seems like there's always one big surprise at the Oscars in an acting category. And we have the other categories, I think, sewn up here. I think Best Actress could be the place. Again, Chastain is the odds-on favorite, but I think we're going to see a big shocker when Penelope Cruz, when her name is called out and she accepts the Oscar for Best Actress in Parallel Mothers. It'll be a really wild moment, but I think one which might happen. So stick around for the end of the show because that's something to watch out for.
Now, Tarek, let's talk about the show itself before we get into the Best Picture category, because we know that they will not be reading out on the live telecast some of the other categories that might not be as, highly anticipated or well known. What do you think of, what's your opinion on that? Do you think that's a mistake, especially for movie lovers everywhere? Why did they do that this year?
Andrew, I'm so glad that you asked that because every movie fan in the world has been asking that question. You know, this is the Oscars. There's 23 categories. It's a tradition to present all of them on the show, and there are 8 categories that won't be on. Now, that includes the shorts, live-action short film, animated short film, documentary short subject. I know not much interest there, but they're also presenting categories before the show in important fields like production design, sound, score, film editing. I mean, what movie can be done without a film editor, right? But they won't have their proper moment in the sun. And many people in the industry have criticized this decision. Steven Spielberg himself said this was the wrong move to make. They did it in an effort in order to, I think, shorten the show, make it more appealing to viewers. But unfortunately, they've actually alienated a lot of Oscar's biggest fans. Some say they're going to boycott the show, not watch it at all. And the show, meanwhile, they're putting in other things that aren't really necessary. Like there was a presentation, performance of the song from Encanto, We Need to Talk About Bruno. I mean, a great song, but it's not even nominated. So why put in something that's not even a contender and take out the awards when the show is the Academy Awards? So I feel like it's a mistake. Most people in the industry feel like it's a mistake, and I hope that they learn their lesson this year when it backfires, and next year we get the full show and all 23 awards like we're used to.
Yeah, and Tarek, speaking of something they kind of go back and forth on as well, and that is the number of movies that are up for Best Picture. Some years it's 5, some years it's 8. For the past several years, it's been 10 movies in the Best Picture category. And we can get into kind of the rhyme or reason why they do that, but let's talk about them. Right now, we're going to put them up on the screen. 10 of them. So we have Belfast, Coda, Don't Look Up, Drive My Car, Dune, West Side Story, The Power of the Dog, Nightmare Alley, Licorice Pizza, and King Richard as well. So that's a lot to choose from. But of course, there is one that has been sweeping up award season.
That's right, Andrew. And let me ask you this. What film are you referring to? I just want to be certain we're on the same page here. So what film are you talking about?
Oh, sure. I'm talking about The Power of the Dog.
That's right. Okay, very good. The Power of the Dog has been doing very well this award season. It won the Golden Globe Award, won the Critics' Choice Award, won the British Academy Award, and until about 2 weeks ago, it was widely seen as the Oscar favorite, probably unbeatable for Best Picture of the Year. But something has happened very quickly. The film which just has 3 nominations. The Power of the Dog has 12. Coda won the Screen Actors Guild Award for Best Cast in a Motion Picture. It then won the Writers Guild Award for Best Original Screenplay. And then in a major upset last weekend, it won the Producers Guild of America Award for Best Picture of the Year. That's often seen as a very good bellwether for the Oscar for Best Picture. And in the past week, the odds have dramatically shifted from The Power of the Dog to Coda. On the website Gold Derby, which tracks the awards, they have numerous experts, including myself, and now the overwhelming majority of the experts are predicting Coda to win the Best Picture Oscar. It's really crazy. But Andrew, I should caution you that people should actually not expect that to happen. Again, Coda has just 3 nominations, and importantly, no directing nomination and no film editing nomination. And in Oscar history, since the editing category has been introduced, no film has ever won Best Picture without nominations in both directing and editing. So that's a big hurdle to overcome. And also, you know, The Power of the Dog has 12 nominations. Coda has 3. They use a preferential ballot. So it's the film that has the most high-ranking votes across the board. We have to assume with 12 nominations in all the key categories, I mean, directing, writing, acting, screenwriting, all the various technical categories as well, The Power of the Dog will outpower Coda on the preferential ballot and do better. And in Oscar history, no film with a 9 nomination deficit, which Coda has ever won the Best Picture Oscar. So again, the odds in favor you made here right now is Coda. But again, I think Power of the Dog has gone from underdog and will become top dog when it accepts the Oscar for Best Picture of 2021. Again, it's a cliffhanger. Most people will say Coda, but I do think it's Power of the Dog.
You have such deep institutional knowledge and history of the Oscars. We know last year, Tarek, was so different because of the pandemic. There was no host. The nominees were in masks. And frankly, and this is my opinion, I thought the performance and the telecast was really disjointed. What are we going to expect on Sunday night? We know that it will be a full house, I presume. We won't see masks, I don't think. And there will be 3 hosts. And who are they?
That's right. 3 hosts. For the past 2 years, the show has been without a host. This year, they have a combination of actors Regina Hall, Wanda Sykes, and Amy Schumer. I mean, 2 of those are really best known for their work as comedians, but have done films as well. And I think it was an effort to sort of shake things up, do something different, attract, a younger audience. And, we'll see how it goes. They're all very talented women, all very, very funny. If the writing is good, I think the chemistry could be there. And, it could be a, really, really fun show. So I'm looking forward to them. Wish them the best of luck. Although I must say that I'm kind of a fan of like the classic Oscar hosts of Bob Hope and Billy Crystal, even Steve Martin. I think they all did great jobs as sort of having fun with the audience. But I want to give them a chance. And there's a lot of concern that the Oscar ratings keep going down. I dare say that given the contenders this year, there's so many indie films. There's no big films like a Titanic or films like The Godfather, Schindler's List. Big massive hits that have done well in the years past. So with films like Power of the Dog and Belfast and Coda, not much reason for people to really tune in who haven't seen the movies. But again, I think it should be an okay show. Definitely improvement from last year. I know that's not saying much. And again, hopefully these 3 young women will do well, and they'll make the most of the show and the best it can possibly be. So fingers crossed for them and all of us watching.
All right, Tarek Khan, we always appreciate it. I've only made my way, I think now I was counting through 4 of the 10 Best Picture nominees. So I have my work cut out for me this weekend. But as always, we'll talk to you again. Thanks, Tarek.
Andrew, thanks so much, sir.
Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, may be getting caught up in the probe of the January 6th Capitol riots. The Washington Post going ahead and reporting texts from Thomas to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows were part of a number of documents turned over to Congress as part of the investigation. To bring us more about this story, I want to bring in Fox 5's Sharon Crowley. And Sharon, this was a major development amid these confirmation hearings this week.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ginny Thomas, who of course is married to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, sent text messages to then the White House Chief of Staff under former President Donald Trump. And it was clear she wanted to see former President Donald Trump have a second term. That is the nature of the text messages. And there are more than 24 of them. And now those text messages are part of a congressional investigation into the Capitol riots.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife Ginny finding herself caught up in the probe of the January 6th Capitol riots. Ginny Thomas, a conservative activist, has long been a vocal supporter of former President Donald Trump. The Washington Post reports Ginny Thomas sent to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows about 24 text messages that are now part of an ongoing congressional investigation into the January 6th insurrection. She reportedly texted Meadows multiple times, urging him to overturn the election results in the weeks after Joe Biden was declared the winner. Ginny Thomas also recently admitted to being at the pro-Trump rally held before protesters stormed the Capitol, but she says she played no role in planning the events of that day.
There are many lawsuits, some of which have already reached the Supreme Court, but more are on the way, that revolve around the January 6th insurrection. And judges are supposed to be impartial in judging any issue, including this one.
Alan Sanders is an associate professor emeritus of political science at St. Peter's University.
When an issue reaches the Supreme Court in a matter that either the justice or his or her spouse has been personally involved, then it seems quite clear that at that point, whether or not the justice would be fair or not in the matter, but for the appearance of justice, it's quite clear that the justice should recuse himself or herself.
Sanders says while no law may have been broken, the optics of a Supreme Court justice's spouse being entangled in this type of investigation simply doesn't look good.
This is a very concerning matter, and it's one that raises questions about the impartiality of the court and about the impartiality of Justice Thomas himself.
Now, we should point out that there is no evidence that in any of those text messages that were sent that there's any mention of Justice Clarence Thomas. And also the congressional committee that is investigating the Capitol riots has not asked to speak to Ginny Thomas, the justice's wife, of course. They did want to speak to Mark Meadows, the former White House Chief of Staff, and he was found in contempt of Congress, if you will, because he refused to cooperate.
And are we hearing from Thomas about this? He's had kind of a rough week. He just got released from the hospital. What's his reaction?
Yeah, they said he was just released from the hospital with an infection, but wasn't COVID. But he is on the mend. He is not actually commenting on this, but we have learned a little bit more about what might have been in those text messages. And it's my understanding that Ginny Thomas was emphatic with Mark Meadows, wanted Trump to have a second term and urged him, even after the November elections, not to concede. She really wanted Meadows to get that message to Trump. So the idea that she's always been a supporter of Trump's and a very conservative activist. So that part wasn't surprising, but the idea that now she's embroiled in this and those text messages are part of evidence.
Yeah, and I want to get into the nature of those text messages in a second, but we're not hearing from Thomas himself, but we're hearing from Senator McConnell. I want to read out what he has said. He says, Justice Thomas is a great American and an outstanding justice. I have total confidence in his brilliance and impartiality in every aspect of the work of the court. So a Republican, of course, speaking in favor of Justice Thomas.
Yes, and in fact, it's likely that he will recuse himself. There's already a number of lawsuits that have made it to the High Court, to the Supreme Court, and more are likely to be coming in the next couple of months. And so it's pretty certain that Justice Thomas, when he's recovered and back on the bench, if you will probably recuse himself from anything that his wife was involved with. And they have that authority. There's no rule that, they have to do that. It's really to their discretion, but it's likely he will.
Yeah, and so let's go back into those texts. Explain the urgency behind these texts to Meadows.
Yeah, well, there were about 24 text messages that Ginny Thomas sent to the former White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, and they came between November of 2020 and into January of 2021, right and around the Capitol riots. And she's really pressing him to make sure that Trump doesn't concede. She wants to do whatever can be done to try to overturn the results of the election. So she was really pushing what many have called the big lie.
And of course, legal experts saying that he likely will recuse himself from any of these cases concerning January 6th. But did they say anything about coming out and making a statement? Would that be smart for Thomas to do in these circumstances?
You know, I highly doubt it. And I say I don't have any inside track into Justice Clarence Thomas, but I can tell you it is highly unlikely. They are much more likely to say less than more on any case, especially ongoing investigations, and especially because there are so many lawsuits before the High Court having to do with January 6th. He wouldn't want to do anything that would jeopardize a case that's already pending one way or another, even if he plans to recuse himself.
Right. Sharon, quite the bombshell to be coming out during the confirmation hearings for Judge Jackson.
Judge Jackson, yeah.
Right?
No, and I covered those every day, every hour, the long, grueling hours that Judge Jackson faced. And she's already said that she's going to recuse herself from a case involving Harvard University and affirmative action, because, of course, she went to Harvard University and Harvard University Law School, and she sits on a Harvard University board right now. So she's already saying, if she's confirmed, that she would recuse herself. So I expect that Justice Clarence Thomas would do the same thing in this case.
No doubt. Any last thoughts on confirmation hearings and this story as well?
Oh, on Judge Jackson?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that because the Democrats have the majority, that even if she gets no Republican support, that she will certainly sail through this, even if you can call it sailing after what she's been through this week, but because they have the tie-breaking vote if they need, but with the vice president. But there may be some Republicans, Lisa Murkowski, there may be some Republican senators who decide to put their support behind her, because everybody's watching. Everybody's going to be watching the vote. We do expect it to happen before Easter, before April 17th. They're hoping to get this one through quickly and quietly, and especially because a lot of Republicans voted for her to get her a position on the federal appeals court circuit before this. Senator Lindsey Graham, though, may not be one. He supported her in the past, but it doesn't look like he's going to back her this go.
Right. We're hearing maybe 2 or 3 Republican senators could vote in favor of her. Senator McConnell, though, on the floor is saying explicitly, no, I will not be voting for her. So McConnell being outspoken about all these stories today concerning.
He certainly is.
Yes, no doubt. Sharon Crowley, thank you so much covering all of the Supreme Court news. We appreciate it.
Yep, that's right. Okay, thanks so much.
All right, talk to you soon. Have a good weekend.
Without objection.
Yesterday, I said I hoped the second day of Judge Jackson's responses would provide more clarity on some vital questions. Unfortunately, the nominee's answers trended the other way. Regarding the court as an institution, the nominee continued to reject the examples of Justice Ginsburg and Breyer. She refused to denounce partisan court packing. On judicial philosophy, the judge continued to deflect actually basic questions. The lack of candor is especially troubling since the president sentenced a nominee with no meaningful written record on constitutional matters. For more than 8 of Judge Jackson's 9 years on the federal bench, she was a trial judge on the district court. As the nominee herself explained on Tuesday, that role neither requires a particular talent for constitutional interpretation nor gives judges much of a chance to exhibit one. She deflected a question about judicial philosophy by explaining that such questions do not often occur to her on the lower court. District court records alone shed little light on what kind of Supreme Court justice someone might be. Now, Judge Jackson's current post on the D.C. Circuit is a much closer analog. The problem is she's held that position for less than a year and has only published 2 opinions. Justice Gorsuch had authored 212 circuit court opinions before he was nominated to the Supreme Court. Justice Kavanaugh had written 306. Senators had an unbelievably wealth of writings to examine. As for Justice Barrett, in just 3 years on the 7th Circuit, she had already written 91 appellate opinions, not to mention her many academic writings on constitutional law. Judge Jackson has written a total of 2 circuit court opinions, just 2. The only real body of evidence before the Senate is her record as a trial judge. Like I mentioned, those rulings communicate very little about a judge's approach to big picture questions of interpretation. But to make matters worse, Judge Jackson declined to answer basic questions about those rulings. Senators asked about clear patterns in the judge's criminal sentencing decisions. The nominee deflected by saying every case is unique. So senators tried to examine one case at a time. Then the nominee said she couldn't recall details. So senators tried to supply the details. Then the nominee stonewalled and said no one case can fully capture a judge's record. This made up an endless circle of evasion. Judge Jackson wouldn't address broad patterns in her rulings because she said it was unfair for senators to zoom out, and she wouldn't discuss specific cases because she said it was unfair for senators to zoom in. Since the only real body of evidence before the Senate is Judge Jackson's trial records, senators asked why she consistently imposed weak sentences for certain crimes. The nominee then ducked the question over and over. She blamed Congress for giving her that discretion in the first place. Both the nominee and Chairman Durbin kept repeating that if senators wanted to guarantee harsher penalties, we could mandate them. That's true, but it's a non sequitur. Senators wanted to know why Judge Jackson used the discretion she actually did have in the specific ways she chose to use it. The senators were trying to understand what this nominee does with discretion when she has it. But again, the nominee would not answer. She kept blaming the mere existence of her discretion for her decisions to go soft on criminals, when she could have just as easily used that discretion to be tough. We basically had a nominee saying that if senators want me to be tough on crime, you'll have to change the law to force me to do it. In several egregious instances, from child exploitation to fentanyl trafficking, the nominee used especially unusual and creative legal moves that stretch the bounds of the judicial role. In the nominee's own words, she simply has a, quote, policy disagreement, end quote, with parts of the sentencing law. Evidently, the judge's personal policy views change how she applies the law. Finally, I understand some Democratic senators held a press conference yesterday to complain that Republican questions were too tough. Of course, nobody could have less credibility to police the fine details of confirmation hearings than our Democratic colleagues on the Judiciary Committee. The last 48 hours were a dry and friendly legal seminar compared to the circus that Democrats inflicted on the country just a few years back. The American people know it is not asking too much to ask a federal judge legal questions about her record. I just wish the Senate had gotten more answers. Now, on a different matter, today President Biden is overseas, meeting with America's closest European allies as Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine enters its second month. He is engaging with a Europe that's been profoundly changed. NATO allies have watched a neighbor invaded by an aggressive Russia. Some, like Germany, are ending 30 years of post-Cold War neglect for military modernization and energy security. I'm glad that, as I urged last week, the President's itinerary will include not just Western Europe, but also Poland. His presence on the eastern flank will send an important message. Of course, the most concrete way to support Ukraine is with greater commitments of lethal aid. Ukrainian forces can win this fight. Let me say that again. Ukrainian forces can win this fight, but they need more weapons, more ammunition, more fuel, and they need it all as fast as possible. The allies and partners who are helping equip Ukraine also need replenishing their own arsenals. But the fight has highlighted shortcomings in both our current stockpiles of critical weapons and munitions and our industrial capacity to produce more quickly. As other NATO members wake up to the importance of long-term investments in defense, America should lead by example. We have to meet the military requirements that come from being a superpower facing growing threats to our global interests. Sustained increases in defense spending, deeper inventories of critical weapon systems and munitions, less red tape, work with industry to make our development and production systems more nimble. This will not only help us meet the growing requirements of our military, but also ensure we can be a reliable supplier of weapons and munitions to our allies and our partners. As the Washington Post reported just yesterday, recent events have caught our defense industrial base napping. Here was the quote from the Post. Weapons manufacturers weren't geared up to make anti-tank and anti-aircraft arms at a wartime pace. While the U.S. had 13,000 Stingers in its stockpile before the invasion, there were no plans to produce more en masse. Militaries in Europe that have given their Stingers and anti-tank missiles to Ukraine now want to refill depleted stocks, creating competition for new units rolling off the assembly line, end quote. So President Biden already has real power to address this himself. The Defense Production Act was created during a period of tense competition with Russia to bolster production of critical military supplies, the exact circumstance we're in right now. Ironically, the far left has demanded the president invoke the Defense Production Act for everything but its central purpose. They don't want to use the Defense Production Act to bolster defenses, but rather to force taxpayer money into renewable energy schemes that are not ready for prime time. Democrats should be using the Defense Production Act to literally produce more defenses, but they want instead to use it to spin up some more cylinders. Of course, the real solution to global energy concerns is not throwing money into finicky technologies that themselves rely on Russian and Chinese supply chains. It's to unshackle U.S. energy producers. We can help meet Europe's needs by increasing American crude and LNG exports. But our European friends will have to make necessary sacrifices to wean themselves off of reliance on Russia. Putin's war of aggression reminds us the so-called international order is not self-enforcing. The relative Pax Americana that's lasted for the better part of a century does not sustain itself automatically. American leadership remains in very high demand. Putin's unprovoked war has further discredited the small pockets in both of our political parties who want America to pull back from the world stage, who excuse the behavior of tyrants, who think it would be prudent and sensible to cede vast spheres of influence to Russia and China. There's nothing remotely prudent or sensible about handing over entire regions of the world to these thugs. The national security interests of the United States never stopped at our own borders, and they certainly do not today. We are a superpower with worldwide interests requiring a worldwide presence and a worldwide network of allies and partners. American power will not preserve itself. American security will not protect itself. American interests will not uphold themselves, and America's partners will not lead themselves. This awesome responsibility falls on the shoulders of the President of the United States, the leader of the free world. President Biden has an opportunity as soon as he returns from Europe to begin charting the right course for America and the West. On Monday, his administration will submit its budget request for the next fiscal year. We will see if the president finally commits to investing in a future of strong American leadership. Our global challenges are not partisan issues. There are American issues. I sincerely hope that the Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces submits a defense budget request that reflects this reality. The world is dangerous and getting smaller. America must not shrink from the challenge, but rise and meet it.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The Majority Leader.
Well, it was another busy and productive evening here on the Senate floor. Yesterday, we confirmed another 6 judges to important positions on the federal bench, and all of them, I'm happy to say, with bipartisan support. We now have confirmed 56 judges under this Democratic Senate majority. And I thank my colleagues for their patience and for keeping the pace moving here on the floor last night. There are 2 judges I'm especially proud to have confirmed. First, we confirmed Hector Gonzalez to serve as a district judge for the Eastern District of New York. Mr. Gonzalez is a most deserving, most qualified, and most inspiring individual to serve as a judge. Born in Cuba, raised in Queens, he's the embodiment of the American dream. We also finally confirmed a judge who has inspired me for more than a decade, Allie Nathan, now confirmed as circuit judge for the Second Circuit. When I first met her, I thought, here is someone who is truly special, and I still believe that to this day. And to boot, she increases the diversity of the court as only the second ever openly lesbian to sit on the Second Circuit, open lesbian on the Second Circuit. I believe that's in the whole federal judiciary. We'll check that. The Second Circuit is one of the most consequential courts in the entire country, calling only for the best of the best to sit on the bench, and Allie Nathan fits the bill. I'm glad both of these nominees were confirmed with bipartisan support. On the legislative front, the Senate is pressing ahead on bipartisan competition legislation to lower costs, boost American manufacturing, and fuel another generation of American scientific ingenuity. For the information of all senators, last night I moved to file cloture on both the substitute amendment and the underlying legislation for our competitive legislation. As I've said previously, our plan has been to take up the House-passed version of this legislation and amend it with the exact same language the Senate approved last summer with bipartisan support, the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. Once we pass this amended bill, it will go back to the House, and they will be able to request a conference committee. As convoluted as the Senate process often is, the bottom line is that the train is moving forward when it comes to this bill. A lot of senators from both parties have worked for years to see legislation like this reach the president's desk. If the United States is to thrive in the 21st century, we need to keep our competitive edge in science and innovation, and this bill would do just that. We must continue growing American jobs. We must continue to lower the price of critical technologies like semiconductors, and this bill would do just that as well. We have a few more steps to take before we reach a conference, but support of this bill is strong and bipartisan, and the process is moving forward. On PNTR, negotiations are continuing on passing bipartisan legislation to strip Russia of permanent normal trade relations with the United States. This legislation is greatly needed and timely as President Biden continues meeting with European allies regarding Putin's despicable war on Ukraine. The House passed PNTR by 424 to 8, 424 to 8, and the Senate absolutely should pass it with equally strong bipartisan support. There's no justification to delay a popular policy that would deal a heavy, heavy blow on Putin's Russia, especially given that it got such strong Republican support, including from Leader McCarthy in the House. And yesterday, I'm happy to say, my team and I had a productive series of talks with Senators Crapo, Wyden, Manchin, and the White House. We reached an agreement with Senator Crapo to move forward on PNTR as soon as we can, while addressing oil ban legislation separately. That way, it can go right to the PNTR legislation can go right to the president's desk. I hope the rest of my colleagues will get with the program quickly so we can send PNTR legislation to the president's desk as soon as possible. We need a little more work, but we're close to passing this urgent legislation. And finally, on SCOTUS. After 3 marathon days of speeches and questions and answers, Judge Jackson's public testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee has concluded. After watching the judge weather 3 long days before the Senate Judiciary Committee, my respect, my admiration for her has never been higher. There's not a shred of doubt in my mind she merits confirmation to the U.S. Supreme Court. Once again, a handful of members on the other side, not all, just a handful, tried to smear the judge with misleading and downright false accusations. But once again, the judge remained poised, thoughtful, and strong in her answers. As Senator Booker said yesterday, no amount of cynicism and nastiness could overshadow Judge Jackson's nomination as a cause for celebration. She's not only a historic nominee, she's one of the most qualified nominees to ever come before the Judiciary Committee. Yesterday, Chairman Durbin announced the Judiciary Committee will meet on Monday afternoon to begin the process of reporting Judge Jackson's nomination at a committee. There is nothing in Judge Jackson's record suggesting that the committee should have difficulty reporting her nomination out. Once the committee concludes its work, I will move to have her nomination come to the floor in short order. The Senate is on track to have Judge Jackson confirmed as Justice Jackson by the end of this work period. I commend Judge Jackson for her excellent testimony of the course of this week. It's not easy to endure 3 days of testimony with the entire nation watching, but Judge Jackson has erased any doubt that she is brilliant, she is beloved, and she belongs, unquestionably belongs on the United States Supreme Court. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Good evening, everyone. To all the presses here, you must be getting very tired. Am I the 16th or 17th? At any rate, all kidding aside, thank you for taking the time. Today marks 1 month since Russia began its carnage in Ukraine, the brutal invasion of Ukraine. And we held a NATO summit the very next day. At that time, my overwhelming objective in wanting that summit was to have absolute unity on 3 key important issues among our NATO and European allies. First was to support Ukraine with military and humanitarian assistance. Second was to impose the most significant sanctions, economic sanction regime ever, in order to cripple Putin's economy and punish him for his actions. Third was to fortify the eastern flank of our NATO allies, who were obviously very, very concerned and somewhat worried what would happen. We accomplished all 3 of these, and today we're determined to sustain those efforts and to build on them. The United States is committed to provide over $2 billion in military equipment to Ukraine since I became president. Anti-air systems, anti-armor systems, ammunition, and our weapons are flowing into Ukraine as I speak. And today, I'm announcing the United States is prepared to commit more than $1 billion in humanitarian assistance to help get relief to millions of Ukrainians affected by the war in Ukraine. Many Ukrainian refugees will wish to stay in Europe, closer to their homes. But we also will welcome 100,000 Ukrainians to the United States with a focus on reuniting families. And we will invest $320 million to bolster democratic resilience and defend human rights in Ukraine and neighboring countries. We're also coordinating with the G7 and the European Union on food security as well as energy security. And I'll have more to say about that tomorrow. We're also announcing new sanctions of more than 400 individuals and entities in alignment with the European Union. More than 300 members of the Duma, oligarchs, and Russian defense companies that fuel the Russian war machine. In addition to the 100,000 U.S. forces now stationed in Europe to defend NATO territory, NATO established, as you already know, 4 new battle groups from Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Slovakia to reinforce the Eastern Front. Putin was banking on NATO being split. My early conversation with him in December and early January, it was clear to me he didn't think we could sustain this cohesion. NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine. We've built that same unity with the European Union and with the leading democracies of the G7, in the G7. So I want to thank you, and I'll be now happy to take your questions. Since there's so many people out there, been given a list. Now, how about Chris of the Associated Press? First question.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. So you've warned about the real threat of chemical weapons being used. Have you gathered specific intelligence that suggests that President Putin is deploying these weapons, moving them into position, or considering their use? And would the U.S. or NATO respond with military action if he did use chemical weapons?
You know, on the first question, I can't answer that. I'm not going to give you intelligence data, number one. Number two, we would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use. Josh of Bloomberg.
Perhaps I'll just project, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
If I had your voice, I'd have been elected a lot earlier.
I'll give it a try. He's got a long arm. Thank you. Can you talk to us about 2 things, sir? One, since your conversation with President Xi of China, have you seen any indications of action or lack of action from China that has led you to believe whether they will intervene and help Russia, either with the sale of arms or the provision of supplies to support this war in Ukraine? And secondly, can you say whether the conversation today turned to the subject of food shortages and what the U.S. will do to address wheat shortages in particular as a result of this war? Thank you.
On the first question relating to President Xi Jinping of China, I had a very straightforward conversation with Xi now, I guess it's 6 days ago, 7 days ago, in that range. And I made it clear to him, I made no threats, but I made it clear to him that make sure he understood the consequences of him helping Russia, as had been reported and as what it was expected. And I made no threats, but I pointed out the number of American and foreign corporations have left Russia as a consequence of their barbaric behavior. And I indicated that I knew how much he, because we had long discussions in the past about his interest in making sure he had economic relations and economic growth with Europe and the United States, and indicated that he'd be putting himself at significant jeopardy in those aims if, in fact, he were to move forward. I am not going to comment on any detail about what we know or don't know as a consequence of that conversation. But tomorrow, as is it tomorrow or next Monday that Ursula's having that conference with China? The 1st, on April 1st. We've had discussions because I think that China understands that its economic future is much more closely tied to the West than it is to Russia. And so I'm hopeful that he does not get engaged. We also did discuss today that there's a need for us to set up, NATO to set up, and the EU to set up a system whereby we have an organization looking at who has violated any of the sanctions and where and when and how they violated them. And that's something we're going to put in train. It's not done yet. So with regard to Xi, I have nothing more to report. With regard to food shortage, yes, we did talk about food shortages. And it's going to be real. The price of these sanctions is not just imposed upon Russia. It's imposed upon an awful lot of countries as well, including European countries and our country as well. And because both Russia and Ukraine have been the breadbasket of Europe in terms of wheat, for example, just to give you one example. But we had a long discussion in the G7 with both the United States, which has a significant, the third largest producer of wheat in the world, as well as Canada, which is also a major producer. And we both talked about how we could increase and disseminate more rapidly food shortages. In addition to that, we talked about urging all the European countries and everyone else to end trade restrictions on sending limitations on sending food abroad. And so we are in the process of working out with our European friends what it would take to help alleviate the concerns relative to food shortages. We also talked about a significant major U.S. investment, among others, in terms of providing for the need for humanitarian assistance, including food, as we move forward. Tarina of the Wall Street Journal. Watch out you don't get hit in the head there now.
Mr. President, in your view, does President Zelensky need to cede any Ukrainian territory in order to gain a ceasefire with Russia, or is that completely off the table? And then also, do you think that Russia needs to be removed from the G20?
On the latter point, my answer is yes. That depends on the G20. That was raised today, and I raised the possibility, if that can't be done, if Indonesia and others do not agree, then we should, in my view, ask to have both Ukraine be able to attend the meetings, as well as basically Ukraine being able to attend the G20 meeting and observe. With regard to, what was the first question?
If you think that Ukraine needs to cease, to give up any territory in order to get a ceasefire.
That is a total judgment based on Ukraine. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. I don't believe that they're going to have to do that, but that's a judgment. There's negotiations, that are discussions, I should say, that have taken place that I have not been part of, including the Ukrainians, and it's their judgment to make. Cecilia, ABC. There you are.
Oh, so looking that way, thank you. Sir, you've made it very clear in this conflict that you do not want to see World War III. But is it possible that in expressing that so early that you were too quick to rule out direct military intervention in this war? Could Putin have been emboldened knowing that you are not going to get involved directly in this conflict?
No and no.
You do not believe that. And to clarify on chemical weapons, if chemical weapons were used in Ukraine, would that trigger a military response from NATO?
It would trigger a response in kind. Whether or not you're asking whether NATO would cross we'd make that decision at the time.
And my final question, because you're heading to Poland tomorrow, do you think that getting a first-hand look at the effects of this war on these millions of Ukrainians who have fled their country could change the way that you might respond?
I don't think so, because I've been to many, many war zones. I've been in refugee camps. I've been in war zones for the last 15 years, and it's devastating. And but the thing you look at the most is you see these young children. You see children without parents that are in those camps or in refugees. You see women and husbands, men and women who are completely lost and have no nose. You see the look, that blank look on their face, that absolute feeling of, my God, where am I? What's going to happen to me? And so what it will do, it will reinforce my commitment to have the United States make sure we are a major piece of dealing with the relocation of all those folks, as well as humanitarian assistance needed both inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine. For example, this is not something that Poland or Romania or Germany should carry on their own. This is an international responsibility. The United States, as a leader, one of the leaders in the international community, has an obligation to be engaged and do all we can to ease the suffering and pain of innocent women and children and men, for that matter, throughout Ukraine, and those who have made it across the border. I plan on attempting to see those folks, as well as I hope I'm going to be able to see, I guess I'm not supposed to say where I'm going, am I? But anyway, I hope I get to see a lot of people. Marcus, Der Spiegel.
Thanks, Mr. President. There's a presidential election coming up in 2024, and as you know, there are yes, it's true. And there are widespread concerns in Europe that a figure like your predecessor, maybe even your predecessor himself, might get elected president again. Are there any steps, anything you're trying to do and NATO is trying to do here these days to prevent what you're trying to do becoming undone 2 years from now? Thank you.
No, that's not how I think of this. I've been dealing with foreign policy for longer than anybody that's involved in this process right now. I have no concerns about the impact. I made a commitment when I ran this time. I wasn't going to run again, and I mean that sincerely. I had no intention of running for president again. And until I saw those folks coming out of the fields in Virginia carrying torches and carrying Nazi banners and literally singing the same vile rhyme that they used in Germany in the early 20s, or 30s, I should say. And then when the gentleman you mentioned was asked what he thought, and a young woman was killed, a protester, and he was asked what he thought, he said, "They're very good people on both sides." And that's when I decided I wasn't going to be quiet any longer. And when I ran this time, and I think the American press, whether they look at me favorably or unfavorably, will acknowledge this, I made a determination. Nothing is worth, no election is worth my not doing exactly what I think is the right thing. Not a joke. I'm too long in the tooth to fool with this any longer. And so we're a long way off in elections, a long way off. My focus, if any election, is on making sure that we retain the House and the United States Senate so that I have the room to continue to do the things that I've been able to do in terms of grow the economy and deal in a rational way with American foreign policy and lead the world, be the leader of the free world. So, but it's not an illogical question for someone to ask. I say to people at home, imagine if we sat and watched the doors of the Bundestag broken down and police officers killed and hundreds of people storming in. Or imagine if we saw that happening in the British Parliament or whatever. How would we feel? And one of the things that I take some solace from is I don't think you'll find any European leader who thinks that I am not up to the job. And I mean that sincerely. It's not like, whoa, it's that. The point is that when the first G7 meeting I attended, like the one I did today, was in Great Britain. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And one of my counterparts, colleagues, as head of state, said, for how long? For how long? And so I don't blame, I don't criticize anybody for asking that question. But the next election, I'd be very fortunate if I had that same man running against me. Thank you very, very much.
Mr. President, was there something? Mr.
Whoa. No. Yeah, one final question, right. Hey, look, wait, hold on a second, please. I was supposed to be an hour ago at the European Union and to speak. No, I'm thanking you. So someone I haven't called on before. You. Who are you?
I'm Christina Rafiti from CBS. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, deterrence didn't work. What makes you think Vladimir Putin will alter course based on the action you've taken today?
Let's get something straight. You remember, if you covered me from the very beginning, I did not say that, in fact, the sanctions would deter him. Sanctions never deter. You keep talking about that. Sanctions never deter. The maintenance of sanctions, the increasing the pain, and the demonstration why I asked for this NATO meeting today is to be sure that after a month we will sustain what we're doing, not just next month, the following month, but for the remainder of this entire year. That's what will stop him.
You believe the action today will have an impact on making Russia change course in Ukraine?
That's not what I said. You're playing a game with me. I know. The answer is no. I think what happens is we have to demonstrate the purpose. The single most important thing is for us to stay unified. And the world continue to focus on what a brute this guy is. And all the innocent people's lives are being lost and ruined. And what's going on. That's the important thing. But look, if you're Putin and you think that that Europe is going to crack in a month or 6 weeks or 2 months, why not? They can take anything for another month, but we have to demonstrate. The reason I asked for the meeting, we have to stay fully, totally, thoroughly united. Thank you.
If we could have everyone.
the quality and quantity of weapons that Ukraine deserves and needs. But it was clear from what President Zelensky was saying to you and other world leaders that he would like more. So first of all, are you comfortable with the level of weapons you're sending collectively? And secondly, how uncomfortable does it make you feel that by rolling out a no-fly zone, by ruling out NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine, and by refusing to give any sort of indication of red lines, that really the only end to this is when President Putin decides he's had enough?
Well, thanks very much, Nick. And you're right to put your finger on the agony that everybody feels in this group, all Western countries, the whole of NATO, the G7, about our inability to do more to help, given the constraints we face. And I think it's fair to say that there isn't a Western democracy that's currently contemplating putting boots on the ground in Ukraine, and we've got to be clear about that. Nor is there a country that is willing to enforce a no-fly zone in the way that we would so like to, but unfortunately it does mean air-to-ground attacks on Russian air defences, and it does mean taking down Russian fast jets and asking the RAF to do that. That's not something that any country here is contemplating. What we are doing is steadily ratcheting up the movement of lethal but defensive weaponry to Ukraine, and that is growing in volume the whole time. And what the Americans are doing and what they have done is really quite extraordinary already, and the UK is proud of what we've contributed. I'll go to Sam Coates of Sky.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Sam Coates of Sky News. President Zelensky, interestingly, didn't repeat his call for a no-fly zone when he addressed NATO leaders. Instead, he was very, very specific. He wants tanks and jets. Are NATO members, is the United Kingdom going to give him tanks and jets? And if not, why not?
Thanks, Sam. He did indeed call for tanks, and there's a particular reason for that. What President Zelensky wants is to try to relieve Mariupol and to help the thousands of Ukrainian fighters in the city. To that end, he does need armour as he sees it. We're looking at what we can do to help, but I've got to tell you, logistically at the moment, it looks very difficult, but both with armour and with jets. We're very conscious of what he's asking for. At the moment, we're looking at the equipment that we think is more immediately valuable is missiles that will enable the Ukrainians to protect themselves against bombardment from the air, but also to deal with the Grad rocket launchers, the Russian heavy artillery that is doing such death and dealing such death and destruction in the cities. And there, I think, if we can really help them, that would be extremely valuable, because they need protection from that absolutely merciless onslaught from artillery and from the rocket launchers. James Mates, ITV.
Prime Minister, you've also spoken about weaning Europe off Russian oil and gas. There'll be a discussion tonight that you won't be part of at the European Council. Is Europe doing enough? Are the Germans doing enough? What will Britain do to help other countries who rely more on Russian oil and gas to wean themselves off it?
Thanks, James. Look, and I just want to say that this is easier for some countries than it is for others, and everybody can see that. And clearly, the dependency in Germany and in Italy is very strong, and there are many other European countries that depend on Russian gas. But what they're all doing is moving to extricate themselves from that position and to avoid being blackmailed by Vladimir Putin. And I think that what Olaf Scholz has done, the steps that they're taking, I think it's heroic. And I applaud what Germany is doing. They've set themselves deadlines to move away from oil and gas. I don't think it'll be easy. And the Italians are doing the same. I don't think it'll be easy for them. But it's the right thing to do in the long term, in the medium term. And we will help. Of course, and one of the ways that I think we should all work together is in the sharing and the development of alternative provision, not least wind power. I mean, the Baltic countries, for instance, are heavily dependent on gas, but they have a fantastic future as generators of clean renewable energy. We want to help that. We have a lot of experience of it. Jason Gretz, Daily Mail.
Thanks, Prime Minister. The Kremlin has named you today as their public enemy #1, saying you're leading the kind of anti-Russian resistance internationally. I wondered why you thought that had happened, whether you thought we were going to get any blowback back home from that, and how you feel about it. And you just mentioned wind farms. Is the price of all this going to be sort of going back to having more onshore wind farms back home?
Okay, well, there's a couple of points there, Jason. First of all, I think it's very, very important for everybody to understand that I don't think there's a single person round the table in NATO or the G7 who is against Russians or the Russian people. Absolutely not. Least of all me. I think I'm probably the only Prime Minister in UK history to be called Boris. I think I have that distinction. And I'm not remotely anti-Russian, but I think what we all agree is that what Vladimir Putin is doing, the way he's leading Russia at the moment, is utterly catastrophic, that his invasion of Ukraine is inhuman and barbaric, and the conduct of that invasion is now moving into the type of behaviour that, as I've said before, we haven't seen in the continent of Europe for 80 years. It's horrific. So you can be sympathetic towards ordinary Russians who are being so badly led, but you can be deeply hostile to the decisions of Vladimir Putin, the way he's leading his country. Sorry, you had another question about onshore wind. Look, I want to be clear. I think the massive opportunity for the UK is in offshore wind. And we've got good at that. We were, until very recently, I'm slightly to my irritation, we seem to be overtaken now by China, but we were until recently the biggest producer of offshore wind in the world. And one of the things I want to be setting out in the forthcoming British energy security strategy is how we can regain our lead as the #1 and where we're going to be doing it. And I think you can do it in a completely environmentally friendly way. You can generate phenomenal quantities of renewable energy at zero marginal cost, and it is the way forward. Euronews, Meave McMahon. No Euronews. Forgive me. I'm going to go to Natasha Clark from The Sun. Natasha.
Jens Stoltenberg said earlier today that there will be severe consequences if Russia does go ahead and use chemical weapons in Ukraine. What does that mean? Does it mean boots on the ground, or is that something that we're completely ruling out already? And you said earlier that you'd like to see Ukraine handed the hosting of the next World Cup. Would you like to see them automatically qualify for this year's World Cup?
Right, okay, so first of all on chemical, biological, tactical nuclear weapons, all of these are viewed with utter horror by people around the table today. I just heard from my friend Fumio Kishida, who represents the only country in the G7 actually to have experienced nuclear weapons on his, or has seen his country attacked by nuclear weapons. But there is a visceral horror of the use of these weapons of mass destruction. I think that if Putin were to engage in anything like that, the consequences would be very, very severe. You have to have a bit of ambiguity about your response, but I think it would be catastrophic for him if he were to do that, and I think that he understands that. But you know, when you look at what he's saying, I think Joe Biden is right to warn, because you know, when the Russians start doing this stuff about oh well, there are factories in Ukraine producing American biological weaponry, you know that is a prelude to a false flag operation, and they could well do something. But I think it would be a profound and a disastrous mistake for Putin were he to do that. On Ukraine qualifying for the European, is it the European? I'm not. Look, football is not my best subject. As you, the World Cup. You mean should they be given a bye and qualify automatically? Sounds like a good idea to me, but I'm out of area here. I've got to admit that's not my strong subject. I don't see why not. Is my view. James, I'm not going to. I'm not going to comment on that, James. I'm not going to comment on that. Let's go to. But look, let me put it this way: given what Ukraine has been going through, given the privations that Ukrainian footballers have had to endure, I'm sure that every possible sympathy and allowances should be made for them. Let me put it that way. How about that? Let's go to Natalia Drozdiak from Bloomberg.
Yeah, I'm right here. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. I just had two quick questions. On the nuclear threat, how concrete is that? Can you give us a sense of those discussions? And secondly, you mentioned this morning that allies are examining ways to stop Putin from using Russia's gold reserves. Could you tell us whether those discussions have moved on today? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Natalia. So I think it's very important to stress that I think that the discussion of the use of nuclear weapons is a distraction, and it's intended to be a distraction from what is really going on. And that is a savage attack with conventional means on innocent people in urban centers in Ukraine. Absolutely barbaric use of artillery and mortars and rockets as I've described, thermobaric bombs included, it now seems. That is what is going on. And what we're talking about is the right of the Ukrainian people to be equipped with the weapons to defend themselves. And all discussion of nuclear weapons is intended to frame this as a confrontation between Russia as a nuclear power and other nuclear powers. That's not what's going on. What's going on is a confrontation between Russia and entirely innocent people in Ukraine. That's what it's between. And what we're trying to do is help those people. And I think that is morally the right thing to do. On gold reserves, there is evidence that the Russians may be trying to get round. I mean, the Russians are obviously going to try to get round the sanctions on their gold, and we're taking steps to try to make sure that there's no leakage, no sale of bullion into markets around the world now, and that's what we're working on. Last question to Steve Swinford of the Times.
Prime Minister, just to come back to Natasha's question, we heard from from a Western official today that if Russia did use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would be highly unlikely that there would be a military intervention from NATO. Can I just clarify, are you in that position, or would you rule that out, or do you think it's possible that we could have a military intervention? Is it something you're prepared to consider?
I just want to repeat the answer I gave to Natasha, which is I think that any such action would be not only morally repugnant, indefensible, but disastrous for Putin as well. And I think, well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave it there and rush for the plane. I'm under strict instructions. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, you talk me. Okay. I do remember you, and I'm very sorry to come on. Okay. He remembers me from when I was a journalist. Okay, fair enough.
Prime Minister.
Yes.
So now you have.
I'm going to regret this, by the way. That's what
you had talked with Mr. Erdogan, and you both the most friends of Ukraine, and Ukrainians hope on you, on Great Britain, and Turkey. And you told that you can provide more armament for Ukraine, but you didn't say about air defense weapons.
Yes.
It's the main what is necessary for Ukraine. How it to arrange, because you see for instance, your colleague from France, Mr. Macron, told that no, we don't want to provide something because we don't want to be part of the war.
No. Well, thank you very much. So, as you know, I think one of the most significant contributions that Turkey is currently making are the TB2s, which I think are very valuable. What the UK is providing, as I'm sure you've also seen, are air defences, and we're helping the Ukrainians to understand how to use them. I think that's entirely reasonable, but I don't think I should really go beyond what I said. The general tenor of the meeting, what everybody wants to do is make sure that as Putin ramps it up, as Putin escalates his aggression, that we do ever more to defend and protect the Ukrainians, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Conseil européen ne se tienne dans quelques instants, peut-être rendre compte de notre sommet de l'OTAN et du G7 que nous venons de tenir ici même avec l'ensemble de mes collègues et faire un point aussi de situation. En effet, un mois après le déclenchement de la guerre de la Russie contre l'Ukraine, où en sommes-nous? Le peuple ukrainien, mené par son président, a résisté, déjouant les calculs de la Russie, une victoire militaire rapide. Nous avons, avec nos alliés et nos partenaires européens, répondu avec fermeté, réactivité et unité, là aussi déjouant les pronostics d'une réponse faible et divisée. Et donc nous continuons de nous tenir au
weak and divided response. So we're standing by the Ukrainian people with military, economic and humanitarian support, and Europe has been deploying welcoming capacity which is unprecedented, with more than 3.6 million refugees already in Europe, and we've adopted unprecedented packages of sanctions. This is totally unprecedented, and we've been doing that unanimously. The Russian economy is under pressure. It is unable to meet its payment obligations, and we will continue trying to obtain a ceasefire and peace by any means. These initiatives that we launched are still ongoing, and a few moments ago, the humanitarian resolution proposed by France and Mexico has been adopted by 140 votes in favor and only 5 against at the UN. And that shows that Russia now is isolated. Indeed, Russia has taken a historical responsibility by waging this war, and our strategy is indeed to do our utmost to prevent any escalation, but also to put an end as quickly as possible to the war, thanks to our sanctions discussions that are still ongoing with a few of us and President Putin to find the means of a negotiated solution. The NATO summit this morning enabled us to acknowledge a few points. First of all, the unanimity in order to continue to support Ukraine, provided with defensive equipment and the equipment that it needs. President Zelensky was with us by way of a video link and clearly expressed his needs. So we agreed to continue to provide some offensive weapons, lethal weapons. With a red line, we want, of course, to be efficient, but we do not wish to be co-belligerents. This is also the reason why I will not provide you with any details. But together with the German Chancellor and a number of other Europeans, we also insisted upon the fact that in this context we shall continue to work on a credible negotiated solution. The second thing out of our summit is the necessity of preventing any escalation of this conflict. Why not providing any pretext which could be used by Russia to argue that we provoked the escalation. NATO has made a choice, and that is to support Ukraine to put an end to this war without going to war against Russia. And we lastly decided to adopt our posture, our stance to the new strategic situation provoked by the war in Ukraine and its consequences. And in this respect, I would like to say that France is very much shouldering its responsibility and acting in solidarity from north to south, the south of the eastern flank. You can see here a map, a very clear one, which shows all of our current commitments, which have been increased in the previous weeks. In Norway, that was meant to be. As you see, France is a major contributor with some 3,200 troops. On cold response, accordingly, we have a strong commitment. And I would like to express all of our condolences to the United States of America to the death of 4 soldiers who lost their lives in the context of this exercise. In Estonia, we also decided not only to maintain but to reinforce our presence. We have about 350 troops with strengthened missions. We were already there, but we increased our presence on land, and we also added some air missions. France is contributing to air policing missions on behalf of Baltic friends. In Poland, southeast of the alliance, we also increased our presence. As you can see, the choice that was made from the very beginning was to contribute to the air scheme all the way to the south of the alliance. Through our missions, we are contributing to monitoring of vigilance air scheme, and we also are using our carrier strike group and adding our capacities to Romania and Bulgaria. And we're also monitoring Bosnia, thanks to our carrier strike group. And I would like to say even more so that the choice that I made and announced in front of the European Parliament is that we very much want to commit within the context of the NATO response force 550 French soldiers with the contribution of a number of other member states. And accordingly, France is part of this operation in Romania, which is likely to be increased thanks to the presence of Belgium and the Netherlands. So as you can see, from the north to the south, France is currently a concrete contributor to our alliance and to the strategic European rearmament, for which I launched an appeal before the European Parliament. So we very much are in favour of a Europe that is shouldering its responsibilities. And also it shows that this Defence Europe is part of NATO. It is not something to replace it or to compete with it. And over the past few weeks, I think this has only given more credibility to our message of the complementarity of these two missions. Over the past few weeks, we also worked, and we will continue to work as Europeans on the strategic compass that will then enable us to prepare for a joint position that will be come to conclusion at the Madrid summit. And this is something that we launched at the end of 2019, when I said it was at the time important for us to reorganize our strategic efforts and to reorganize our strategy within the alliance. All of that is now mature, and we'll, as in particular at a time when we are very much being tested. And I believe that we are bringing about the right response to the war in Ukraine. The G7 summit added to this response on different matters. First of all, regarding the sanctions, with a very close cooperation, like I said, we responded and very quickly so with a series of sanctions, of 4 packages that have been very well coordinated on the second day of the conflict to begin with. And we constantly responded as Europeans, as allies, and the G7 has been a very important way to coordinate. And these 4 packages of sanctions were fully coordinated. And we've decided within the G7, we agreed upon a mechanism to monitor the sanctions, to make sure that we have transparency, a proper implementation of the sanctions adopted, to make sure that there are no differences between the various members, because that would only weaken the coherence of the group, and also to assess these mechanisms to make sure that our finance and justice ministers work together in order to implement these sanctions, and also in order to prepare future decisions if these ones were required. And we stand absolutely ready to increase these sanctions every time that is necessary. We also agreed to mobilize all together when dealing with some friendly countries, other partners, make sure that even though they're not part of G7 or NATO, they can either relay our sanctions or to make sure that we limit any strategy used by Russia in order to try and avoid the sanctions or compensate them. Of course, these sanctions are having an impact. I was referring earlier to the economic impact on in Russia, and we shall continue to have this deterrence effect. Second, we agreed upon an agenda of solidarity between the members, because the consequences of the war are not the same within the members of the G7. The same goes for NATO, and that requires solidarity. First of all, in the management of the refugees. First of all, Europe, of course, for reasons of geography, is the first contributor. And if there are 6.5 or 7 million of displaced people from Ukraine, we already have 3.5 million Ukrainians in Europe. And this is one of the greatest challenges for Europe since the Second World War. And I have in mind in particular the countries that are the most impacted, the neighboring countries of Ukraine. And in addition, we also need to extend our solidarity vis-à-vis countries which are neither members of the alliance or the EU, Moldova, for example. So that already led us to put in place some relocation strategies, and France has been contributing over the past few days. So what we've been asking for our G7 partners is to stand in solidarity, and together with the Europeans, for example, for the United Kingdom, Canada, the United States, Japan, we requested them to help together with the UNHCR and other organizations so that we could share this solidarity. It is first and foremost something very concrete for all of us, and it is also what will enable us to tackle efficiently, to fight any form of human trafficking, and to protect in particular these families, children and women who are at the moment in this situation that we know. The second proof of solidarity is in relation to energy. Again, this is due to our geography. Europe is the main buyer of fossil fuel because we're not producing, so we're dependent on Russian gas and oil. So, of course, we first of all want to control the prices, and we'll be dealing with that at the European Council later on today. But we also want to diversify our supplies so that we're not exposed to reprisal from Russia, and we also want to reduce, of course, what we buy from Russia. So phasing out our dependency on Russian oil and gas also requires that we diversify our supplies, and it also requires that we coordinate within the G7. Some of the G7 members can increase their production, some others can help us diversify our supplies. So this is what's been acknowledged together with the United States and Canada in particular, because they can contribute, they contribute a great deal on fossil fuel, and we can also coordinate to reduce our dependency. This is something very important to me, and it adds on to our strategy to reduce our use of fossil fuels. Of course, we have to be coherent with our climate strategy, and we know it will take time, but in between, we need to diversify. And this is where the G7 coordination strategy is important. Last kind of solidarity, it is in relation to the food solidarity. Like I said on a number of occasions, Ukraine and Russia are huge producers, in particular of grain. And we can see in Europe the tensions on prices, and that led the Europeans, including France, to put in place some programs in order to support them, to support our farmers. We're dealing with that. Nonetheless, we're all confronted to a price increase. And also, nonetheless, we are getting closer to a food crisis because some other countries in the Middle East, in the North Africa, they're so dependent to feed their populations on what is being produced in Ukraine and in Russia. So the war in Ukraine and the choices made by Russia, irresponsible and very serious choices made by Russia, and these are Russian choices, are impacting Maghreb, Africa, the Near and Middle East, and these countries, as a result, are having difficulties to buy wheat and other cereals, and some depend 80% dependent on Russia. And the war in Ukraine, is preventing Ukraine from preparing for the next harvest. So this is likely to generate a humanitarian crisis in many countries and will have massive consequences in many of the countries I referred to. So against all of that, we cannot stay put. We need to react, take action, and in the discussions I'm having with President Putin. And as you know, I'm always calling for an immediate ceasefire, and I'm also insisting, and let me tell Russia once again very formally, that we want all restrictions on food supply exports to be lifted. We want to make sure as well that Ukraine can sow seeds. And it is important that Russia shows that it is acting responsibly and their responsibility for a looming famine, which will otherwise happen inevitably. So we need to build a future. We need to mobilize all of our partners, all of the international partners, and the entire agricultural industry. And as the head of the European Council during this semester, and in coordination with the African Union, and I just spoke to Macky Sall, we want to launch an initiative, something comparable to Act A that was put in place for COVID-19 vaccines. The purpose of this initiative, and we decided to call it Food and Agricultural Resilience Mission, and the purpose of this initiative is to get organized immediately, hand in hand with the relevant countries and organizations, including the private sector, to launch an initiative to tackle the crisis. First of all, there will be a trade pillar in order to ease the tensions on the agricultural markets, to make sure that the stocks are properly managed, to deal with any risk of price increase. And we need to make sure that the stocks can be released as quickly as possible. Second, we want to make sure that there's an international commitment not to put any restrictions on exportations. This is very much very similar to what we've seen on medical equipment and products 2 years ago with COVID. And we want to make sure that there are no restrictions, and that we can rely on information on agricultural markets. That's something that was put in place during the French presidency of the G20. Of course, all of that will be dealt with in close coordination with the WTO, and we've been working with its Director General to that effect. Next, we want to this summer work together with the producing countries to increase production where it is possible without compromising on sustainability goals. We want to allocate the volumes to make sure that the most vulnerable in particular have access to sufficient quantities at a reasonable price. Here again, it is a mechanism that's very much similar to the Act A initiative taken in answer to COVID-19. So very concretely, it means that for us, the Europeans, we acknowledge that we will be producing more while complying with our rules, but while being extremely vigilant regarding biodiversity and environmental goals, but at the same time while contributing to this solidarity effort. And there, lastly, will be a third pillar in terms of solidarity, by investing in resilient agricultural supply chains and by intensifying our operations to make sure that the most dependent countries dependent on Russia and Ukraine, in order to enable them to produce on their land. So this is very much in line with what was launched in 2021, the Great Green Wall Initiative, as well as the protein European initiative on protein, and it is to cover the entire region from the Gulf of Guinea to the Horn of Africa to make sure that these countries can produce more on their land. Such is the initiative that I presented at the G7 and meant to present to you. All of the G7 countries are major producers, and I believe we should be outstanding. We should set the example, and we will, of course, discuss it at the European Council later on today, and we will open up at the G20 hand in hand with the African Union and all of the countries that are most impacted. So this is what I meant to say by way of a summary of our work at the G7 and the NATO summit, and the announcement I meant to make this French initiative in favor of food security.
So we now have time for a few questions. Camille Collin from TF1. Mr. President, I have a question about French companies that are based in Russia. We were able to see that Renault has suspended its business there. This central state is part of that company's capital. Now, there are other companies that have made a different decision, for example, Leroy Merlin. So what is the position that you defend, and what is the message that you convey to those businesses, those companies that are being mentioned and identified by the Ukrainians? Let me return to the basis of our action. Our purpose is to put an end to the war. So we want effective sanctions that will affect the more sensitive sectors and individuals. But of course, we want to avoid having too much of an impact on our economies. But of course, there will be an impact, and so we try to mitigate that. That's the reason why we focused on banks. The central bank, that was probably one of the most decisive measures that we took. We focused on that and on the oligarchs. But there are other types of sanctions that we could consider in other strategic sectors, which are very important for other European partners. We're thinking, for instance, of coal, oil, and gas. But for the moment, we haven't taken any decisions in those sectors. With that in mind, I have explicitly said that I want the companies, the French companies that work in sectors where there are sanctions and that are working with partners where sanctions have been taken, well, that these companies have respect for France's decisions in terms of sanctions, and that is what is being done. Now, alongside that, there are pressures, there are risks in terms of the reputation of those businesses that are operating in Russia. And my view is to let those companies decide what they want to do. It is up to the leaders of those companies to assess the situation, look at the pros and the cons, look at their business and business model to see what decision they want to make. And you have seen the decision that Renault has made. Other activities have decided to stop doing business. I feel that our priority should be the final outcome. And the final outcome that we want is to put an end to Russia's action. So that is the position of France. Now, over the long run, my sense is that those decisions will need to be reassessed because when a company decides to stop its business in Russia, it is leaving behind workers and other people who continue to be in Russia. So what is the impact on the country? Is it really worse for the leaders in that country? I don't know. That is a question I have. It means that in that case, Russian capital will be taking over this profitability. So I think that we need to be coherent and consistent. Renault made a decision, and the French state, as a shareholder, did not object to this decision. It was one which was in line with its strategy. And it was done on the basis of an understanding of the situation for that company. Jérôme Rivel from AFP. Let me return to the NATO summit. Do you think that NATO should provide unrestricted military aid as requested by President Zelensky? And if so, do you think that France should be increasing its the weapons it supplies to Ukraine? I know that you want to be quite discreet about this, but other nations are less so. And in the summit, have you agreed on red lines in terms of the use of chemical weapons? Well, about your first question, there is a limit, which is that we don't want to become a warring party. This is a limit which is shared by all. So supplying more equipment such as planes or tanks, well, that would be characterized as us becoming a warring party. However, when it comes to some weapons, they have been delivered since the beginning of the war, and that will continue to be the case. Others are continuing to implement contracts which were signed before the beginning of the war, and as such are continuing to help Ukraine. So we have said that we would continue this kind of effort. We would have the same consistency and the same limitations. And I think that that is what makes it possible for this approach to be sustainable over the long run. Now, turning to your second question, I want to be very cautious about that. Firstly, because as far as I'm concerned, anytime I had to define red lines, I wanted to be perfectly sure that defining these red lines would have a deterrent effect, and that the fact that these red lines not being respected would lead to consequences. I think that that is the way France's word will be respected. That is what we did in April 2018 with the Hamilton operation. Now, I think that in this situation, strategic ambiguity and discretion are more effective. So I will stick to that. We are working, we are preparing things, but I will not be more explicit about any kind of red lines on this matter. Are there other questions? Rama Rajdi from USPA.
Sorry. Yeah. Je voulais poser une question.
I had a question about negotiation and peace, even though we are in a more military venue here. So yesterday, President Zelensky, when he spoke to, or before the French Parliament, talked about the Normandy format as a peace table, and that it had provided some kind of breathing room for a few years. And he was saying that now he was in need of something more than just that. Now, bearing in mind that President Putin has now ripped the Minsk agreements to shreds, and I hope I'll be able to express my idea adequately here, says the speaker, but President Zelensky had said that he had hoped that the U.S. would be party to the Normandy format before the war began. But do you think that now the time has come to include the United States because of the de facto situation with the meeting between Joe Biden and President Putin last June, as well as the conference that took place last year? Was all of this in the pipeline? Is this something which was being considered? Could you perhaps shed a bit of light on that? Well, let me distinguish two different frameworks. First of all, there is the framework which up until February 24th was the Ukrainian crisis, and now it has become the Ukrainian war in Ukraine, and that's the Normandy format. And then there are bilateral discussions, the bilateral discussions that took place between the U.S. and Russia. And that is a different framework. There were different topics. Back in June in Geneva, the talks were about security, were about bilateral relations, and were about arms control. But then there are other discussions, and France has always been in favor of those, and I will continue to be in favor of those. There are other discussions which need to take place, that is, those between NATO and Russia. There is an agreement, even though, of course, that one has been violated by Russia unilaterally. And then there are discussions which will need to take place between the EU and Russia, because we're talking about the EU, we're talking about our territory, we're talking about our balances, and I won't delegate discussions about our security. So those are different frameworks. Now, today, there's no framework for a discussion because Russia has started a war. So there are discussion channels, bilateral, informal in nature, and on several occasions with Chancellor Scholz, we have decided to have a discussion together with President Putin. Now, he has always rejected President Zelensky's request to have a discussion with him. So what I'm seeing is that he doesn't want to have those talks. President Zelensky would be ready for that. So today there's no agreed format. So the work we need to work on, the work we need to focus on now is one about our talks, our discussion. This week, for instance, I spoke with President Putin twice. twice. I spent several hours doing this to try and develop avenues, understand the limitations, the constraints that exist. And every time there was a consultation with President Zelensky, of course. And quite clearly, at this point, negotiations will not produce any tangible outcome over the next days or hours. But we need to continue to do this work to get to that situation. And that is in line with our approach. We want to put an end to the war without taking part in the war. So we have these different avenues. Now, when it comes to the format for the finalization of such discussions, well, that remains to be defined. It will depend on the decisions by the stakeholders. It will depend on their demands in terms, for instance, of guarantors for these agreements. So I think that those are the clarifications I could bring for your question. Alzan Aran for CNN Turkey. Mr. President, you had a discussion today with the Turkish President, Mr. Erdogan, and you have a point in common, which is that you have open discussions with President Zelensky and President Putin, both of you. So what can we draw from this discussion, and is there some kind of hope in terms of reopening negotiations and having a joint initiative for both nations? Well, first of all, you're quite right that President Erdogan is also talking to President Putin. And to go back to the previous question, there is constant coordination with all of those who engage with President Putin, be they part of the EU or not. So it was extremely important that we be able to share our vision, our understanding of the conflict, and that we understand the possibilities in terms of negotiation. I think that we all agree that the prospects are relatively remote for the time being. So we will continue to work side by side to try to get to a ceasefire and then to an agreement which would make it possible to put together the various conditions which would be conducive to sustainable peace. So coordination and a will to work together. Secondly, we have decided to work on joint humanitarian operations, in particular with regards to Mariupol. So our ministers and our staffs will be working together in order to be able to carry out such a joint humanitarian initiative over the upcoming days. We might be able to do this with other European partners that would want to join us, and this would be about Mariupol, which is, of course, an absolute tragedy. And then we talked about the international outlook. And I think that the situation that we're experiencing today is also an opportunity to come up with a strategic clarification. This is something which I have requested from Turkey in our relationship, be it with regards to Libya or the Near East, to be able to continue to work or start working with these partners once again. And I think that the discussion that I had with President Erdogan showed that it was possible to make headway, following up on the discussion we had in Baghdad in the fall last year. Opportunities to make headway on a number of issues where in the past we may have been a bit farther apart. So that is something which is quite positive indeed. Adley Gamble from CNBC.
Thank you, Mr. President, and forgive me for speaking in English. Okay. My question to you would be, how should NATO respond if China finances and militarily gives aid to Russia, plus Total Energies is still operating in Russia? What is your message to them? Should they stop?
Alors, je vais vous dire comment je vois les choses.
Let me tell you how I see things. I'm quite down to earth. And so, if I'm not mistaken, we are in an organization which is focusing on the North Atlantic region. And with my down-to-earth approach, I don't see China being part of that geographic realm. So I don't think that China is a NATO matter. It is part of the P5, so is France. We're part of the Security Council. It is a strategic matter for the U.S., for France, for the EU. Yes, that's true. But I think that NATO has just undergone a big shock. I mean, not too long ago, I was talking about being brain dead. Well, now there's the shock therapy, and we see that there is a new situation with the launch of a war by Russia, not against one of our members, but against one of our neighbors. And so I would focus on the map I was showing you. Let's focus on that. There is already quite a lot to do, and let us be credible on that matter. Now, turning to China, what I've always said is that we know that there are differences. We know that there are areas where we can cooperate, and we know that there are areas where we are rivals. Now, I don't think that focusing on worst-case scenarios where we try to intimidate, where leaders try to intimidate others through press conferences is a very effective way to operate. I focus on being effective. I had a discussion with Xi Jinping just 10 days ago. I will be talking to him as often as necessary in the context of this crisis. And I had somebody who shared our concerns, who disapproves of this war. Now, I read and hear what China is saying, including when there's criticism against it. And China is always defending the sovereignty of people, their right to deciding on their future, and how important all of these concepts are. So it makes perfect sense that China would not be in a position to support Russia as it attacks a neighbor and undermines its territorial sovereignty. And I know that we can count on President Xi Jinping and count on him being consistent here. And then when we had a discussion with Chancellor Scholz, Xi Jinping supported us when we said that we wanted to ask for a ceasefire. So I think that there is a form of coherence there. And I believe that China, as a member of the UN Security Council and as a major power, has no choice but to be a power that is going to bring about moderation and mediation. And so it will help us in terms of getting Russia to stop doing this war. It is in its interest to see to it that nuclear powers, all of them, return to reason and visibility. I know that that's something which is important for China in the context of international relations. So I'll continue to talk to President Xi Jinping in this spirit. I want to believe that China will be consistent in terms of its vision and its understanding of territorial sovereignty, so it will try to put an end to the war, and it is my belief that China will not contribute to any form of escalation. That is how I want to look at things. Would you be ready to take another question or two? Okay. Well, let's see how much time we have. I think we have time for two more. So Paul from TV Romania.
Let's go from ProTV Romania. Mr. President, France will be lead nation in the new battle group that will be formed in Romania. You have already sent troops in the last weeks to Romania for reinforcement. Besides the troops you have already sent in this context, should we expect an increased military presence on Romanian territory from France? And if so, also, will France maintain its maritime presence in the Mediterranean for as long as it takes, or maybe even increase it in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea in order to deter any possible threats by air or by sea? Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Could we have that map once again? Thank you very much. So I think we deployed 550 of our best people, the chasseurs alpins. So they are there. The mountain infantry is present, and alongside the Belgian and Dutch units, and perhaps others will be joining this effort. But the idea really is to have a mission which can be scaled up. This is in the context of EFP, and I don't think that we need to change doctrines. I think that we can stick to the doctrine that we've been applying up until now. And as you can see, since February, we've been supporting the scheme in the air domain for your country as well as for Bulgaria. And there are means that are made available at sea in order to be able to use our planes, as well as to continue our monitoring and surveillance activities in a maritime domain. So we're being pragmatic. Anytime we need to boost our effort, we will. And I think that we need to continue to take the same approach as the one we've taken over the past few years, for instance, with our friends in the Baltic region, with temporary measures. We don't want to change logics, approaches. The idea of a rotation seems to be a good one to us. That being said, something I want to underscore is that we are deeply attached to interoperability. So if we want these missions to be effective, what is important is that these different armed forces develop a joint culture and ability to work together. Now, on this map, you're seeing France's efforts, but there are also other allies who are contributing, of course, and all of that needs to mesh together nicely. And that is the purpose of interoperability. And so instead of increasing or instead of turning something into a permanent presence, we want to be as responsive as possible. And we showed that our responsive approach is credible. We've shown that over the past few weeks. So we want our presence to be temporary, but we also want more interoperability for the alliance and for our armed forces. And I think that Romania knows that it can count on France. Let's have one last question before the President goes to the European Council.
President, 2 weeks ago, a Soviet-made rocket fell on Zagreb, hit Zagreb, capital city of a NATO member state. Croatian government claims that it was bombed, that it was carrying a bomb. So I was wondering, what's your take on that issue? Was it an incident? How do you see it? What kind of message is NATO sending if such a rocket was able to fly through 3 NATO member states and their airspace, Romania, Hungary and Croatia? And will France increase its presence, air presence in the region, not only in Bosnia, but possibly also in Croatia? Thank you.
D'abord, merci, monsieur, pour votre question.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I was in Croatia just a few weeks ago, and in fact, we stepped up our strategic partnership, and we did that in particular in the air domain. There is cooperation between our armed forces, as well as a program, as you know, which includes France's Rafales. So that shows France's commitment to security, including the security of your country. And again, this is a matter of consistency. Here we have a demonstration, an example of what I've been telling you about for several years now. We're part of NATO, interoperability. We're there when our presence is necessary. We step up such a presence, but alongside that, over the past few months, we've had an agreement with Croatia, we've had an agreement with Greece, with regards to military cooperation and armaments programs. So we stand alongside Croatia, and our presence will be a long-standing one. Now, with regards what took place, and it took place during the extraordinary summit that we had in Versailles just a few weeks ago. And Prime Minister Plenković informed me of this right away, and I expressed the support and solidarity of France, and this translated into several flights, surveillance flights and intimidation flights that we are not ashamed of. So France's response was immediate, and those flights began minutes after the information was shared with us. And then we are working to understand and attribute what took place. We need to be very cautious. Of course, we were all quite shocked. I think that you would confirm that this was just a few meters away from college students' residences. I saw the footage that was shared with me by your leaders, and so we're working with Croatia to understand what happened and to attribute the action. And it appears that other nations were also overflown, if you will, by similar devices coming from Ukraine. So at this point, I think that we need to be extremely cautious. We cannot draw any final conclusions. Was it loss of control? Was it hijacking? Was it mistakes? Or was it something that was done deliberately? At any rate, in terms of solidarity, the rules are well known, and that is what would be activated if necessary. And France is a friend, is a power that will engage when its allies and friends are attacked. But with regards to that specific situation you raised, those are the clarifications I wanted to share with you. Thank you. This concludes our press conference. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Let's keep going. And there will be another press conference tomorrow. So we owe this person a question. Thank you.
Zur Pressekonferenz nach dem G7-Treffen hier in Brüssel mit Bundeskanzler Olaf Scholz. Bitte sehr.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, es ist gut, dass wir uns heute hier in Brüssel auch physisch als G7-Partner treffen konnten und die schwierige Lage miteinander erörtern konnten. Im Mittelpunkt unseres Gesprächs stand, wie sollte es auch anders sein, der russische Überfall auf die Ukraine und unsere gemeinsame, eng abgestimmte Reaktion darauf. In meiner Funktion als Vorsitzender der G7 in diesem Jahr habe ich veranlasst, dass wir den ukrainischen Staatspräsidenten Volodymyr Zelensky aus Kiew zugeschaltet hatten und auch NATO-Generalsekretär Jens Stoltenberg in unsere Sitzung eingeladen haben. Die aktuelle Situation erfordert die enge Abstimmung mit unseren Partnern. Der Austausch hat aber auch gezeigt, wir sind uns in dieser schwierigen Lage einiger denn je zuvor und handeln gemeinsam und entschlossen. Die heutige gemeinsame Erklärung der G7 spiegelt das wider. Mit harten, eng abgestimmten und zielgenauen Sanktionen haben wir auf diesen eklatanten Bruch des Völkerrechts durch Russland reagiert. Und wir sind uns einig, dass wir diese Sanktionen, solange es nötig ist, durchhalten und auf ihre Wirksamkeit hin immer wieder überprüfen werden. Das sind schwierige Zeiten, vor allem natürlich für die Bürgerinnen und Bürger der Ukraine, die unermessliches Leid, Tod und Zerstörung erleben, aber auch für uns alle in Europa und in der Welt. Unsere Solidarität gilt der Ukraine und ihren Bürgerinnen und Bürgern. Unser Dank gilt ihrem bewundernswerten und heldenhaften Kampf gegen den Aggressor. Und er gilt natürlich Ukrainiens Staatspräsident Volodymyr Zelensky Zelensky dafür, dass heute an unserer Sitzung teilgenommen und uns über die Lage vor Ort berichtet hat. Russland hat mit dem Angriff auf die Ukraine fundamentale Werte unserer Nachkriegsordnung gebrochen. Wir rufen den russischen Präsidenten auf, endlich einen Waffenstillstand zu vereinbaren und humanitäre Korridore zur Versorgung und Evakuierung der Zivilbevölkerung einzurichten. Die russischen Truppen müssen aus der Ukraine abziehen. Das ist notwendig, um eine tragfähige diplomatische Lösung des Konflikts zwischen Russland und der Ukraine zu ermöglichen. Wir werden zudem unser volles Gewicht als führende Wirtschaftsnation einsetzen, um Russland zu bewegen, eine diplomatische Lösung auch anzustreben. Alle G7-Partner haben umfangreiche Sanktionspakete beschlossen. Wir haben uns heute alle zu einer lückenlosen Umsetzung von Sanktionsmaßnahmen verpflichtet. Die Sanktionen wirken und haben bereits kurzfristig starke Auswirkungen. Wir sind uns zudem einig, dass wir mit weiteren Sanktionen reagieren werden, sollte dies erforderlich werden. Das ist ein starkes Signal und entschlossenes Handeln. Und wir müssen in den G7 unserer globalen Verantwortung gerecht werden. Unsere Unterstützung gilt natürlich der Ukraine sowie den Nachbarstaaten. Wir sind uns darüber heute einig, Unterstützungsmaßnahmen und humanitäre Hilfe zu erhöhen. Deutschland wird seine humanitäre Unterstützung für die Ukraine und ihre Nachbarstaaten auf mehr als 370 Millionen Euro aufstocken, wie aktuell. Als G7 fordern wir zudem weitere Länder auf, Maßnahmen zur Unterstützung sowie humanitäre Hilfe beizutragen. Europa schultert hier vieles, aber wir brauchen wirklich eine globale Anstrengung. Lassen Sie mich auch ein Wort über jene sagen, die jetzt wegen des Krieges ihre Heimat verlassen und flüchten müssen. Als führende Industrienation sehen wir es als unsere Pflicht an, Flüchtende aus der Ukraine aufzunehmen und sie zu schützen. Alle G7-Staaten sehen diese Pflicht und wollen ihr gerecht werden. Wir bitten auch weitere Staaten, Kriegsflüchtlinge aufzunehmen. Russlands Krieg gegen die Ukraine hat auch massive Auswirkungen auf Verfügbarkeit und Preise von Rohstoffen. Deshalb spüren wir alle schon jetzt die Auswirkungen ganz deutlich bei Energie und auch bei Lebensmitteln. Angesichts der russischen Aggression ist es unser Ziel, bei der Energieversorgung dafür zu sorgen, dass wir weniger abhängig werden von Russland. Und daran arbeiten wir seit langer Zeit intensiv. Wir müssen zum Beispiel auch unsere Energieversorgung schnell, nachhaltig und resilient gestalten. Auch dazu wollen wir in den G7 gemeinsam weitere Schritte in Angriff nehmen. Russlands Krieg hat auch dramatische Auswirkungen auf die globale Nahrungsmittelversorgung, weit über die Ukraine hinaus. Und deshalb müssen wir alles jetzt tun. Auch da sehen sich die G7 in der Pflicht, eine Hungerkatastrophe zu verhindern. Die Bundesregierung handelt in dieser Sache entschlossen und schnell. Wir stellen weitere 430 Millionen Euro im Kampf gegen den Hunger zur Verfügung. Ein Großteil davon soll in das Welternährungsprogramm der Vereinten Nationen gehen. Das heutige G7-Treffen fügt sich in eine Reihe von Treffen ein, welche allesamt die Solidarität mit der Ukraine und die Geschlossenheit der Partner zeigen. Wir als G7 tragen Verantwortung für Entwicklung auf dieser Welt. Wir sind bereit, dieser Verantwortung gerecht zu werden. Ich habe die G7 heute als Einheit wahrgenommen, die zu allen gerade drängenden Fragen, die weltweit zu beantworten sind, zusammensteht. Und wir werden spätestens beim Gipfel der Staats- und Regierungschefs der G7 Ende Juni in Elmau in Deutschland in diesem Format zusammenkommen. Und natürlich, wie wir das heute gemacht haben, wenn es nötig ist, auch früher.
Markus Preis, ARD has a question.
Meine Frage geht bezüglich des Treffens mit der NATO. Der ukrainische Präsident hat ganz konkrete Forderungen nochmal nach Waffenlieferungen gestellt. Weapons supply. Waffen. Haben Sie darüber gesprochen?
Tanks and anti-ship weapons. Did you discuss this and are you going to supply other weapons as
Vielen Dank für Ihre Frage. Es ist in der Tat ja doch ziemlich viel passiert. Das will ich hier noch einmal unterstreichen. Viele Länder, auch unter den G7, aber nicht nur dort, haben Entscheidungen, die sie jahrzehntelang anders getroffen haben, revidiert und sich entschlossen, in ein Kriegsgebiet, in ein Krisengebiet Waffen zu liefern. Deutschland hat diese Entscheidung auch getroffen. Und deshalb gehört es schon dazu, dass die Widerstandsfähigkeit der Ukraine zu einem erheblichen Teil darauf beruht, dass es eben einen konstanten, ständigen und auch immer weiter fortgesetzten Nachschub an Waffen gibt und Munition, die für den Widerstand zur Verfügung stehen. Alle Länder haben ihre eigenen Kategorien, da gibt es keine einheitliche Linie, aber es ist in der Tat so, dass eine ganze Reihe hocheffektiver Defensivwaffen eingesetzt worden sind und die große Menge, die schiere Menge, in der sie zur Verfügung stehen, auch weiter geliefert werden, einen wichtigen Beitrag zu dieser Widerstandsfähigkeit geleistet haben. Da geht es natürlich vor allem jetzt um Panzerfäuste und Luftabwehrwaffen, die dazu eingesetzt worden sind. Das ist das, was man heute berichten kann. Und natürlich überprüfen alle, da glaube ich, greife ich niemandem vor, jeden Tag neu, wie die Entscheidung angesichts des weiteren Entwicklung für die Zukunft auszurichten sind.
Michael Fischer, das nächste von DPA.
Michael Fischer of the DPA.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Bundeskanzler. Der russische Präsident hatte gestern angekündigt, dass Energielieferungen von EU-Staaten nur noch in Rubel bezahlt werden können. Was bedeutet das für die deutschen Energieimporte und glauben Sie, dass das an der Debatte über ein Energieembargo für Russland nochmal etwas verändern könnte?
Zunächst mal versuchen wir uns einen Überblick zu verschaffen. Das, was wir bisher erfahren haben, läuft darauf hinaus, dass es überall feste Verträge gibt, in der die Währung, in der bezahlt wird, auch Teil des Vertrags ist. Und das ist ja etwas, was dann auch gilt. Und da steht meistens Euro oder Dollar. Also das sind die Ausgangslagen, von denen wir ausgehen müssen. Und zum Zweiten ist es so, dass wir ja sehr bewusst, sehr harte, sehr präzise und lange vorbereitete Sanktionen auf den Weg gebracht haben. Wir haben uns damit sehr viel Mühe gegeben und auch lange vor dem Kriegsbeginn diese vorbereitet. Das ist der Unterschied zu all den Sanktionen, die im bei früheren Gelegenheiten und verhängt worden sind. Da war es meist so, dass erst ein politischer Beschluss gefasst wurde und hinterher mussten sich irgendwelche Leute ausdenken, was denn die richtigen Sanktionen sein könnten. Diesmal haben wir uns ganz früh überlegt, welche sind wirksam, welche sind so präzise, dass sie einen schweren Schaden auslösen, insbesondere was die ökonomischen Entwicklungsmöglichkeiten Russlands betrifft, im Finanzbereich, im Hinblick auf Banken, im Hinblick auf Hochtechnologiegüter und deren Exportmöglichkeiten, im Hinblick zum Beispiel auch Güter, die unterschiedlich genutzt werden können, Dual Use und so weiter und so fort. Und man sieht an der gegenwärtigen Entwicklung, dass diese Maßnahmen hochwirksam sind und wir entwickeln die auch ständig weiter, versuchen Umgehungsmaßnahmen zu verhindern und gehen dagegen vor, wenn irgendwer sich anbietet als Sanktionsbrecher. Also das sind all die Aufgaben, die wir haben. Trotzdem ist es eine sehr bewusste Entscheidung, die die europäischen Staaten getroffen haben, dass sie angesichts der wirtschaftlichen Struktur, die dort ist und die bei einigen Ländern eine sehr hohe Abhängigkeit von bestimmten Importen von Kohle, Öl und Gas beinhaltet, diese Importe nicht als Teil des Sanktionsregimes ausrichten.
Chancellor, thank you so much for taking my question. And just to follow on to our colleague, President Biden is expected to make an announcement regarding increased LNG supplies to Europe. Have you heard anything from the U.S. president about those energy supplies that would convince you then to potentially sanction Russia's energy? And also, is there ever a scenario that you can see where you would be prepared to pay Russian rubles for Russian energy?
So, to the second question, I already answered it and said that due to the knowledge we have, most agreements and most treaties are absolutely precise about the currency in which the payment has to be done. And so this is what we know. And this is how it is today. And we will follow the situation and the development, but it looks like that this is absolutely clear in most cases, as far as we understand. And the question on LNG. You should know that, especially me, there are a lot of persons, and especially me in Germany, that are working since a long time to diversify the energy supply for our country. And this is due to the fact that in a former task I had been the mayor of the city of Hamburg, and since that time I worked on getting LNG terminals to the northern shore of Germany because of seafaring, but also because of getting more independent supply chains for Germany and for what we can use if there are difficult situations. But the outcome of the activities I followed and I cooperated with is that we already have a lot of relatively far developed plans for LNG ports in northern Germany, which I think is a good circumstance because now we have not to start for duty planning, we can start with starting the action. And this is what is going on now. Especially two terminals are relatively likely that the building process will start this year. And we are discussing with the companies that are doing this that they should try to hurry up, and we are working on changing the legal scenario of this activity, that it can be done faster than it usually would, in a shorter time as it usually would take. So this is what we did, and so the truth is Germany is already working on diversifying the supply for the time we live in, and this fits very much to the long-term strategy we have. As you know, Germany is planning for getting rid of imports of coal, oil and gas in a relatively short time. 2045 we want to be a CO2 neutral industrial country. And being one of the biggest industrial countries in Europe and globally, it is something if Germany is saying this, because a lot of the energy supply we have is not for what people think, mobility or for housing and things like that. It's because of the industry. And if we are doing this, that we get rid of that, if we increase the production of electricity, for instance, with wind energy, with solar energy, if we strengthen our grid, if we work very hard to use hydrogen, which we will import as we import gas today, this will change the whole scenario. And many of the partners we are working now with are very happy to be also the partners, not just for a short-term gas supply, for instance, with LNG, but for a long-term supply with hydrogen, which we then can use for our steel industry or chemical industry also. So this is an already existing strategy, which becomes now more velocity and which we will work on, and this is one of the decisions we already took.
Next question here. Nächste Frage hier.
Ulrike Koltermann von der AfD.
Ulrike Koltermann from the AfD. Chancellor NATO has announced 4 new battle groups. What kind of contribution is Germany doing?
Das sind Entscheidungen, die gemeinsam getroffen werden. Sie wissen, dass wir heute schon eine solche bei der Enhanced Forward Presence in Litauen aktiv sind. Diese Maßnahmen haben wir gerade verstärkt. Wir sind auch jetzt dabei, in der Slowakei uns zu beteiligen an dem Aufbau, der dort geplant ist. Sie wissen, dass wir am Air Policing teilnehmen in Rumänien. Und wir sind auch bereit, über andere Dinge zu diskutieren, wenn wir dann gefragt werden. Ohnehin ist es ja so, dass mit der Entscheidung, die wir getroffen haben, die Bundeswehr mit mehr finanziellen Mitteln für ihre Investitionsentscheidung auszustatten, auch verbunden ist, dass wir ganz besonders die Aufgabe in großem Umfang wahrnehmen können, zu der Deutschland angesichts seiner geografischen Lage und seiner Größe auch berufen ist, nämlich Landverteidigung zu organisieren und die dazu notwendige Kraft aufzubauen.
Markus Becker from the Spiegel magazine.
Bundeskanzler, in der Gipfelerklärung ist ja auch China erwähnt und wird aufgerufen, dort alles zu unterlassen, was Russland in diesem Krieg militärisch oder auch ökonomisch helfen könnte. Nun hat ja der amerikanische Präsident abseits davon der chinesischen Regierung auch schon mit Konsequenzen gedroht, sollte die Russland trotzdem unterstützen. Gegen Sie würde Deutschland Sanktionen gegen China, welche Art auch immer, mittragen oder ergreifen, sollte Unterstützung von dort an Russland.
Die Haltung, die G7 zu dieser Frage haben, findet sich in der von Ihnen eben zitierten Erklärung, auf die wir uns ja verständigt haben und die nicht zufällig so ist. Ich kann Ihnen berichten, dass auch ich ein Gespräch mit dem chinesischen Präsidenten über diese Frage geführt habe, zusammen mit dem französischen Präsidenten, wo wir uns sehr dafür eingesetzt haben, dass China die Invasion in die Ukraine verurteilt und dargestellt haben, wie unsere Haltung zu diesem Thema ist.
Nächstes Thomas Kutschke, FAZ.
Thomas Kutschke, FAZ.
Herr Bundeskanzler, die NATO hat einen Teil ihrer ABC-Abwehrkräfte in erhöhte Alarmbereitschaft versetzt. Gibt es nach Ihrer Einschätzung eine konkrete Gefahr, dass solche Waffen, biologische, chemische oder nukleare Waffen in der Ukraine zum Einsatz kommen?
Wir wissen alle das Gleiche, und weil wir darüber öffentlich reden, Sie auch, nämlich, dass es ja tatsächlich so ist, dass Russland immer mehr darüber redet, dass die Ukraine biologische und chemische Waffen entwickle oder andere das täten, was alles nicht wahr ist und völlig nicht stimmt. Aber man muss das ja zur Kenntnis nehmen und deshalb sagen, wenn da jetzt vorbereitet werden soll, irgendeine False-Flag-Aktion oder was weiß ich auch immer, indem dann diejenigen, die darauf immer hinweisen, dann tatsächlich selber solche Waffen einsetzen, dann wäre das ein Bruch mit allen Regeln und Vereinbarungen und allen Konventionen, die existieren. Und deshalb ist es unser aller Anliegen, darauf nicht nur öffentlich hinzuweisen, sondern auch in den Gesprächen, die wir führen, zu sagen, tu das nicht.
Last question.
Ja, Herr Bundeskanzler, Robert Balmer, Wall Street Journal. Nochmal nachhaken zur Frage der Waffen. Mich würde mal interessieren, Deutschland hat ja hauptsächlich zurzeit ältere Waffensysteme an die Ukraine geschickt, zum Teil sogar noch aus der DDR-Zeit. Die Frage für Sie, hat die Bundesregierung Pläne, moderneres Material, vielleicht sogar aus der deutschen Industrie, die jetzt gebaut werden, an die Ukraine zu liefern, damit die vernünftig zurückhauen können?
Ihre Frage beruht auf einer falschen Tatsachenerkenntnis.
fight back?
Wir
Well, your
haben
question
auch
is
auf
based
besonderen
on
Wunsch
false
Waffen
facts.
zur Verfügung gestellt, die
We have
eine gewisse
on special
Tradition auch in der
request
Ukraine
sent
haben, weil sie bei
weapons
uns
that have a
verfügbar
special
waren.
tradition
Aber
in
wir haben
Ukraine
auch
because they were
nagelneues
available, but we
Material, mit dem die
also sent
Bundeswehr
brand
selbst
new
arbeitet,
material the
zur
federal armed
Verfügung
forces
gestellt.
use
Und
themselves,
im
and we
Übrigen
provided this
gibt es ja neben
modern
uns
equipment,
selbst
and
als
of
Ressource
course
auch andere Supply
there
Chains,
are
die da
also other
existieren.
supply chains
Also
that
Ihre
exist,
Information ist
so your
schlichtweg falsch.
information is wrong and false.
Gut, ich glaube, damit sind
Thank you. And with
alle
that,
Fragen
all
beantwortet, die Sie
questions
gestellt
have
haben.
been
Ich
answered.
Schönen Dank.
Asked, we
Good afternoon. We have just finished an extraordinary summit of NATO leaders to address the biggest threat to our security in a generation, President Putin's war against Ukraine. The people of Ukraine are resisting with courage and determination, fighting for their freedom and for their future. We stand with them. President Zelensky addressed us with an impassioned message, thanking NATO allies for the significant support we are providing and stressing the vital importance of even more military assistance. Today, NATO leaders agreed that we must and will provide further support to Ukraine. We will continue to impose unprecedented costs on Russia, and we will reinforce allied deterrence and defence. Leaders approved our 4 new battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania and Slovakia. These are in addition to the 4 already in the Baltic countries and Poland. So we have 8 multinational NATO battle groups now, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. Across Europe, there are 100,000 US troops supporting NATO efforts, and European allies and Canada have also stepped up. We have 40,000 forces under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance, backed by major air and naval power, including an unprecedented 5 carrier strike groups from the high north to the Mediterranean. Today, NATO leaders agreed to reset our deterrence and defence for the longer term, to face a new security reality. On land, we will have substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance at higher readiness, with more pre-positioned equipment and supplies. In the air, we will deploy more jets and strengthen our integrated air and missile defence. At sea, we will have carrier strike groups, submarines, and significant numbers of combat ships on a persistent basis. We will also strengthen our cyber defences and enhance our exercises, focusing on collective defence and interoperability. I expect we will decide on the details at our next summit in Madrid in June. Today, Allied leaders also agreed to provide further support to Ukraine, helping to uphold their fundamental right to self-defense. Allies are also equipping Ukraine with significant military supplies, including anti-tank and air defense systems and drones, which are proving highly effective, as well as substantial financial and humanitarian aid. Today, we agreed to do more, including cyber security assistance and equipment to help Ukraine protect against biological, chemical, radiological and nuclear threats. This could include detection, protection and medical supplies, as well as training for decontamination and crisis management. We are determined to do all we can to support Ukraine, and I welcome the concrete offers of assistance made by allies today. At the same time, we have a responsibility to ensure the conflict does not escalate further, because this would be even more dangerous and more devastating. Allies agreed that we must also increase our support for other partners at risk from Russia at risk from Russian threats and interference, including Georgia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Working together and with the European Union, we must help them uphold their sovereignty and strengthen their resilience. We also addressed Beijing's role in the crisis. Today, Allied leaders called on China to refrain from supporting Russia's war effort. China must not provide economic or military support for the Russian invasion. Instead, Beijing should use its significant influence on Russia and promote an immediate peaceful resolution. Allies also agree that Belarus must stop acting as an accomplice to Putin's invasion. At today's meeting, leaders reaffirmed our strong commitment to NATO's open door policy under Article 10 of the Washington Treaty. NATO enlargement has been an historic success, spreading democracy, freedom and prosperity across Europe. 1 month since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, NATO's security environment has fundamentally changed for the long haul, and we are responding. But security does not come for free, and doing more will cost more. So NATO leaders agreed to redouble efforts to meet the defence investment pledge we made in 2014. Allies will submit additional plans on how to meet the pledge in time for the Madrid summit in June. And I welcome that a number of allies today announced plans for significant increases in defence spending. At this dangerous time, transatlantic unity and solidarity are vital. Europe and North America are standing and will continue to stand strong together in NATO. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, CNN. Hi, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you. President Zelensky, in his address to NATO, accused Russia of deploying phosphorus munitions. I'm wondering whether NATO has seen evidence of that and what your response is or would be. And then I'm wondering, did you discuss during this meeting a permanent basing of forces in any of these countries, such as the Baltics, and abandoning the NATO-Russia Founding Act?
So we are resetting NATO's deterrence and defense for the long term, with more troops, with more air assets and more maritime capabilities. We have already increased our presence in the east, and today we decided on 4 new battle groups, and the leaders agreed to task our military commanders to provide options for a long-term reset of our presence, our military posture in the eastern part of the alliance and across the whole alliance. Details will be then decided at our summit in June. But that comes on top of what we have already done. So this is long-term. We are prepared for long haul because we can already today say that the Russian invasion, President Putin's invasion of Ukraine, has changed our security environment for the long term. It's a new reality. It's a new normal, and NATO is responding for the long term. We have seen very credible reports about the use of military force against civilians, and of course this is of great concern for all NATO allies.
NBC.
Secretary General, thank you for taking my question. How do you believe NATO will respond if China begins to support Russia economically and perhaps with military supplies? And also, do you believe that there's a role to play for NATO when it comes to alleviating energy costs? And I'm talking about speaking directly to Saudi Arabia and other OPEC producers. Thank you.
So NATO allies are coordinating their efforts when it comes to also energy security, and it was also addressed in the meeting today to step up supplies, to diversify sources of supply, and also to reduce dependence on supplies from Russia. And later on today, I also participate in the G7 meeting, and of course, in different frameworks, G7 working with the EU, there are different formats where NATO allies address the need to strengthen energy security and reduce dependence on Russian oil and gas. Our message to China is that they should join the rest of the world and clearly condemn the brutal war against Ukraine and not support Russia, neither with economic support or, of course, not with military support.
Okay, we'll go to Interfax Ukraine, late in the second row. Yeah.
General News Agency Interfax Ukraine. I would like to ask you if Polish leadership put at the table today for discussion the proposal to send peacekeeping mission to Ukraine, and if yes, what kind of discussion it was, and is there some conclusion? Thank you.
As we discussed a wide range of issues, and the message is that we have to stand united. And also that we need to provide support to Ukraine, but at the same time we have a responsibility to ensure that this conflict do not become a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. And that's also the reason why allies have made it clear that we will not deploy troops on the ground in Ukraine, because the only way to do that is to be prepared to engage in full conflict with Russian troops.
Okay, Financial Times.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Congratulations on your the alliance strengthen its protection against those threats? Thank you.
So we are concerned, partly because we see the rhetoric and we see that Russia is trying to create some kind of pretext accusing Ukraine, United States, NATO allies for preparing to use chemical and biological weapons. And we have seen before that this way of accusing others is actually a way to create a pretext for do the same themselves. And of course, the accusations against Ukraine and NATO allies are absolutely false. Any use of chemical weapons will totally change the nature of the conflict. It will be a blatant violation of international law, and it will have widespread consequences and, of course, be extremely dangerous. It will affect the people in Ukraine, but there's also a risk that will have a direct effect on people living in NATO countries, because we can see contamination, we can see the spread of chemical agents or biological weapons into our countries. We also know that Russia has used chemical agents against its own opposition, and they have used it on NATO territory in Salisbury before. And we also know that Russia has facilitated, supported the Assad regime in Syria when they used chemical weapons against their own population. So this just highlights the importance of ending this war immediately, because this is a dangerous situation. And therefore we impose the sanctions, therefore we support Ukraine. Allies agreed to supply equipment to help Ukraine protect against chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear threats. This could include detection equipment, protection and medical support, as well as training for decontamination and crisis management. We are also enhancing allies' preparedness and readiness for chemical and biological and nuclear threats. Our top military commander, General Walters, has activated NATO's chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear defense elements, and allies are deploying additional chemical and biological and nuclear defenses to reinforce our existing and new battle groups. So we are taking measures both to support Ukraine and also to defend ourselves.
Okay, we'll go to Al Jazeera.
Secretary-General James Bays from Al Jazeera. President Zelensky, when he addressed you, recalled the fact he first spoke to you a month ago, and he says he didn't get clear answers. So this time he asked you specifically for 1% of all your tanks, for 1% of all your aircraft, for multi-launch rocket systems, anti-ship weapons and means of air defence. A very specific list. What is your clear answer?
We all listened very carefully to President Zelensky, and many of the leaders in the room have had contacts with him over these weeks. I also spoke with him, and the Ukrainian defense minister participated in our defense ministerial meeting last week. We listened carefully, and of course we took note of his very compassionate message to all NATO allies. NATO allies provide significant support to Ukraine. And we provide also lethal weapons, advanced systems, and also systems that help them to shoot down planes and attack battle tanks with anti-tank weapons, and many other types of systems, including drones. I will not go into the details of the exact type of systems we are deploying. There's close contact between NATO allies and Ukraine. But what I can say is that allies do what they can to support Ukraine with weapons so Ukraine can defend themselves. Self-defense is a right enshrined in the UN Charter. At the same time, we have a responsibility to prevent this conflict from becoming a full-fledged war in Europe involving not only Ukraine and Russia, but NATO allies and Russia. That will be more dangerous and more devastating. And I think we have to be honest about that, and that's exactly what we have been in our meeting today, and also what I say to you in the press conference now.
So again, no clear answer.
Well, what we do is that we are delivering a lot of equipment, and that is an answer, but I will not go into the details. I don't think that's wise for operational reasons if I listed exactly what and when and how. We are delivering essential equipment to Ukraine. NATO allies have stepped up, and it's essential for the progress they have been able to make in the fight against the invading Russian forces.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I know there are many questions. I'm afraid the Secretary General needs to go to the G7 meeting, but there will be other briefings throughout the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kıymetli basın mensupları, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. NATO olağanüstü zirvesi vesilesiyle sizlerle beraber olmaktan duyduğum memnuniyeti özellikle ifade etmek istiyorum. NATO Genel Sekreteri Stoltenberg'e kritik bir dönemde bu liderler toplantısına öncülük ettiği için şahsım, ülkem ve milletim adına teşekkür ediyorum. Değerli dostum Sayın Stoltenberg'i gerek bu zorlu dönemde sergilediği dirayetli liderlik, gerekse bizim de kuvvetle desteklediğimiz görev süresinin uzatılması dolayısıyla canı gönülden tebrik ediyorum. Belçika makamlarına da zirveye başarılı ev sahipliklerinden ötürü tebrik ve takdirlerimi iletiyorum. Sadece Avrupa güvenlik mimarisinin değil, küresel güvenlik algısının da kökten değiştiği bir süreçten geçiyoruz. Ukrayna ve Rusya savaşı bugün itibariyle birinci ayını geride bıraktı. NATO müttefikleri olarak hem güncel gelişmeleri hem de ittifakın cari güvenlik ortamında aldığı tedbirleri değerlendirmek üzere liderler seviyesinde bir araya geldik. 25 Şubat'ta video konferans yöntemiyle düzenlenen zirvenin ardından NATO'nun bir kez daha birlik ve dayanışma mesajı vermesi anlamlıdır. Türkiye'nin Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğüne ve egemenliğine 2014 yılından bu yana sergilediği kuvvetli destek herkesin malumudur. Kırım'ın ilhakını tanımadığımızı ve tanımayacağımızı her fırsatta ifade etmeyi de sürdürüyoruz. Zirve vesilesiyle Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğüne yönelik desteğimizi bir kez daha güçlü biçimde vurguladık. Rusya'nın Ukrayna'ya saldırısıyla ilgili tutumumuz da bu ilkeli politikamızla uyumludur ve nettir. Savaşın neden olduğu yıkım ve insani trajedi ortadadır. Tahrip olan şehirler, adeta enkaza dönen hastaneler, okullar, evler, bütün varlığını bir bavula sığdırmış gözü yaşlı mülteciler, korku ve endişenin pençesinde kıvranan masum çocuklar, savaşın kanlı yüzünü bizlere tekrar hatırlatmıştır. Bu savaş özellikle çocuklar ve kadınlar üzerinde izleri senelerce silinmeyecek çok ağır travmalara yol açıyor. Çatışmalar uzadıkça maalesef her iki tarafta da savaşın yıkıcılığı artıyor. Bu süreçte Türkiye gerek coğrafi konumu gerekse NATO müttefiki olarak özel ve istisnai bir yerde duruyor. Öncelikle Ukrayna ve Rusya Karadeniz'den komşumuz olan iki ülkedir. Ukrayna ile köklü, çok boyutlu ve yakın ilişkilerimizin yanı sıra stratejik ortaklığımız var. Bir diğer komşumuz Rusya ile yapıcı ve karşılıklı güvene dayalı diyalog içinde olmaya özen gösteriyoruz. Son 11 yıldır Suriye'deki savaşın yükünü adeta tek başına taşıyan bir ülke olarak bölgemizde sulh sükunun hakim kılınması için çalışıyoruz. Savaşın bir an önce sona erdirilmesine yönelik olarak iki ülkeyle de yoğun temas halindeyiz. Taraflar arasındaki müzakereleri yakından takip ediyor ve destekliyoruz. Müzakere sürecini kolaylaştırmak için şimdiye kadar birçok adım attık. Antalya'da Dışişleri Bakanlarını bir araya getirmemiz ve bilahare Dışişleri Bakanımın Moskova ve Lviv temasları bir dönüm noktası olmuştur. Nihai çözümün her iki ülkenin ve uluslararası kamuoyunun kabul edeceği muteber bir formüle dayanması gerektiğini düşünüyoruz. Ukrayna'nın egemenliği ve bağımsızlığı temel öncelik olmalı. Müzakerelerde bazı noktalarda ilerleme kaydedilmesini ihtiyatlı bir iyimserlikle karşılıyoruz. Savaşın başından itibaren Montreux Sözleşmesi'nin ülkemize sağladığı yetkileri Karadeniz'de gerilimi düşürmek amacıyla kullanıyoruz. İnsani yardımlar noktasında da üzerimize düşeni fazlasıyla yapıyoruz. Şu ana kadar 56 tır bölgeye insani yardım göndermiş durumdayız. Ve göndermeye de devam ediyoruz. Ukraynalılar da dahil 63 binden fazla kişinin çatışma bölgelerinden ayrılmasına yardımcı oldu. Türkiye'ye giriş yapan Ukraynalıların sayısı ise 60 bine yaklaştı. Ukrayna ve komşularına bu insani yardımları bundan sonra da göndermeye devam edeceğiz. Gerek AFAD, Türk Kızılayı gibi resmi kurumlarımız, gerekse sivil toplum kuruluşlarımız sahada çok büyük bir özveriyle çalışıyorlar. Her türlü riske ve tehdide rağmen milletimizin âli cenaplığını ve dayanışma ruhunu temsil eden tüm kuruluşlarımızı buradan tebrik ediyorum. Avrupa Güvenlik ve İşbirliği Teşkilatı Ukrayna Gözlem Misyonu'nun 142 görevlisini de İstanbul üzerinden tahliye edildi. Son 8 yıldır dünyada en fazla mülteciye ev sahipliği yapan ki yaklaşık 5 milyon mülteciye ev sahipliği yapan ülkeyiz. Dostlarımızın içinde bulunduğu zorluğu biz gayet iyi anlıyoruz. Mültecilere sahip çıkma konusunda uluslararası toplumun iyi bir imtihan veremediğini de geçmişteki acı tecrübelerimizden çok iyi biliyoruz. Evini ve yurdunu terk etmek zorunda kalan çaresiz insanların göz rengine, diline, inancına, kültürüne göre ayrımcılığa uğramasını esefle karşılıyoruz. Başta Avrupa ülkeleri olmak üzere herkes kapısına gelen mültecileri desteklemeli, sıkıntılarının hafifletilmesi için elini taşın altına koymalıdır. Bizi insan kılan, bizi diğer canlılardan ayıran sadece kendi acımıza değil, başkalarının acısına yönelik hassasiyetimizdir, empati duygumuzdur. 11 yıldır Suriyeli kardeşlerimizin son bir aydır Ukrayna halkının yaşadığı zorlukların gelecekte bir başka ülkenin başına gelmeyeceğinin hiçbir garantisi yoktur. Türkiye olarak insanı yaratılmışların en şereflisi gören medeniyet anlayışımız çerçevesinde hiçbir ayrım yapmadan ihtiyaç sahiplerinin yanında olmayı sürdüreceğiz. Değerli basın mensupları, bugünkü zirvede izlediğimiz aktif ve ilkeli politikayı ve sarf ettiğimiz etkin diplomatik gayretleri kapsamlı biçimde müttefiklerimizle paylaştım. İttifakın Avrupa Atlantik güvenliğine yönelik tehditler karşısında nasıl mukabele edeceğine dair kapsamlı görüş alışverişinde de bulunduk. NATO'nun mevcut savaş ortamında Ukrayna'ya siyasi ve pratik desteğini sürdürürken gerçekçi ve stratejik bir yaklaşımla hareket etmesi şarttır. Zirvede aldığımız kararlarda tamamen NATO'nun caydırıcılık ve savunma yapılanmasını güçlendirmeye yönelik adımlardır. İttifakın Rusya'ya ya da başka bir üçüncü ülkeye tehdit oluşturacak bir yapılanma içinde olmadığının altını bu şekilde bir kez daha çizmiş olduk. Muhtemel çatışmalar ve krizler karşısında müttefiklerin etkin biçimde korunmasına yönelik tedbirler alınırken güvenliğin bölünmezliği ilkesinin önemine özellikle dikkat çektik. 360 derece güvenlik anlayışının temel düstur olduğunu vurguladım. Bu vesileyle terörizmle mücadele dahil olmak üzere milli önceliklerimizi ve hassasiyetlerimizi müttefiklerimiz nezdinde bir kez daha dile getirdim. Türkiye, İttifak dayanışması ruhunu esas alarak NATO'nun caydırıcılık ve savunma tedbirlerine gerekli katkıyı vermeye devam edecek. Müttefiklerimizden de aynı dayanışmayı bekliyoruz. Türk savunma sanayi ürünlerinin başarıları ortadayken bu alanda karşılaştığımız engellemelerin hiçbir makul gerekçesi olamaz. Savunma sanayimizin önüne bizzat bazı müttefiklerimiz tarafından konan kısıtlamaların artık kaldırılması ortak menfaatimizdir. Müttefikler arasında gizli açık ambargoların bırakın uygulanmasını, konuşulmaması, hatta gündeme dahi gelmemesi gerekir. Bu konudaki beklentilerimizi liderlerle açıkça paylaştım. Bugünkü toplantımız Haziran ayında Madrid'de düzenlenecek NATO zirvesine giden süreçte önemli bir kilometre taşını oluşturuyor. Madrid'de ittifakın geleceğini şekillendirecek, NATO'yu önümüzdeki 10 yıllara taşıyacak kararların alınacağı bir zirvenin icrası planlanıyor. Şüphesiz bu kararların içinde NATO'nun yeni stratejik konsepti ön plana çıkacaktır. Türkiye, NATO'nun geçmişinde ve bugününde söz sahibi olduğu gibi bu sürece olan katkılarıyla ittifakın geleceğinde de söz sahibidir. Değerli basın mensupları, savaşın başlangıcından beri nedenli yoğun bir diplomasi trafiği içinde olduğumuzu sizler çok yakından biliyorsunuz. Dünya liderlerinin çoğuyla kapsamlı görüşmeler gerçekleştirdim. Birçok mevkidaşımla sık sık temas ederek fikir teatisinde bulundum. Bugün de muhtar temaslarımın yanı sıra Avrupa Birliği dönem başkanı olan Fransa Cumhurbaşkanı, İtalya, Estonya, İspanya ve Birleşik Krallık Başbakanlarıyla ikili görüşmeler gerçekleştirdim. Zirveye katılan diğer devlet ve hükümet başkanlarıyla da temaslarımız oldu. Bu görüşmelerde mevkidaşlarımla ağırlıklı olarak Ukrayna'daki gelişmeleri ele aldık. Ayrıca ikili gündemimiz çerçevesinde istişarelerde bulunduk. Bu vesileyle Avrupa Birliği liderleriyle katılım sürecimizin canlandırılmasına, Gümrük Birliği'nin güncellenmesi müzakerelerine başlanmasına, kurumsal işbirliği mekanizmalarına yeniden işlerlik kazandırılmasına, vize serbestisi sürecinde esneklik sağlanmasına, birliğin geliştirdiği ortak savunma ve güvenlik yapılarında Türkiye'ye hak ettiği yerin verilmesine dair beklentilerimizi bir kez daha paylaştım. Yine bu süreçte küresel barış ve istikrarı sağlamakla görevli kurumların yeniden yapılandırılmasına dair artan ihtiyacı da dile getirdim. Suriye'den Libya'ya, Yemen'den son olarak Ukrayna'daki savaşa kadar yaşadığımız tüm krizlerde sistemin bizatihi adaletsiz yapısından kaynaklı sorunları gördük, acı bir şekilde tecrübe ettik. Geldiğimiz noktada başta Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi olmak üzere küresel güvenlik mimarisinin ciddi bir reforma tabi tutulması kaçınılmazdır. Bu reformu yapmak sadece krizlerde hayatını kaybeden insanlara değil, aynı zamanda evlatlarımıza karşı da sorumluluğumuzun bir gereğidir. Kendi vatandaşlarımızla birlikte tüm insanlığın huzuru ve selameti için dünyanın 5'ten büyük olduğu gerçeğini hatırlatmaya devam edeceğiz. NATO'ya üyeliğinin 70. yılını idrak eden Türkiye, gerek diplomatik, gerek askeri gücüyle bölgesinde barışın, istikrarın tesisi ve muhafazası yönünde azim ve kararlılığa sahiptir. Bu vesileyle ev sahibimiz Belçika hükümetine ve NATO Genel Sekreteri değerli dostum Stoltenberg'e bir zirvenin daha başarılı bir şekilde icra edilmesi noktasındaki katkıları nedeniyle tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinizi hürmetle, muhabbetle selamlıyorum.
Ela Sezen Haber Global Televizyonu. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, siz de bahsettiniz. Ukrayna ve Rusya savaşında Türkiye arabuluculuk rolünü üstlendi. Bu konuda hem Rusya ile hem Ukrayna ile görüşen tek NATO ülkesi de Türkiye. Öte yandan iki lideri bir araya getirmek için yoğun bir diplomasi trafiği de yürütüyorsunuz. Bu çerçevede bugün zirvede NATO'nun Türkiye'den beklentileri var mıydı? Varsa hangi konular üzerindeydi? Teşekkür ederim.
Tabii SALT Türkiye üzerinde yoğunlaşan değil, şu ana kadar yaptığımız çalışmalarla ilgili olarak Türkiye'ye şükran beyanlarında bulunan ülkeler oldu. Ve gerek Sayın Putin'le gerek Sayın Zelenski'yle görüşmelerimizi bundan sonra da devam ettireceğiz ve bütün gayretimiz bu iki lideri bir araya getirmek suretiyle özellikle de bir barış atmosferini oluşturmak. Zaten malum Beyaz Rusya'da devam eden süreçte ilgili bir teknik altyapının devam ettiği bu çalışmalarda gerek NATO, gerek silahsızlanma, gerek kolektif güvenlik, gerekse Rusya'nın resmi dil olarak kullanılması gibi konularda adeta bir ittifak söz konusu. Ama bunun dışında bir Kırım, bir Donbas meselesi var ki burada tabii buna Ukrayna'nın sıcak bakması adeta mümkün değil ve burada da haklı olarak Zelenski'nin ifade ettiği bunu referanduma getirme anlayışı da tüm Ukrayna halkının vereceği karardır demek suretiyle bence akıllı bir liderlik uygulamasını ortaya koymuştur.
Onur Doğan, TRT World. Efendim, Ukrayna'nın Türkiye'nin garantör ülke olmasını istiyor şeklinde bir talebi olmuştu. Bu talep bugünkü toplantıda gündeme geldi mi? Ayrıca Rusya'nın ateşkes şartlarını açıkladı. Bu talepler nezdinde kalıcı bir ateşkesten söz etmek mümkün mü? Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Şimdi arkadaşlar, malum bu görüşmeler devam ediyor. Bir işin teknik altyapı olarak devam ettiği görüşmeler boyutu var ki bu daha çok Beyaz Rusya'da devam eden bir süreçti. Ama bunun yanında özellikle Zelenski'nin bizimle yaptığı görüşmelerdeki talebidir ve bu talebinde de zaten Türkiye'nin bu işin içerisinde arabulucu rolünü üstlenmesini bizzat istiyor ve Rusya'nın da buna olumsuz yaklaşma gibi bir durumu söz konusu değil. Dışişleri Bakanı'nın, Dışişleri Bakanımla yaptığı görüşmelerde onların da buna olumlu bir yaklaşım sergilediği söz konusu. Temennimiz odur ki bu sürecin içerisinde yine liderlerle yapacağımız görüşmelerde inşallah buradan eğer Türkiye'nin arabuluculuğuna yönelik olumlu bir talep, teklif gelirse biz zaten buna hazırız. Bu ister Ankara olur, İstanbul olur, farklı bir vilayetimiz olur. Buralarda bu görüşmeyi yapmak suretiyle bu adımı atmaya hazır olduğumuzu söyledik.
ATV Sultan Akdoğan. Efendim siz de biraz önce kendi konuşmanızda bahsettiniz. Özellikle Türkiye'nin yürüttüğü bu yoğun barış diplomasisini liderlerle paylaştığınızdan aktif politikayı paylaştım diye altını çizdiniz. Gerek barış çabaları gerek Türkiye'nin tarafsız duruşu son dönemde dünyanın da dikkatini aslında Türkiye'nin yürüttüğü bu siyasete, bu politikaya çevirmiş durumda. Efendim siz bu çabalarınız zirveye nasıl yansıdı? Liderlerle görüşmenizde nasıl geri dönüşler aldınız? Teşekkür ederim.
Yani liderlerle görüşmemizde daha çok gerek ikili görüşmemizde liderlerden aldığımız tabii yaklaşım Türkiye'nin bu arada kurduğu ilişkilerin nedenli sıcak olduğu, nedenli buralardan olumlu bir yaklaşım sergilediği ve bundan dolayı da tabii bizlere teşekkürleri oldu. Ve liderler zirvesinde ayrıca orada da yine Türkiye'ye yönelik teşekkürler var. Attığımız bu adımlardaki sıcak temaslar tabii liderlerin de dikkatini çekiyor ve Türkiye olarak bundan sonraki süreçte de aynı yaklaşımı devam ettireceğiz. Ve bizim tabii yaklaşımımızda ta başından itibaren medya mensuplarının bize yönelttiği soruya verdiğimiz cevabı hatırlayın. Demiştik ki bizim Sayın Putin'le de temaslarımız olumlu istikamette devam edecektir. Sayın Zelenski ile de yine olumlu istikamette devam edecektir. Yani bizimki adeta her zaman bir barış politikası olmuştur. Çünkü barış politikasının dışında bir yöntem kazandırmaz, kaybettirir. Nitekim şu an itibariyle de durum bunu gösteriyor ve bizim yine temennimiz bu arayışı sürdürmek ve bu arayışla beraber de işi barıştırabilmek. Bunu sağlamak için de elimizden gelen gayreti göstermeye devam edeceğiz.
Enver Kaptanoğlu, CNN Türk. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, zirvenin hemen öncesinde Fransız mevkidaşınız Emmanuel Macron'la bir görüşmeniz oldu. Görüşmenin içeriğine dair bilgi verebilir misiniz? Teşekkür ederim.
Şimdi değerli arkadaşlar, malum Fransa seçime gidiyor. Ve seçime gittiği bir dönemde Sayın Macron'la tabii ağırlıklı olarak yine gündemimiz Rusya, Ukrayna arasındaki bu savaş idi. Ama bunun dışında Türkiye-Fransa ilişkileriyle alakalı gerek siyasi, gerek askeri, gerek ekonomik, gerek kültürel birçok konularda nereden nereye geldik, bundan sonraki süreçte neler yapabiliriz, bunları kendisiyle etraflıca görüştüğümüz çok verimli, faydalı bir buluşma oldu. Temennim odur ki seçim sonrası gelişmelere göre bu süreci Türkiye-Fransa ilişkileri olarak devam ettirmek.
Erdem Anılan, Sabah gazetesi. Zirve ortak bildirisinde gerek Rusya'ya, gerek Çin'e uyarıları yapıldı. Yani bir ateşkes çağrısı Çin'e de uyarı yapıldı. Bildiride yer alan uyarı, çağrı ve yaptırımların ağırlaştırılması noktasında gelinen noktada çözüm için bu yeterli olacak mıdır? Ayrıca Türkiye'nin yürüttüğü barış diplomasisi ve tarafsız duruşu diğer ülkelerin de örnek alabileceği bir model oluşturdu mu? Öngörüleriniz nedir? Teşekkür ederim.
Değerli arkadaşlar, yani görünen gerçek şu, o da hemen hemen NATO ülkelerinin büyük bir çoğunluğu ağırlıklı olarak yaptırımlar üzerinden hareket ediyorlar. Çünkü yaptırımların dışındaki yöntemlerin faydalı olamayacağı kanaati hemen hemen liderlerin büyük bir çoğunluğunda hakim. Ve dolayısıyla sonuç bildirgesinde de hakim olan ruh bu. Peki, çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun, var olun.
Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, New York Yankees President Randy Levine, local business partners, and all of our Mets employees who are here today, including those who are affiliated, union affiliated. You know, it's wonderful to have a mayor at Citi Field on a day that we're not playing the Red Sox. Steve and Alex Cohen are committed to the city of New York. During the height of the COVID epidemic, there are almost $17 million fund to help local businesses here in Queens, as well as the location of a vaccination center here at Citi Field. Now, we're proud to partner with the mayor and his team in their effort to reopen New York City and drive the economic recovery. Mayor Adams asked that this event be held in the Jackie Robinson Rotunda. Our home opener on April 15th coincides with the first game Jackie Robinson played for the Brooklyn Dodgers, starting at first base, April 15, 1947. We look forward during that April 15th game to celebrating Jackie's accomplishments and the historic nature of his start with the Dodgers that changed baseball and changed America. We look forward to not only celebrating Jackie, but the 9 ideals that drove him to the success that he achieved. It's my pleasure now to introduce to you the 110th Mayor of New York City, Mayor Eric Adams.
Thank you so much, Sandy and Randy. It's good to see you. Let me be clear on something. I'm the mayor of the city, and I'm going to make some tough choices. And people are not going to agree with some of them. They're going to look through their primary lens. They're going to talk about different things. But generals lead from the front. I was not elected to follow. I was not elected to be fearful, but to be fearless. I must move this city forward. If it's about ridding our streets of guns, it's about turning around our educational system, it's about dealing with our economy. I know people would like to stay and just pinpoint one issue and one item and make a decision, but I have to take the totality of my city and your city to turn around. And I want to be clear, I am unafraid of making the decisions, just like I was unafraid to put on that uniform and patrol the streets of this city. Tough choices take a tough person to be able to make them. And I know and you know, 8.8 million people in this city, 30 million opinions. I got it. And today, the decision we're not making it loosely, haphazardly. We're not doing it because they're precious to do it. We're doing it because the city has to function. We're leading the entire country, for the most part, in unemployment. We're seeing unbelievable vacancies in our business district. Everyday men and women that are standing right here is dependent on our economy turning around so they can provide for their families. Then we have to have vaccination rules to make sure that we don't close down the city again. You take all of the combinations of what we must do, and you realize you better have a mayor that's willing to make those tough choices and willing to stand up and do what's right. And that is what we're doing today. Today we're joining and saying that we will continue to take steps for New Yorkers, for visitors to come back to this city, to ensure that union employees are working, to ensure that we open our entertainment venues, our ballparks, our concert stages, to bring people to this city. A multi-billion-dollar industry is tied to tourism. That's a real issue for us. And I've always said over and over again, We're going to focus on the science. We're going to do what's right, and we're going to make sure we're healthy. And being healthy is not only physically healthy, it's economically healthy. Unemployment leads to the economic unhealthiness of this city. All of these things are taken into mind. And since we lifted the mask mandate for K through 12 students, cases have remained low. I stated we were going to peel this back in a smart way, one step at a time. And the same goes with our lifting of the Patriot requirements under the key to New York City. Another layer peeled away. New York City is at a low-risk environment. And so today we take another step in the city's economic recovery and support local businesses, entertainers, and performances, and those performance venues across the entire city. And just like any player, some people will boo us, but there are also those who will be employed and would cheer us. That is not only the game of baseball, but that's the game of life. And we have to be on the field in order to win in both the game of life. Today I signed Emergency Executive Order 62, expanding the performance exemption to private employer mandates. This is about putting New York City-based performers on a level playing field. Day one, when I was mayor, I looked at the rule that stated hometown players had an unfair disadvantage for those who were coming to visit. And immediately I felt we needed to look at that. But my medical professionals say, Eric, we're at a different place. We have to wait until we're at a place where we're at a low area and we can re-examine some of the mandates. We're here today. Currently, only non-residents are exempt under this executive order. We expanded it to residents of New York City. It's unimaginable. We were treating our performers differently because they lived and played for home teams. It's not acceptable. This exemption has been put in our sports teams as at a self-imposed competitive disadvantage. But this new order would help boost our economy. Now, before I go on, let's be clear about this. I've said it and I will continue to say, all of us should be vaccinated, even our players. We will continue to promote vaccinations and booster shots. It's imperative that we do so. That's how we got here. That's why we have an NBA season, because of the vaccination. Over 90% of players did so. And I'm hoping that we will reach the 100% numbers in both Major League Baseball and in basketball and other professional sports. We will continue to push and hope that they do the vaccination and booster shots. This is about supporting our local vendors, our local stores and performers. Walking outside of Yankee Stadium the other day and hearing those vendors on the ground that benefit from the baseball season saying how important it is. Players attract people to the stadium. And even here in this area where, what I will continue to say, Shea Stadium, vendors benefit. These union employees who make sure this field is operating benefit from the teams being here. And our nightlife, we're going to keep our nightlife industry thriving. A $35.1 billion industry. Everything from the cook, the dishwasher, the bartender, the busboy or girl, all feeds into this nightlife industry. And by putting our home teams on equal playing field, we increase their chances of winning, and that has a real impact on our city. This is just not fans in the stands, but it is people in the stores. Every time a championship or a game is played here at Yankee or Met Stadium, it's a boost to $11 million into our economic impact for New York City during the playoff seasons. These are real dollars, and they play a major role. And I want to be clear, expanding this exemption, which only applies to a small number of people, is crucial. We are simply making sure The rules apply equally to everyone who is a performer, regardless of where they perform their craft. We're going to continue to ensure that New York City is safe and our economy recover in a real way. We will look for other ways to ease restrictions, which is when it is safe to do so. As I stated, we're going to peel it back and turn around the economy in this city. Tough choice, difficult choice. There are going to be those who will say yay and those who will say nay. But that's what I was elected to do. I was elected to make these tough choices. I think generals come during wartime and peacetime. This is a wartime. COVID is a battle. Our economy is a battle. Crime is a battle. I'm not a peacetime general. I'm a wartime general. And I'm not going to lead this city from the rear. I'm going to lead this city from the front. And that's what generals do. We need to recover our city from crime, from economic devastation, from uncertainty. This is the city I inherited, and this is not going to be the city that I'm going to leave. New York is back. They're going to be strong, they're going to be resilient, and they're going to show America how to be the resiliency that we all could become. Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Eric Adams. Good morning, everyone. It's fantastic to be here at Citi Field. Thank you for hosting this morning's event. I first want to acknowledge colleagues in government as well as other guests, in particular the CEO of Health and Hospitals, Dr. Mitch Katz, the President of the New York City Economic Development Corporation, Andrew Kimball, our Small Business Services Commissioner, Kevin Kim, our head of our Office of Nightlife, Ariel Palitz, and of course all of the venue owners, the performers, small business owners, ballpark workers who have joined us here today. Now, exactly 2 weeks ago, the mayor and I stood at the Hunts Point Terminal Market in the Bronx and unveiled a blueprint to accelerate our economic recovery. Central to that vision is getting our city and its major industries back up and running quickly and safely. And today is another milestone in the city's continued reopening and resurgence. Now, just a little bit of history and background here. At a very different moment in our pandemic, the previous administration enacted an emergency executive order requiring venues and other establishments around the city to require proof of vaccination for both their staff and for patrons. Now, there was an exemption added to that requirement, allowing for visiting performing artists and professional athletes who are not vaccinated to still be able to sing at our music venues and play in our stadia. Now, that was a deliberate decision, of course, based on a relatively small number of individuals being exempted, which meant a minimal impact to public health, but an enormous impact to our struggling venues and entertainment sector by allowing them to book more performers and fill more seats. However, as the mayor mentioned, that original exemption was limited to non-New York City residents, essentially creating a double standard that disadvantaged local artists and athletes and really did continue to limit our full economic resurgence. The mayor, of course, has been committed to adjusting these types of restrictions, but only in a thoughtful, deliberate manner, always guided by science. And that is exactly what we are doing here today. By expanding the existing exemption to include New York City-based performers, we are leveling the playing field, and we are giving another significant boost to our concert halls, theaters, nightclubs, and the many bars, restaurants, and other small businesses that really depend on the visitors to those venues to drive customers. Now, this is not just about our professional sports teams, as amazing as they are, but it is also about, of course, our local performers and entertainers, whether you are a jazz musician playing in a club in Flatbush or a comedian taking stage at Comedy Cellar. Today, we are adjusting a policy that left New York City performers on an uneven playing field. And as the health indicators continue to improve, we are certainly looking forward to seeing our nightlife and entertainment industries come back to life. Now, those sectors, nightlife, entertainment, employ nearly 300,000 New Yorkers and generate, as the mayor mentioned, over $35 billion annually in economic output. Over the past 2 years, so the stakes here are really high. Over the past 2 years, there were job losses that hit industries in these sectors in very intense ways. Our nightlife sector lost close to 300,000 jobs at the peak of the pandemic, one of the starkest impacts of COVID. And it's still down about 80,000 from pre-pandemic levels. But thanks to the work of New Yorkers, including the roughly 90% of New Yorkers who got vaccinated, we are in the position of propelling this part of our economy. And we certainly look forward to the creative energy, the artistic expression, and of course, the World Series championships that are to come. So thanks to everyone for being here. Now I'd like to invite Randy Levine, the president of the Yankees, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. On behalf of the New York Yankees, I want to thank you, Mayor Adams, for making this courageous decision. And I want to thank you for the way you made this courageous decision. There was a lot of attention to this, and when we heard all of the questions, the inquiries, we reached out to the mayor and his staff, who were spectacular, thorough, deliberate. They explained that they had an open mind, but that they were going to do this in the right way. They were going to follow the science, follow the medicine, and make sure that the safety of all New Yorkers was the paramount goal, and see if they can work through it. And that's exactly what you and your staff did. And I congratulate you not only for the decision, and thank you for it, but on the process you and your team engaged in. You know, as Sandy would tell you, we at Major League Baseball have a lot of experience, unfortunately, with COVID. We played 2 seasons under the most intense protocols that there was. So we understand the science, we understand the risk, we understand how it works, but we got through it. We get it. And that's why we wanted to give the mayor the time to get to where he got today. So this is a good decision. We all believe in vaccinations at Yankee Stadium. I think we vaccinated over 100,000 people. We all think that we need to keep people healthy. But as the deputy mayor said, you need economic health also. And I can tell you, around Yankee Stadium, which is the hub of the Bronx, it hasn't been that healthy. It's going to get healthy now. We have some representatives I brought with me today, in addition to Brian Smith, our Vice President for Community Affairs. We have Lisa Soren from the Bronx Chamber of Commerce and the famous Joe Bastone from Yankee Tavern. And they'll tell you now there's a buzz, there's an excitement, because we're going to be playing the Red Sox on April 7th, greatest rivalry in professional sports. And the Bronx and the city are going to be ready and rocking. We're going to get people out there, businesses open, selling merchandise, getting charged, getting people out of their house to get ready for a great season, which is going to happen here at Citi Field also. The Yankees and the Mets have two good teams this year. It's going to be exciting. So, Mayor Adams, thank you for your leadership. On behalf of the Yankees, we're excited. We're excited to play, and more important, we're excited to work with all the businesses in the Bronx, as we always have, and will continue to do, to lend all our support to really getting everybody back to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Now we're going to hear from a couple very, very important people in this equation. As the mayor mentioned, this is about businesses, small businesses in our city. It's about sports, but it's also about entertainment. And so first, the owner of Patsy's Pizzeria, Adem Briha. Adem, welcome, and let's hear a few words from you.
Thank you, everyone. Hi, my name's Adem Bria, and I'm the owner of Patsy's Pizzeria, one of New York City's oldest and most iconic pizzerias. Today, I'm joined alongside my fellow small business owners who, like myself, can tell you just how hard it was to keep our lights on during the peak of COVID-19. The exemption today is a critical lifeline that will benefit small businesses like us who depend on venues like Citi Field to drive business. We came to Citi Field because we wanted to be in one of New York City's greatest cultural venues, the home of the Mets, and also as a way to assist our brand by increasing consumer awareness. The decision today shows both the commitment of this mayor to small businesses as well as his exemplary leadership skills, as he has simultaneously led us by following the science while also keeping our economy going. And for that, thank you for your leadership, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Adem. And now, finally, I'd like to invite Chloe Smith, who's the events manager at the amazing King's Theater. Welcome, Chloe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chloe P. Smith. I am the event manager over at the historic King's Theater. For King's Theater, this expansion will directly benefit us, but not just us, our ecosystem. The artists, the New York-based artists, the ushers who count your tickets, the bartenders who pour your drinks, and the small business vendors we partner with daily. We depend on the steady reliance of shows to pay our bills and to keep our lights on. This new expansion allows us to continue the upward trajectory and make sure our staff have peace of mind. Thank you, Mayor Adams, for your leadership and support for working-class New Yorkers. Thank you.
Folks, we're going to take on-topic questions from members of the media. Please raise your hand, and we'll call on you. We'll go one by one. Andrew Steph, go ahead.
Mayor, when I asked you about whether you were going to roll back this mandate 2 days ago, you said that baseball and basketball and others were going to have to wait. They only had to wait 2 days. You also said you're relying on the science. The science hasn't changed in 2 days. So why did you make this decision now?
Well, First, I was accurate. They say you have to wait. 2 days is still wait. I was not going to roll it out when I rolled out the other aspects. We're peeling it back. We had a plan based on my medical team on how we're going to roll it out. And we're at the date that we feel this is the time to roll it out.
So there's been a lot of criticism from both private and public employees who lost their jobs because of the vaccine mandate. I guess it's a twofold question. The first is, what is your response to that? And the second is for, I guess, Sandy Alderson and Randy Levine. Did you fire employees of both Citi Field and Yankee Stadium for not getting the vaccine? How many? And will they get their jobs back if they're not, if it's the guy who works at Carvel or the Mets team store?
I think to them, let's be clear, we had an urgent emergency pandemic, and I still take my hat off to the former mayor. It was some tough decisions he had to make. I know what it was like at the beginning of the pandemic. I know what it was like after the variants returned. We made the right decisions, and I stated over and over again, we are going to continue to pivot based on COVID pivoting. We will pivot with it and make the adjustment of both our medical care, our physical health, and our financial health. The timing is exactly where we felt we should be, and make the tough decision to execute the plan.
So I'm sorry, if Mr. Levine and Mr. Alderson, if you could just comment, because did you fire employees for business, and also doesn't that just speak to small business and economic if someone lost their job because they didn't get vaccinated?
Yeah, let me say on behalf of the Mets that we are fully committed to vaccinations, and we are a mandated employer. The vast majority, 99.5% of our employees complied with that mandate and are fully vaccinated. There were 1 or 2 cases that came up that people were not prepared to be vaccinated, and their situations, they were terminated.
You said 99% are vaccinated, but does that extend to the players?
Well, the players are unionized, and the players are sort of outside the scope of our mandate, just by virtue of our relationship with Major League Baseball, the Players Association, etc. So everyone involved with the Mets, including scouts who are not residing in New York City and may not even come to New York City or to Citi Field, everybody's required to be vaccinated.
Before you do that, let's be clear on those numbers, because I don't want you to miss those numbers. Over 90% of his employees, over 90% of NBA players, over 90% of baseball players. So let's not give the impression that the overwhelming number of people in the city participated and understood the urgency of the moment. The overwhelming number of New Yorkers knew we were under a real threat, and they participated. And so as we move forward, we are being extremely careful on how we move forward, because the overwhelming number